आता बऱ्याच सगळे चॅनल्सचे सगळे कॅमेरे तिकडे लागले, तिकडे लागले, इकडे लागलेत. आता संध्याकाळी सगळं सुरू होईल. आता काय वाटतं, काय दोघांची बॉडी लँग्वेज कशी होती? कोणी कमी हसलं का, कोणी जास्ती हसलं का, कोणी बोलतायत का?
Did someone laugh a little more? Did someone speak?
आपल्याकडे मूळ विषय सोडून इतर गोष्टींमध्येच फार रस असतो अनेकांना.
The main issue and go into all other issues.
खरं तर आजचा हा मेळावा,
But today's rally,
मोर्चालाही तीच घोषणा होती, आजच्या मेळाव्यालाही तीच घोषणा आहे की कुठचाही झेंडा नाही, मराठी हाच अजेंडा.
rally's motto was no political flag, only Marathi first agenda.
माझ्या मराठीकडे, माझ्या महाराष्ट्राकडे वेडा वाकड्या नजरेने पाहायचं नाही कोणी.
No one should raise their fingers towards Maharashtra.
ठरलं ना आपलं, सगळ्यात शेवटी द्यायच्या घोषणा. बसा, शांत बसा.
Sit quiet.
खरं तर हा प्रश्नच मराठी होता, काही गरजच नव्हती. हे कुठून अचानक हिंदीचं आलं मला काही कळलं नाही. मला
Why this sudden focus on Hindi?
आणि
I don't
हिंदी
understand.
कशासाठी हिंदी?
Why Hindi?
कोणासाठी हिंदी? त्या लहान लहान मुलांवरती जबरदस्ती करताय तुम्ही.
Why are you forcing it?
कोणाला विचारायचं नाही, शिक्षण तज्ञांना काही विचारायचं नाही, कोणाला काही विचारायचं नाही. बस आमची सत्ता आहे, आमच्याकडे बहुमत आहे, आम्ही
We have power, we have majority.
तुमच्या हातात सत्ता असेल,
You may have power
ती विधान भवनात,
in Vidhan Bhavan.
आमच्याकडे सत्ता आहे
We have
रस्त्यावर.
power on the street.
एक पत्र लिहिलं, दोन पत्र लिहिली,
We wrote one letter, we wrote
नंतर
two
ते दादा
letters.
भुसे माझ्याकडे आले.
Dada Bhuse came to me,
मला म्हणाले की
told
आम्ही
me
काय म्हणतो एवढं समजून तर घ्या,
what I'm trying to tell you. Please
एवढं काय
understand
म्हणतो
that.
एवढं ऐकून तर घ्या.
Please listen once to what
म्हटलं
I'm
दादा
saying.
तुम्हाला एक गोष्ट सांगतो, तुम्ही काय सांगता ते ऐकून घेईन पण ऐकणार नाही.
I told him, Dada Bhuse, I'm telling you one thing. I'm going to
मराठीच्या
listen to you and
विषयामध्ये
still not listen.
त्याच्यात तुम्ही तिसरी भाषा लादताय. त्रिभाषा सूत्र, कुठलं त्रिभाषा सूत्र आणलं?
Where did you get this three language formula from?
त्रिभाषा सूत्र ज्या वेळेला आलं ते फक्त सेंट्रल गव्हर्नमेंट
When this three language formula
आणि राज्य सरकार,
was discussed,
केंद्र सरकार आणि
it was only in
राज्य
the central
सरकार
government.
यांच्यामधल्या दुव्यासाठी म्हणून हे त्रिभाषा सूत्र फक्त आणलं. आज कोर्टातही नाही, तुम्ही हायकोर्टात जा, सुप्रीम कोर्टात जा, इंग्रजीमध्ये सगळ्या गोष्टी होतात. कुठे आहे त्रिभाषा सूत्र? मग मला सांगायला लागले म्हणे केंद्रीय शिक्षण धोरणामध्ये, त्या धोरणातही नाही राह, केंद्राच्या शिक्षण धोरणात, इतर कोणत्या राज्यातही नाही.
This is not there in any other states.
महाराष्ट्रात प्रयोग करून पाहिला तरी
Why in
दक्षिणेची
Maharashtra?
राज्यात आहे, हिंग लावून विचारत नाही त्यांना. पण महाराष्ट्र ज्या पेटून उठतो त्यावेळेला काय घडतं आणि काय होतं,
When
ते आज
Maharashtra
राज्यकर्त्यांना समजलं
awakens,
असेल.
you see what happens.
त्याशिवाय का माघार घेतली?
That's why you had to take back the GR.
विनाकारण आणलेला विषय होता.
This was
विदेशना भूसेना
brought up
सांगितलं,
for no
म्हटलं,
reason.
मला सांगा उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार, राजस्थान, मध्य प्रदेश,
Tell me about Uttar
कोणती
Pradesh,
तिसरी भाषा
Rajasthan,
आणणार आहे?
Madhya Pradesh, Bihar. Where are three
खरं तर
languages?
आणली पाहिजे.
Bring it there first.
एक गंमत बघा, हिंदी भाषिक राज्य आहेत ती आर्थिक दृष्ट्या मागास,
There's a
आणि हिंदी
Hindi
न
speaking
बोलणारी जी
states that
राज्य
they
आहेत
are
ती आर्थिक दृष्ट्या
financially
प्रगत,
backward.
आणि वर आम्ही हिंदी शिकायचं. यांना
And
हिंदी
we have to
राज्य
learn
नाही
Hindi.
सांभाळता आली,
They can't manage their own states.
यांना राज्यांचा विकास नाही करता आला.
They can't take their
जे
states
हिंदी
forward.
बोलत नाहीत त्या राज्यांमध्ये, हिंदी बोलत असलेल्या राज्यांमधनं नोकरी धंद्यासाठी लोक इकडे येत आहेत
People from Hindi
आणि हे
speaking
म्हणतात
states
हिंदी
are
शिका.
coming here.
कोणासाठी शिकायचं?
And why do we have to learn?
5वी नंतर काय हिंदी चित्रपट सृष्टीमध्ये जाणार आहेत पोरगा? कोणासाठी शिकायचं? हिंदी भाषेबद्दल मला वाईट नाही वाटत. भाषा कोणतीही श्रेष्ठच असते, उत्तमच असते.
I have
मग ती मराठी
no
असेल,
issue
गुजराती
against
असेल,
Hindi
तामिळ असेल,
language.
पंजाबी
Every
असेल,
language
बंगाली
has
असेल,
its
हिंदी असेल,
beauty.
कुठची असेल. एक भाषा उभी करायला खूप प्रचंड तपश्चर्या लागते, खूप लोकांची मेहनत
It
असते.
takes a lot of effort
एक लिपी उभी करायला खूप प्रचंड
to
ताकद लागते.
create a language.
अशाच
It
भाषा
takes
काय
a
उभ्या
long
राहत
time to
नसतात.
understand alphabets.
आणि या भाषेचं नवीन कुठून आणलं? त्या दिवशी ते अमित शहा म्हणाले ज्याला इंग्रजी येतं त्याला पुढे म्हणे लाज वाटेल
Why
म्हणे
this
मला
new
इंग्रजी येतं. अरे तुम्हाला नाही येत.
Focus. Amit Shah said that those who speak English will be ashamed in the
या
future.
संपूर्ण हिंद प्रांतावरती 125 वर्ष 125 वर्ष मराठ्यांनी राज्य केलं. 125 वर्ष इतक्या राज्यांवरती आम्ही राज्य केलं. त्यावेळेला राज्यच नव्हती, पण जे प्रदेश होते त्याच्यावरती राज्य केलं. आम्ही मराठी लादली गुजरातवरती, मध्य प्रदेशवरती,
First,
राजस्थानवरती,
this was not a
पंजाबवरती,
Maraठी state. We
इतर सगळ्या
fought and
प्रांतांवरती
got
जिथे
this
जिथे
state
म्हणून अटोकपर्यंत पोहोचले
based
होते मराठा
on
साम्राज्य
Marathi language.
आम्ही लादली. अरे हिंदी भाषा आहे 200 वर्षापूर्वीची भाषा आहे. महाराजांच्या काळात पण नव्हती. कशासाठी आणि कोणासाठी
Hindi
काय
is
करायचे
just a
नेमकं?
200-year-old language. What do you want to do?
यांनी फक्त चाच
For
पडून
whom?
राहिलं, चाच पडून. मुंबई स्वतंत्र करता येते का याच्यासाठी अगोदर जरा थोडस भाषेला डिवचून बघू. महाराष्ट्र शांत राहिला तर पुढे ते पाऊल टाकू.
See if Mumbai can
कोणाची
be.
माय व्हॅली आहे त्यांनी महाराष्ट्राला हात घालून दाखवावा, मुंबईला हात घालून दाखवावा.
Try putting your hands into Mumbai and Maharashtra and see what happens.
काय मजाक वाटला काय?
Is this some joke?
आम्ही शांत आहोत याचा अर्थ गांडू नाही आहोत.
We are quiet, but doesn't mean we are fools.
काही अंगावरती लादायचा प्रयत्न करतात आणि मग आता माघार घेतली ना.
Now you have
मग
to
माघार
take it
घेतली
back.
त्याचं काय करायचं?
Now
मग
what?
वेगळ्या
Now what
ठिकाणी
will you
वळवा
do?
सगळं प्रकरण. वेगळ्या ठिकाणी म्हणजे कुठे? ठाकरेंची मुलं इंग्रजी मीडियम मध्ये शिकली. बरं मग पुढे? म्हणजे दादा भुसे मराठी मीडियम मध्ये शिकून शिक्षण मंत्री झाले. देवेंद्र फडणवीस इंग्रजी
Dada
मीडियम मध्ये
Bose
शिकून
became
मुख्यमंत्री झाले.
education minister after studying in a Marathi medium school.
कुठे काय शिकले याचा काय संबंध?
Devendra Fadnavis became chief minister after studying in a school. But who studies where?
कोणाची
How
मुलं
is that an
इथे
issue?
परदेशामध्ये शिकतायत? याद्या आहेत आमच्याकडे.
There are people who go and
त्याचं काय करणार
study
तुम्ही?
abroad. What will you do about that?
आणि त्याच्यातल्या त्याच्यात मंत्रिमंडळातल्या एक एक मंत्र्याचं हिंदी आहे का? फेफरं येईल फेफरं.
And if you look at the Hindi of their cabinet ministers,
हे असले प्रश्न महाराष्ट्रातच विचारले जातात. आता मी तुम्हाला अजून एक गोष्ट सांगतो.
I'm going to tell you one more thing now.
आम्ही मराठी मीडियम मध्ये शिकलो.
We studied in Marathi medium schools.
आमची मुलं इंग्रजी मीडियम मध्ये शिकली. हो
Our
शिकली.
kids went
मग
to English
याच्यावरती
medium
तुम्ही प्रश्न
schools.
काय उपस्थित केला? ह्यांना मराठीचा पुळका कसा? हे इंग्रजी मीडियम मध्ये टाकतात. बरं माननीय बाळासाहेब ठाकरे आणि माझे वडील श्रीकांत ठाकरे हे इंग्रजी मीडियम मध्ये शिकलेले आहेत.
But Balasaheb Thackeray and my father Shrikant Thackeray also went to English medium schools.
शकता का?
Can you doubt their commitment to Marathi ever?
लाल कृष्ण अडवाणी,
Lal Krishna Advani,
सेंट पॅट्रिक हायस्कूल ख्रिश्चन मिशनरी स्कूल मध्ये शिकले.
St. Patrick's High School, which is a Christian missionary school.
हिंदुत्वावर शंका घेऊ का त्यांच्या?
Can we doubt his commitment to Hindutva?
कॉन्व्हेंट स्कूल मध्ये शिकलेले आहेत अडवाणी.
He studied in a convent school.
दक्षिण भारतामध्ये बघा,
Look at South India.
तमिळच्या प्रश्नावरती, तेलुगूच्या प्रश्नावरती कडवटपणे
See
समोर येऊन
how
उभे
they are
राहतात.
fighting for
कोण
Tamil,
विचारते त्याला,
Telugu.
तुमची मुलं कुठे शिकली आणि तुम्ही कुठे शिकलात?
Do you ask them, where did you study? Where did your kids study?
उद्या मी हिब्रू भाषेत शिकीन आणि मराठीपणाचा कडवट अभिमान बाळगीन. काय
You
प्रॉब्लेम
can learn Hebrew, but your pride should be over Marathi.
मी आता तुमच्याकडे दक्षिणेतले इंग्रजीमध्ये मी अगदी थोडक्यात यादी आणली आहे. दक्षिण भारतातील इंग्रजी माध्यमात शिकलेले नेते आणि अभिनेते.
I'm giving you a list of
जयललिता, दोवेंतो इंग्लिश मीडियम स्कूल,
leaders
स्टॅलिन
from
इंग्लिश
South
मीडियम
India
स्कूल,
who studied
लायला,
in English medium school.
कनिमोझी प्रेझेंटेशन कॉन्व्हेंट स्कूल, उदयनिधी म्हणजे करुणानिधींचा नातू, डॉन बॉस्को, चंद्रबाबू नायडू वडील इंग्लिश टीचर होते, शिक्षण इंग्रजी माध्यमात झालं. पवन कल्याण, आंध्र उपमुख्यमंत्री, शिक्षण सेंट ॲन. नारा लोकेश, NTRचा नातू, चंद्रबाबूंचा मुलगा, स्टॅनफिल्ड स्कूल. कमल हसन, सांथोम हायस्कूल. अभिनेता विक्रम, मॉटफोर्ड स्कूल. अभिनेता सूर्या, इंग्लिश मीडियम. AR रहमान, आधी पद्मशेषाद्री बालभवन आणि नंतर मद्रास कृष्णगिरी हायस्कूल. परवा दिवशीचा एक प्रसंग असतो, एका व्यासपीठावरती तामिळमध्ये AR रहमान व्यासपीठावरती उभे होते, काहीतरी कार्यक्रम होता. त्या बाई तामिळमध्ये बोलत
A.R.
होत्या.
Rahman had come to stage at a program in Tamil Nadu.
अचानक ती बाई हिंदीत बोलायला लागली. त्याच्यावरती रहमानने तिच्याकडे असं बघितलं, बोलला हिंदी, आणि
Someone
व्यासपीठावर
started
खाली
speaking
होतं.
suddenly in Hindi, and A.R. Rahman looked at her and said, Hindi.
तुमचा कडवटपणा हे तुम्ही शिक्षण कुठे घेतले याच्यावरती नसतो, तो कडवटपणा तुमच्या आतमध्ये असावा लागतो.
Your strength does not come from where you were educated,
माननीय
but it
बाळासाहेब
comes
इंग्रजी
from
मीडियम मध्ये
inside.
शिकले,
Balasaheb
इंग्रजी
studied in an
वर्तमानपत्रामध्ये
English medium
व्यंगचित्र
school.
काढायचे,
He was a cartoonist in an English
पण
newspaper.
मराठीचा अभिमान
But
याच्या
his
बाबतीत काही तडजोड
pride
नाही
for
केली.
Marathi never faltered.
म्हणे एक भाषा म्हणे सगळ्यांनाच बांधून ठेवते. कुठची एक भाषा?
They say one
आजपर्यंत
language
काय
binds
वापरलं?
everyone. What? Which one language?
म्हणजे आपल्या संरक्षण खात्यामध्ये घ्या,
Look at our defense.
आपल्या संरक्षण खात्यामध्ये जेवढी रेजिमेंट्स आहेत, मी फक्त तुम्हाला नावं वाचून दाखवतो.
Look at the regiments that are
मद्रास
there in our
रेजिमेंट
defense.
आहे, राजपुताना रायफल्स आहे, राजपूत रेजिमेंट आहे, डोगरा रेजिमेंट आहे, सिख रेजिमेंट आहे, जाट रेजिमेंट आहे, पॅराशूट रेजिमेंट आहे, पंजाब रेजिमेंट आहे, ग्रेनेडियर्स आहेत, सिख लाईट इन्फंट्री आहे, मराठा लाईट इन्फंट्री आहे, गढवाल रायफल्स आहे, कुमाऊ रेजिमेंट आहे, आसाम रेजिमेंट आहे, बिहार रेजिमेंट आहे, महार रेजिमेंट आहे, जम्मू काश्मीर रायफल्स आहे, जम्मू आणि काश्मीर लाईट इन्फंट्री आहे, नागा रेजिमेंट आहे, गोरखा रायफल्स आहे, गोरखा रायफल्स आहे, त्याच्यानंतर तुमचं लडाख स्काउट्स आहे, अरुणाचल स्काउट्स आहे, सिक्कीम स्काउट्स आहे. इतक्या राज्यांच्या आज आपल्या संरक्षण खात्यामध्ये लोक आहेत आणि इतक्या रेजिमेंट्स आहेत.
These
शत्रू
people from
दिसला
these
की
many
एकत्र
seats
तुटून
are
पडतात
today in
ना.
our defenses.
भाषेचा प्रश्न येतो कुठे?
Where is the issue with language?
या देशामध्ये जेव्हा भाषावार प्रांत रचना झाली तीच या गोष्टींसाठी झाली ना, की प्रत्येक भाग तसे भाषांचे होते म्हणून. या सगळ्या गोष्टी का सुरू केल्यात तुम्ही?
Why
कशासाठी
have
सुरू
you
केल्यात?
started all this? For whom have you started all this?
काय याच्या
For
मागचं
what?
राजकारण? आत्ता सांगून ठेवतो.
What is this politics?
आज तुम्ही सगळेजण मराठी म्हणून एकत्र आलात. आज महाराष्ट्रामधला
Let me
तमाम
tell you,
मराठी
because
आज
today
मराठी
all
म्हणून
of you
एकत्र
have
आला.
come together for the cause of Marathi.
टाळ्या वाजू नका. मी काय सांगतो नीट ऐका. याचा पुढचं राजकारण
Don't
ह्यांचं
clap. Listen to
पुन्हा
what we are
तुम्हाला
saying.
जातीमध्ये विभागायला सुरुवात करतील. पुन्हा हे जातीचं कार्ड खेळायला सुरुवात करणार.
They will start playing the caste card
मराठी
again.
म्हणून तुम्हाला कधी एकत्र येऊ देणार नाहीत.
They will never let you come
हे
together
जातीपातीमध्ये
as
विभागायला
Marathi.
सुरुवात करतील. आता हे सुरू केलं. काल कोणाच्या ते आता व्यापाऱ्याच्या कानफडीत मारली मीरा भाईंदरला. त्याच्या काय इथे लिहिलं होतं काय गुजराती?
some
पण एवढंही
shopkeeper was slapped in
आपल्याकडे
Mirabai.
काही जे चॅनल मध्ये मराठी नाही इतर चॅनल मध्ये हिंदी आणि याच्यात गुजराती माणसाला मारला, कुठच्या गुजराती माणसाला मारला? बाचाबाची मध्ये समोरचा गुजराती
Channel
निघाला,
said
इकडचा मराठी
a
निघाला,
Gujarati
त्याच्यामध्ये काय
person was
गुजरात्यानं
beaten
मारला
up.
का?
Where
कोणते
was the
व्यापारी
Gujarati
आहेत?
person beaten up?
अजून तर काहीच केलेलं नाही.
We have not done anything yet.
अर्थात
We have not done anything yet.
त्यांना मराठी आली पाहिजे याच्याबद्दल वाद नाही.
People should be able to speak Marathi. There is no debate on
मारामारी
that.
करायची गरज नाही आणि मारायची गरज नाही. पण जर जास्ती नाटकं केली तर कानाखाली आवाज काढलाच पाहिजे तुम्ही.
There is no need to beat up anyone, but if somebody does natak, they should
पण
feel
चूक त्यांची असली
the
पाहिजे.
sound
आणि एका गोष्टीचं
slaps beneath
लक्षात
the ear.
ठेवा, अशी कधी गोष्ट कराल त्याची व्हिडिओ काढू नका.
don't
आपल्यामध्येच त्यांना कळलं पाहिजे. कळलं का?
shoot videos.
मारणारा कधी
You
सांगत
should get to
नसतो,
know
मार
amongst
खाणारा
ourselves.
सांगत असतो मला मारला म्हणून. त्यांना सांगू देत. पण याचा अर्थ उठसूट कोणालाही उगाच मारायचं काही कारण नाहीये.
There is
अनेक
no
लोक
need
आहेत,
to beat up
अनेक
anyone.
गुजराती लोक आहेत, माझ्या अनेक परिचयाचे आहेत. माझे एक मित्र आहेत नयन शाह म्हणून,
I have a
त्याला
friend
मी गुजराठी म्हणतो.
called Nansha.
तुमचा विश्वास बसणार नाही इतकं अप्रतिम मराठी तर बोलतोच,
He is a Gujarati,
विनोदाचंही
but
अंग
he
आहे.
speaks such fluent
आणि
Marathi.
शिवाजी पार्क मैदानामध्ये फिरताना कानाला हेडफोन लावून पु ल देशपांडे ऐकणारा गुजराती आहे.
He listens to Pula Deshpande on headphones. He is that kind of a Gujarati.
मी मगाशी तुम्हाला सांगितलं की हे मराठीचं बाळकडू आमच्यासाठी ते बाळकडूच होतं. मी मागे एक प्रसंग सांगितला होता, आज मुद्दा म्हणतो प्रसंग सांगतो आपल्याला की हे आमच्या धमन्यांमध्ये आलं कुठून. मी एवढा महाराष्ट्रासाठी मराठीसाठी कडवट का झालो.
Why am I so agitated about Maharashtra and
अनेक
Marathi?
प्रसंग आहेत माननीय
There are
बाळासाहेबांबरोबर,
a lot of issues,
पण मी एक प्रसंग कधीही विसरणार नाही.
but I have not
आणि तो
forgotten one
1999 सालचा
issue.
आहे. त्या 1999 साली
In 1999,
शिवसेना भारतीय जनता पक्षाची युती सरकार येणार अशी परिस्थिती होती.
there was doubt over whether the Shiv Sena Bharatiya Janata Party alliance will come to power or not.
पवार साहेब त्यावेळेला त्यांनी राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्ष स्थापन केला होता.
Sharad Pawar had already set up the National
वेगवेगळे
Congress
रडले
Party.
होते. आणि मग सगळ्या त्या वादामध्ये शिवसेना भारतीय जनता पक्षाच्या त्या वादामध्ये
In that
काहीच होईना.
division between the Shiv Sena and the BJP,
दिवसामागून दिवस चाललेत परंतु काही होईना.
there were talks.
एके दिवशी मी मातोश्रीला खाली बसलो होतो, दुपारची वेळ होती. अचानक दोन गाड्या लागल्या.
I was sitting at
साधारणपणे
Madhuri.
3:30
There were two
4
cars
वगैरे
that
वाजले
suddenly
असतील.
arrived.
ते दरवेळेला नाव विसरतो, पुण्याचं कोण तो जावडेकर, प्रकाश जावडेकर आणि काही मंडळी आली. मला
Prakash
म्हणाले,
Javadekar and some other leaders came.
बाळासाहेबांना अर्जंट भेटायचं. म्हटलं आता ते भेटणार नाही, म्हटलं ती त्यांची झोपायची वेळ आहे. नाही म्हणे अर्जंट आहे. म्हटलं नाही
I
भेटणार
said,
म्हणजे मी
he
तुम्हाला
won't
सांगतो.
meet you now. It's 2
तर काय विषय
in
काय
the afternoon. He said,
बोलायचं
no,
काम
it's
करतो, म्हटलं,
urgent.
काय विषय काय. आणि त्यांना
What
सांगा
is the issue?
मुख्यमंत्री पदाचा विषय झालेला आहे. म्हटलं अच्छा अरे वा. म्हटलं काय झालं. सुरेशदादा जैन यांना दोन्ही बाजूने आम्ही ठरवलंय की त्यांना मुख्यमंत्री करायचं. एवढं फक्त बाळासाहेबांना सांगायचं. ठीक. मी वर गेलो.
I went up.
रूममध्ये काळोख,
बाळासाहेब.
शांतता. आम्ही अरे तुरेमध्ये बोलायचो म्हणून मी हात मारले. म्हटलं हे काका गाढ झोपले होते. म्हटलं काका उठ.
I woke him up. He was in deep sleep.
काय रे.
He said,
म्हटलं नाही ते
He said, what
सगळे
happened?
जावडेकर वगैरे सगळी मंडळी आली आहेत. म्हटलं
I told him Javadekar and others have come.
मंत्रिपदाचा विषय झालाय. पण ते म्हणाले काय झालं.
We asked what happened.
ते म्हणाले सुरेशदादा जैन यांना मुख्यमंत्री पदासाठी दोन्ही जणांनी सांगितलं की
They said both have agreed to make Suresh Dada Jain the CM.
त्यांना जाऊन सांग महाराष्ट्राचा मुख्यमंत्री मराठीच होईल, दुसरा कोणी होणार नाही.
Bala Sahib told me the Chief Minister of Maharashtra will be a Marathi and no one else.
मराठी या एका विषयासाठी मला तिकडे कळलं की या माणसाने सत्तेवर लाथ मारली.
I understood Bala Sahib was ready
हे
to
संस्कार ज्या पोरावरती झाले असतील
kick power for the cause of Marathi.
बाकी सगळ्या युत्या आघाड्या सगळ्या कुठच्याही गोष्टी होत राहतील. महाराष्ट्र मराठी, मराठी माणूस, मराठी भाषा याच्यावर तडजोड होणार नाही, कोणत्याही
There
परिस्थितीत होणार
will be
नाही.
no compromise on Marathi language.
याच्या पुढे देखील तुम्ही सर्वांनी सावध असणं पण गरजेचं आहे आणि सतर्क असणं पण तेवढंच गरजेचं आहे. पुढे पुढे काय काय गोष्टी घडतील, काय काय गोष्टी होतील कल्पना नाही.
Let's see what happens going forward.
ही मराठीसाठीची एकजूट ही कायम राहावी.
We have to remain united for Marathi.
आणि महाराष्ट्रामध्ये सन्माननीय
महाराष्ट्र.
बाळासाहेबांचं जे स्वप्न होतं ते पुन्हा साकारावं अशी एक
We
आशा
have
अपेक्षा
to
आणि इच्छा
fulfill
व्यक्त करतो.
बाळासाहेब
आणि
dream.
आपण सर्वांची मी रजा घेतो. धन्यवाद. जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र.
धन्यवाद राज सर. मला हे सांगा, आपल्या सगळ्यांपेक्षा आज जास्त आनंदी कोण झालं असतं? आपल्या सगळ्यांपेक्षा आज जास्त आनंदी कोण झालं असतं? ज्यांनी मराठी माणसाला उभं केलं ते हिंदू हृदय सम्राट माननीय बाळासाहेब. आज त्यांची पुढची पिढी इथे मंचावर एकत्र येऊन मराठीचा गजर पुन्हा एकदा करते आहे. आणि त्या आजोबांचे 2 लाडके नातू आज आपल्या समोर मराठीचा झेंडा पुढे नेण्यासाठी सज्ज झालेले दिसत आहेत. अमित ठाकरे इकडे उपस्थित आहेत, आदित्य ठाकरे उपस्थित आहेत. मी त्यांचंही स्वागत करतो. या वास्तूला NSCI डोम असं म्हणतात, पण इथे आज देश पाहतोय मराठी भाषेवर होणाऱ्या अन्यायाविरुद्ध पेटलेला मराठी जनमानसाचा आगडोंब. या सर्व मराठी प्रेमींना आता उत्सुकता आहे माननीय शिवसेना पक्षप्रमुख श्री उद्धव बाळासाहेब ठाकरे हे काय बोलतील. मी त्यांना विनंती करतो की त्यांनी आपलं मनोगत व्यक्त करावं.
त्या बातम्या आहेत. बऱ्याच वर्षानंतर राज आणि माझी भेट व्यासपीठावरती झाली. आता पंचायत अशी आहे की त्यांनी मला सन्माननीय उद्धव ठाकरे असं बोललेलं आहे. ठीक आहे. आणि साहजिकच आहे की त्याचंही कर्तृत्व आपण सर्वांनी पाहिलेलं आहे. म्हणून माझ्या भाषणाची सुरुवात करताना सन्माननीय राज ठाकरे आणि जमलेल्या माझ्या तमाम मराठी हिंदू बांधवांनो, भगिनींनो आणि मातांनो, अप्रतिम मांडणी राजनी केलेली आहे. माझ्या भाषणाची काय आवश्यकता आहे असं मला वाटत नाही.
I don't think there's any need for me to give a speech.
कारण आजच्या कार्यक्रमाची घोषणा झाल्यानंतर,
Because after today's program was announced,
साहजिकच आहे सगळ्यांचं लक्ष
it's natural that everyone's attention
हे आज भाषणाकडे आहे. पण
was
वैयक्तिक मला
towards
असं वाटतं
this
की
speech.
आज आमच्या भाषणांपेक्षा आमचं एकत्र दिसणं हे महत्वाचं आहे.
Personally, I think beyond our speeches, us being seen together is more important.
सर्वप्रथम इकडे समोर सगळेजण बसलेत, ज्यांनी ज्यांनी मराठी भाषेसाठी पक्षभेद विसरून
Everyone who's come here have
त्या सगळ्यांना धन्यवाद देतोय. दीपक पवार
forgotten their party divisions for the sake of Marathi language.
सगळेच आहेत. कोणाकोणीचे नाही, महादेवराव बसले. महादेवराव आपल्याला सुद्धा बऱ्याच वर्षांनी पाहिजे. काय वेळेला काय जानकर बी अनजान होते. असं
Sometimes
होतं.
we know,
पण एक गोष्ट नक्की की आमच्या दोघांमध्ये जो काही अंतरपाठ होता
One
तो
thing is
अनाजी
for sure.
पंथाने दूर केला.
we have removed the distance between us.
आता अक्षता टाकण्याची काय तुमच्याकडनं अपेक्षा नाहीये. एकत्र आलोय
We come together
एकत्र राहण्यासाठी.
to stay together.
आणि मला कल्पना आहे, आज मला कल्पना आहे
Today I can
की
imagine
अनेक बुवा महाराज हे बिझी
that a
आहे.
lot of prayers,
कोण लिंब कापतय, कोण टाचण्या मारतय, कोण
People
गावी
have
जाऊन
done-
अंगारे दुपारे करत असेल,
lot of things.
रेडे कापत असतील. त्या सगळ्यांना सांगतो, या सगळ्या भोंदूपणा विरुद्ध माझ्या आजोबांनी लढा दिला होता आणि त्यांचे आम्ही
I
वारसदार
want
म्हणून
to tell
तुमच्या समोर
people
उभे
that my
ठाकलेलो आहोत.
grandfather fought against superstition.
नाही, हे सगळं आपणच करून ठेवलेलं आहे. भाषेवरनं जेव्हा एखादा विषय निघतो
When the issue of
तेव्हा
language
तो
comes
केवळ
up,
वरवरचा
at that
धरून
time-
चालणार नाही. मधल्या काळामध्ये अगदी दोघांनी, म्हणजे मी काय, राजने काय, आणि आपण सगळ्यांनी
both me and Raj
या
and everyone else
नतद्रष्टांचा
here,
अनुभव घेतलेला आहे.
we've experienced
वापरायचं आणि फेकून द्यायचं.
use and
आता आम्ही
throw
दोघं मिळून तुम्हाला फेकून
politics.
देणार.
Now we will both come together and throw you out.
आजपर्यंत वापर करून घेतला. अरे डोक्यावरती जर का शिवसेना
You have
प्रमुख
used
नसते
that.
तर तुम्हाला ओळखत कोण होतं या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये? कोणत्या भाषेत बोलत होतात?
Which language should we speak in?
अगदी राज, तू सगळ्यांची शाळा काढली. मला एका प्रश्नाचं उत्तर पाहिजे. मोदींची शाळा कोणती?
Raj Thackeray spoke about everyone's school. I have only one
Shiksha-
question. Which school did Modi go to?
पण हे जे काय यांची मध्यंतर मी बोललो ना, भाजप ही अफवांची फॅक्टरी आहे. मधल्या काळात त्यांनी सुरू केलं होतं.
BJP
उद्धव
is a
ठाकरेंनी
rumors
हिंदुत्व
factory.
सोडलं. हिंदुत्व ही कोणत्याही भाषेची मक्तेदारी नाही. आम्ही अस्सल मराठी बोलणारे तुमच्याही पेक्षा जास्त कडवट कट्टर देशाभिमानी हिंदू आहोत.
Hindutva is not based on language. We are committed to
तुम्ही काय
strong
आम्हाला हिंदुत्व
Hindutva
शिकवताय?
while speaking the Marathi
अरे
language.
92-93 साली जेव्हा
In 92-93,
जे काय घडलं, देशद्रोही मातले होते, तेव्हा मुंबईतल्या अमराठी लोकांना सुद्धा हिंदू
anti-national
म्हणून माझ्या
elements
शिवसैनिकांनी, शिवसेना प्रमुखांच्या शिवसैनिकांनी,
empowered.
मराठी माणसांनी वाचवलेलं आहे.
at that time, it was Marathi people who came forward to defend Hindutva.
देवेंद्र फडणवीस आज जे बोललेत, बातम्या आले सगळीकडे. मी इकडे बातम्या आणल्यात.
What does Devendra
भाषेच्या
Fadnavis say
नावाखाली
today?
गुंडगिरी सहन केली जाणार नाही.
He said, in the name of language, we will not tolerate
तर
Gundagiri.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये
In Maharashtra,
मराठी माणूस न्याय मागण्यासाठी आंदोलन करत असेल आणि त्याला जर का तुम्ही गुंड म्हणत
if
असाल तर आम्ही गुंड
Marathi
आहोत.
people for Marathi language protest, are you calling it
आहोत आम्ही
Gundagiri?
गुंड. न्याय मागणं
Yes,
म्हणजे
we are
गुंडगिरी
गुंडाज.
नाहीये. आणि जर का गुंडगिरी केल्याशिवाय तुमच्या दरबारी न्याय मिळत नसेल तर आम्ही गुंडगिरी करूच.
And if through Gundagiri we have to get justice, we will do it.
पण हे सगळे राजकीय वाडगे.
But all these
देवेंद्र
political statements-
फडणवीसांची आजचं वक्तव्य म्हणजे मला संयुक्त महाराष्ट्र चळवळीच्या वेळेला सखा पाटलांनी केलेलं एक वक्तव्य आठवते.
I remember a
हे असेच
statement
तेव्हाचे
made during the
जो दिल्लीत
Sanyukta
बसतो,
Maharashtra movement.
त्याचे पाय चाटणारे इथले राज्यकर्ते असतात, ते त्यांना मी बाडगे म्हणतोय. त्यांना मी बाडगे म्हणतोय. कारण संयुक्त महाराष्ट्र चळवळीमध्ये मुंबई आपल्याला आपण मिळवली. आपण म्हणजे आपण मराठी माणसांनी.
It was because of Sanyukta Maharashtra that we got Mumbai.
तेव्हाही तत्कालीन जे सत्ताधारी होते, हो अगदी काँग्रेस होतीच ना तेव्हा सत्तेवर,
At that time, the Congress was in power.
मुंबई मराठी माणसाला द्यायला तयार नव्हती आणि तेव्हा सुद्धा एक
They
मराठी
weren't
माणूस
ready to
म्हणजे
give
आज जे
Mumbai to the
बोलतात ना,
Marathi
आम्ही
people.
मराठी नाहीत का? अरे तुम्ही नुसतं नावाने मराठी आहात, तुमच्या अंगात मराठी रक्त आहे की नाही आता तपासावं लागेल. आणि सखा पाटील बोलले होते, यावच चंद्र दिवा करो, मुंबई महाराष्ट्राला मिळणार नाही. कशी नाही मिळत, झुकवलं वाकवलं, गुडघ्यावरती आणलं मराठी माणसाने. आणि मुंबई आपल्या हक्काची, तुम्ही आता जी घोषणा घेतली ना, दिली ना, की मुंबई आपल्या हक्काची आपण लढून आपण मिळून घेतली.
Mumbai was our right. We fought. We got it.
कशासाठी हा सगळा तुम्ही गोळ घालतात?
Why are you
पण
creating
याच्या
this?
मागे मी जे माझ्या डोक्यात जो एक विचार आहे, पटतो की नाही बघा. हे यांचं सध्या जे काय चालू आहे, म्हणजे आधी आपल्याला सुद्धा वाटलं होतं, कारण तेव्हा काश्मीरमध्ये 370 कलम होतं, ते हटवण्यासाठी शिवसेनेने पाठिंबा दिला.
When there was
तेव्हा
Article
यांनी घोषणा दिली
370
होती,
in
एक
Kashmir,
निशाण,
Shiv Sena
एक
supported you
प्रधान,
to
एक
remove it.
विधान. बरोबर आहे. देश एक असला पाहिजे, संविधान एक असलं पाहिजे, निशाण सुद्धा एकच, तो आपला तिरंगा असला पाहिजे. भाजपचं भांडी पुसायचं फडकं असता कामा नये.
We have to expose the BJP.
ते फडकं म्हणजे आमचा राष्ट्रध्वज नाहीये, पण ते सगळं चाललंय एक 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 एक. त्याच्यानंतर आता नवीन एक टुमणं काढलं, 1 नेशन 1 इलेक्शन. म्हणजे हळुवारपणाने हे सगळं काही एक 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 करत, हिंदी, हिंदू, हिंदुस्तान, हिंदू आणि हिंदुस्तान मान्य आहे, पण हिंदीची सक्ती आम्हाला मान्य नाही. तुम्ही किती कमिट्या करा, हिंदीची सक्ती तुमचे 7 पिढ्या उतरल्या तरी आम्ही लावू देत नाही.
We will not allow Hindi even if 7 generations
एक फेक
pass.
नरेटिव्ह पसरवायचं. हे उद्धव ठाकरेच्याच काळातलं, उद्धव ठाकरेच्याच काळातलं. अरे उद्धव ठाकरे एवढं काम करत होता, मग पाडलात कशाला गद्दारी करून? का नाही बोंबललात तेव्हा? पण मी अभिमानाने सांगेन,
I say it with
माझ्या
pride.
मंत्रिमंडळातले सहकारी इकडे बसले, जितेंद्र आव्हाड आहेत, आणखीन कोणी असतील.
There
मी
are
मुख्यमंत्री
people of my
असताना
cabinet.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये मी मराठीची सक्ती केली होती आणि केलीच, ज्याचा मला अभिमान आहे.
I am proud of
काय
what
केलं
I've
त्याचं
done.
तुम्ही? मराठी भाषा महाराष्ट्रामध्ये सक्तीची करावी लागते, लागली का करावी लागली?
I made Marathi compulsory.
कोण आहेत आमच्या मराठीचे दुश्मन, कोण आहेत?
Who is the enemy of Marathi?
पण महाराष्ट्रामध्ये मराठीची सक्ती केल्यानंतर सुद्धा काही लोक कोर्टामध्ये गेले. ती
After we
गुंडगिरी
made
नाही होत.
compulsory,
पण आता
some
कोणतरी
people
तो
went
भेडिया
to
बीड, काय भेडी असलं त्याचं नाव, ही यांची सगळी पिलावळ आहे. तोडा फोडा आणि राज्य करा.
this is their politics. Break
आपण ज्या काही गोष्टी
and
केल्या
do
होत्या,
politics. Divide and do politics.
हे म्हणतात म्हणे शिवसेनेने आजपर्यंत काय केलं. शिवसेना म्हणजे आता राज, मी तुला माझ्या सोबतच घेतो, कारण आपण तेव्हा एकत्रच होतो, आता सुद्धा पुढे एकत्रच आलेलो आहोत. त्याच्यामुळे
We were
आपलं
together
सगळं
earlier, in
तेव्हाच
future we will
आपला
work
एवढ्या
together.
वर्षाचा कालखंड. मराठी माणूस म्हणे मुंबई बाहेर नेला, मराठी माणूस आम्ही मुंबई बाहेर नेला असं जर का तुम्हाला वाटत असेल,
You say
तर
Marathi
14
people went out
सालानंतर
of
तुम्ही
Mumbai.
मुंबई आणि महाराष्ट्राचे जे काही लचके तोडले, मुंबईतून सगळे उद्योगधंदे, महाराष्ट्रातून उद्योगधंदे सगळे पळवले,
Marathi
आर्थिक
people
केंद्र
have not
गेलं,
gone outside, but you
हिरे
have
व्यापारी
taken
गेला,
businesses
तुमची
out of
ऑफिसेस
Mumbai
गेली.
in the last 14 years.
आपल्याकडे येणारे उद्योगधंदे जे आपल्या काळात येत होते ते कुठे गेले?
Businesses that
तेवढंच
were supposed to
हिंदुस्थान
come
किंवा
for
तेवढंच
us,
सगळे
where
हिंदू
did
आहेत.
it go?
तेवढेच हिंदू आहेत. आम्ही सगळं करत होतो, केलं होतं, पण तुम्ही पहिल्या प्रथम गद्दारी, आमच्यात गद्दारी करवली आणि तुम्ही आमचं सरकार पाडलं. ह्याचं कारण तुमचे जे मालक तिकडे बसलेले 2 व्यापारी, त्यांचे बूट
You
काढण्यासाठी
betrayed
तुम्ही
us
सगळं करता.
because you have 2 owners.
हे इतक्या वर्षाचं सगळं सहन करत 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 आपण आलो. आपल्या डोळ्यात देखत सगळे लचके तोडले जात आहेत, आपल्या दोघांनाही भांडवलं जात आहे आणि नतद्रष्ट आपल्या डोक्यावरती बसतायत. किती काळ सहन करायचंय?
There are people sitting on your head.
प्रत्येक वेळेला काही झालं की भांडाभांडी लावायची.
If something happens,
आता
start
सुद्धा
a
तेच
fight,
होणार.
divide.
म्हणजे आम्ही एकत्र येणार, आल्यानंतर निवडणुकीपर्यंत एकत्र राहतील का?
Even if we come together, will we be together till election?
यांचा मराठीचा नाही, महापालिकेचा आहे. अरे नुसता महापालिकेचा नाही, इथं आमच्या
They
महाराष्ट्राचा
say
आहे.
this is not about Marathi, this is about BMC.
आज तर निवडणुका नाहीये.
Today there is no election.
आमची सत्ता, सत्तेवरती जे शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी सांगितलं, अरे सत्ता काय, सत्ता येते आणि सत्ता जाते.
The Shiv Sena Supremo always said power comes and goes.
पण आपली ताकद ही आपल्या एकजुटीमध्ये असली पाहिजे.
Our strength lies in our unity.
दर वेळेला संकट आलं की आपण सगळे मराठी एकवटतो.
Whenever there is
आणि संकट गेलं की आपण
a challenge for Marathi, we come together.
पण आता करायचं नाही, अजिबात करायचं नाही.
And then when the problem goes, we start fighting amongst ourselves.
गेल्या विधानसभेत त्यांनी जे काही केलं,
What they did in the last Vidhan Sabha, कटेंगे तो बटेंगे.
आपल्याला काय वाटलं होतं की हिंदू मुसलमानांमध्ये करतात, हिंदू मुसलमान तर केलंच, पण त्यांनी खास करून केलं ते मराठी तर मध्ये केलं.
They
यांची नीती आहे ती अशीच आहे जे गुजरातमध्ये त्यांनी केलं.
divided Marathi.
गुजरातमध्ये गेल्या निवडणुकीत एक असा माहोल होता, मला वाटतं मोदी तेव्हा तर त्यांच्या नंतर असेल, माहित नाही मला, लक्षात नाही. वातावरण असं पेटलं होतं गुजरातमध्ये की बस आता पटेल याला आपटेल. पण त्यांनी काय केलं बरोबर, पटेलांना भडकवलं, पटेलांना वेगळं केलं आणि पटेल तर सगळं एकत्र केलं.
What did they do in Gujarat?
हरियाणामध्ये पण तेच केलं.
They instigated Patel
जाट लोकांना भडकवलं
and united everyone.
जाट लोक एकत्र झाले, त्यांना वेगळं केलं आणि जाटे तर सगळा जो काही समाज
What did they do in Haryana?
तिकडे सत्ता प्राप्त केली.
They
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये
instigated
तेच
Jat
केलं.
and united everyone.
मराठ्यांना उचकवलं आणि मराठी तर सगळं एकत्र केला. बटेंगे तो कटेंगे ही भीती त्यांच्यामध्ये निर्माण केली की बघा ते एकत्र झाले, तुम्ही जर का फुटलात तर ते तुमच्या डोक्यावर बसतील. झाले एकत्र, मराठी माणूस मराठी माणसाची भांडला आणि दिल्लीचे गुलाम आपल्या डोक्यावरती राज्य करायला लागले.
They want to divide Marathi people and make us slaves of Delhi.
आपण त्यांच्या पालख्या व्हायच्या, नुसते पालख्यांचे भय होणार की तुम्ही कधीतरी आपल्या माय मराठीला पालखीमध्ये सन्मानाने बसवणार आहात. बस झालं, आता यांची जोखड फेकून दिली पाहिजे.
We should throw them out.
एकमेकांमध्ये भांडून त्यांचे जे काही डाव आहेत ते करत असतात. मी पेपरमध्ये बघितलं, काल बघितलं, आज बघितलं. आमचे पंतप्रधान जगभर फिरतायत. काय तो मोठा पट्टा घातलाय, स्टार ऑफ घाना.
Our PM is traveling the world.
इकडे घाण आणि तिकडे घाना, स्टार ऑफ घाना. पण एका बाजूला मोदींचा फोटो आणि दुसऱ्या बाजूला माझ्या महाराष्ट्रामधला शेतकरी कर्जबाजारी झालाय, त्याला बैल सुद्धा तर पोचत नाही, बैल मिळत नाही, म्हणून
Maharashtra farmers are debt ridden and they can't buy bullocks.
त्याच्या खांद्यावरती गळ्यामध्ये ते नांगराचं जोखड आहे आणि तिकडे आमचे पंतप्रधान स्टार ऑफ घाना. लाज वाटली पाहिजे, लाज, खरोखर लाज वाटली पाहिजे. आणि आजच पेपरमध्ये बातमी आले, 2 बातम्या आल्या.
There are 2 things that have
लाडक्या
come forward.
बहिणीचं पोर्टल आता बंद, नव्याने नोंदणी होणार
The
नाही.
Ladki Bahin portal has been shut.
आणि त्याही पेक्षा सगळ्यात भयानक गोष्ट म्हणजे संपूर्ण देशामध्ये
And the other thing
सगळ्यात
is
जास्त कर्जबाजारी शेतकरी कुठे असतील तर ते आपल्या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये. महाराष्ट्र आता थांबणार
the
नाही,
most debt ridden farmers are in Maharashtra.
काढतच राहणार. आणि ही यांची जी काही खेळी आहे, आपापसात भांडवायचं. मी एक साधी गोष्ट केली होती, जितेंद्र तुम्हाला माहिती असेल, आपण
I did one thing.
तिकडे चौपाटीला, जिकडे बिर्ला मातोश्री बिर्ला क्रीडा केंद्र काय आहे, मराठी रंगभूमीचं दालन, मराठी रंगभूमीचा इतिहास सांगणारं दालन, त्याची निर्मिती करण्याचे सगळे आदेश वगैरे राज्य सगळं झालं. आराखडा मंजूर केला मी. आणि 2-3 महिन्यापूर्वी बातमी आली की तो आराखडा त्यांनी केराच्या टोपीत टाकला, की जागा यांच्या मालकाच्या मित्राच्या घशात टाकतात. हा मराठीचा तुमचा अभिमान. मराठी भाषा भवनाची त्याचं भूमिपूजन मी केलं होतं. माझ्या सोबत अजित पवार होते, उपमुख्यमंत्री.
I had inaugurated that center. Ajit Pawar was deputy CM.
का तुम्ही आमची मराठी मारतात, का
Where is
तुम्ही
it now?
आमच्यावरती सक्ती करता आहात? अनेकदा सांगितलं की आम्ही कोणत्याही भाषेच्या विरोधात नाही आहोत.
We have said it again. We are not against any language.
जर आमच्यावरती सक्ती करण्याचा प्रयत्न केला,
But if you
आमची
force
शक्ती काय ती एकदा तुम्हाला अशी दाखवू
something on us,
की पुन्हा तुम्ही कधी डोकं वर नाही काढणार, पुन्हा डोकं वर काढणार. या सगळ्या गोष्टींकडे आपण आज एकत्र आलेलो आहोत.
we've come together on
आपल्यामध्ये
several
काढे
issues.
घालण्याचे उद्योग होतील.
They will try and divide us
त्यांचा
again.
बंदोबस्त आहे. एक
That
तर
is their
कुठे
business.
मी नेहमी सांगतो,
I keep
कुणाच्याही
saying,
लग्नामध्ये भाजपवाल्यानं बोलू नका.
don't call BJP for any weddings.
येतील मस्त श्रीखंड, बासुंदी, पोंगळ्या बिळ्या खातील
They will eat
आणि त्याला नवरा बायकोत भांडण लावून दुसऱ्या लग्नात
and
जेवण.
they will start division between the husband and wife.
बरं एवढं केलं तरी बरं, नाही तर त्या पोरीलाच पळून घेऊन जातील.
But that's fine. They may
आणि
also run away with
यांच्यासोबत
the.
काहीच नाहीये. कोणत्याही लढ्यामध्ये कधीही भाजपा नव्हता. अगदी संयुक्त महाराष्ट्राच्या चळवळीमध्ये सुद्धा भाजप हा सगळ्यात शेवटी आला आणि 57ची निवडणूक झाल्यानंतर सगळ्यात पहिल्यांदा बाहेर पडला. हे जनसंघ, तेव्हा त्यांचा जो राजकीय नाव होतं जनसंघ, यांच्याकडनं आम्ही देशाभिमान शिकायचा, यांच्याकडनं आम्ही महाराष्ट्राचा अभिमान शिकायचा आणि आम्ही आपापसात भांडून
They
यांना
separated from the Jansanghh.
सगळं काही बहाल करून टाकायचं, या सगळं विकून टाका, सगळा सत्यानाश करून टाका. अरे आपली मुंबईच्या शिंदड्या उडवल्या जात आहेत. अख्खी मुंबई कोणाच्या कशात घालतायत? कोणाच्या? बघत बसायचं सगळं. म्हणजे आज सगळ्यात जास्त जर कोणी जमिनीचा मालक मुंबईमध्ये असेल तो यांच्या मालकाचा मित्र आहे, अदानी. कोणाची जागा, कोणी रक्त सांडलं, कोणी ते हुतात्मा स्मारकाला वंदन करताना सुद्धा आपल्याला लाज वाटली पाहिजे. अरे त्यांनी तर रक्त सांडलं, बलिदान केलं, पण त्यांनी रक्त सांडून मिळून गेलेली मुंबई जर का आपण राखू शकणार नसू तर आपल्याला लाज वाटली पाहिजे, शरम वाटलं पाहिजे. म्हणून त्या रक्ताची शपथ घेऊन मुंबई आणि मराठीच्या रक्षणासाठी आपल्याला उभं राहायला पाहिजे. ठीक आहे, असतील, होते मत, पटली होती, पटले नसतील, पण याच्या पुढे मराठी आणि महाराष्ट्र धर्माचं रक्षण करणं आमचा हनुमान चालीसाला विरोध नाहीये, पण मारुती स्तोत्र आम्हाला काय
हनुमान चालीसा.
मारुती स्तोत्र आहे ना, भीमरूपी महारुद्रा. आमचा जय श्रीरामला विरोध नाहीये.
We don't oppose जय श्रीराम.
म्हटल्यानंतर राम राम हे म्हणणारे आम्हीच मराठी. हे तुम्ही आता जय श्रीरामची गोष्ट द्यायला लागलात, पण जय जय रघुवीर समर्थ सांगणारे समर्थ रामदास त्यावेळेला आमचे होऊन गेले. त्यांनी आम्हाला पहिल्यांदा रामाची भक्ती शिकवली. त्याच्यामुळे यांचा काही आगा नाही, पिछा नाही. राजकारणातले हे व्यापारी आहेत, वापरा आणि फेका.
They are business.
गद्दार काल एक
They are businessmen of politics. Use and throw.
किती लाचारी करायची. म्हणजे तो पुष्पा पिक्चर पाहिलात तुम्ही सगळ्यांनी, दाढीवरनं हात फिरून झुकेगा नाही साला. तसे हे गद्दार म्हणतात उठेगा नाही साला, कुछ भी बोलो उठेगा ही नाही. अरे कसा उठणार? आहे का तुझ्याकडे उठण्यासारखं? म्हणजे विचार मी म्हणतोय, अरे विचार वगैरे मी म्हणतोय. हिंदी भाषेच्या सक्तीला विरोध न करणारा बाळासाहेबांच्या विचाराचा पाईक असू शकेल? आपला मालक म्हणून त्याच्यासमोर जय गुजरात आपल्या बाळासाहेबांच्या विचाराचा पाईक असू शकेल? आता जे मला वाटतं कुठल्या एबीपीचं होतं ना, उघडा डोळे बघा नीट. डोळे उघडलेत, पण आता जर का डोळे उघडले नाही तर पुन्हा कधी उघडण्याची वेळ येणार नाही, कायमचे मिटून जातील. आत्ताच डोळे उघडा, आत्ताच जागे व्हा. आणि आता आलेली जाग जर का जाणार असेल तर मग मात्र स्वतःला मराठी आईची मुलं म्हणू नका, अजिबात म्हणू नका. आणि शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी जे काही शिकवलं, एक तर कोणावर अन्याय करू नका, पण तुमच्या अंगावर जर का कोणी हात उगारला तो हात जागेवरती ठेवू नका.
If someone raises a hand at you,
देवेंद्र फडणवीस भाषिक गुंडगिरी सहन करणार नाही तुम्ही म्हणता आहात. मला एक
Fadnavis,
मराठी
you
माणूस
say
असा
you will
दाखवा
not tolerate
की जो आपल्या
गुंडगिरी.
देशात इतर राज्यामध्ये जाऊन गुंडगिरी करू शकतो. हिम्मत आहे त्याची? एक मराठी माणूस दाखवा. पण तुमचे सगळे चेले चपाटे उठतायत, कोणावरही आरोप करतायत, तमाशे करतायत. आणि कोणताही मराठी माणूस किंवा कोणताही भाषिक इतर प्रांतीय भाषेत तिकडे गेला, राज्यात गेला आणि दादागिरी करण्याचा प्रयत्न केला तर उभा चिरून टाकतील तिथली लोक. बंगालमध्ये जाऊन बघा, तमिळनाडूमध्ये जाऊन बघा. मग आम्ही आमच्या घरामध्ये आमच्या न्याय हक्काची गोष्ट केली. बरं,
We are
कोणाशी म्हणतो आम्ही?
demanding our justice at home.
इथे सुद्धा काही अमराठी आले असतील. जसं राजने सांगितलं तसे आपले सगळ्यांचे अमराठी अनेक मित्र आहेत.
We have a lot of non-Marathi friends.
त्यांच्यामध्ये आम्ही गुण्या गोविंदाने नांदतोय. मग हे गुण्या गोविंदाने नांदले, एकत्र राहिले तर आपली पोळी कशी भाजली जाईल. म्हणून तुम्ही आमच्या एकजुटीमध्ये विषाचा खडा टाकतात. हे सगळे तुमचे डाव आता उघड झालेले. तुम्ही वाटेल ते करा. पण मी आज महाराष्ट्राला आवाहन करतोय, म्हणजे विनंती करतोय.
I appeal to Maharashtra today.
पक्षाचे आपण असो,
No matter which party you belong to.
समितीच्या वेळेला मराठी माणसाची एकजूट झाली होती, तशी एकजूट जर का आपण सगळ्या पक्षांनी मिळून अगदी भाजप मधल्या मराठी माणसांनी सुद्धा त्याच्यामध्ये आलं पाहिजे. का नाही यायचं? ज्या राज्यामध्ये राहता, ज्या मातीमध्ये तुम्ही जन्माला आलात, ज्या आईच्या पोटी जन्म घेतलात,
You stay in the state.
तिचे उघड जर का हे झिंडोडे काढणार असतील आणि आपण आपले पक्षीय भेदाभेद घेऊन
We have
त्यांना
to forget
पायघड्या घालणार
the
असू,
party differences.
तर असं षंडाचं जीवन जगण्यापेक्षा मेलेलं बरं. महाराष्ट्र हा शूरांचा आहे, वीरांचा आहे, दगडांचा आहे, पण यांच्यासारखं धोंड्यांचा नाही.
Maharashtra belongs to everyone, but not
ही
to
आपण
us.
आता एक शपथ घेतली पाहिजे. घेताय तुम्ही? घेतलेत की एकजूट केवळ आमचा कार्यक्रम. मी राजला परवा फोन केला, अरे जसं काय आपल्या पिक्चरचा
we are
प्रीमियर होता
together.
असं सगळेजण विचारतात आज कसं येऊ.
I had spoken to Raj on
प्रीमियर
the phone.
असेल, पण आजपासून सुरुवात झालेली आहे.
We have started today.
आजपासून सुरुवात झालेली आहे.
We have started from today.
एक तर आम्ही कोणाशी दादागिरी करणार नाही.
We will not tolerate anyone's
कोणी
dadagiri,
दादागिरी केली तर आम्ही ती सहनही करणार नाही.
and we will not stay quiet if someone does dadagiri.
शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी तेव्हा जे सांगितलं होतं तेच परत एकदा सांगतोय.
I'm telling you what Shiv
मराठा
Sena Supremo
मराठेतर,
said.
ब्राह्मण ब्राह्मणेतर, 96 कोळी 92 कोळी, स्पृश्य अस्पृश्य, घाटी कोकणी, हे सर्व भेदाभेद गाडून मराठी
Forget all
माणसाची
difference.
भक्कम एकजूट बांधा.
Marathi people should unite.
आणि शेवटी एक आवाहन करतो
And the last appeal I'll
सगळ्या
make
मराठी माणसांना आणि मराठी प्रेमींना आहे,
to all Marathi
तुटू
lovers
नका,
and Marathi
फुटू नका
people.
आणि मराठी ठसा पुसू नका. जय हिंद,
Don't break.
जय महाराष्ट्र.
Don't falter.
धन्यवाद उद्धव साहेब. या कार्यक्रमाला खास जे उपस्थित राहिले होते, कॉम्रेड प्रकाश रेड्डी, सौ सुप्रिया सुळे, कॉम्रेड अजित नवले, महादेव जानकर साहेब, जयंत पाटील साहेब आणि जितेंद्र आव्हाड साहेब आणि इतरही अनेक नेते आहेत. त्यांचे पुन्हा एकदा आभार मानतो. आणि ही तर खरी सुरुवात आहे अनेक अनिष्ट गोष्टींचा शेवट करण्याची. मराठी भाषेसाठी आणि मराठी माणसासाठी असेच उत्सवी दिवस.
So both Uddhav Thackeray and Raj Thackeray have spoken at this joint rally in which Uddhav Thackeray has made it very clear that the opposition does not need to learn nationalism from the BJP. He has invoked the Samyukt Maharashtra sentiment, accusing the BJP of never participating in any agitation and not really taking up the spirit of Marathi unity. He has also said that there's no need to learn nationalism from the BJP, while Raj Thackeray has said that assaulting people in the name of language shouldn't be done unnecessarily, but that if somebody goes overboard with disrespect for Marathi, then he could be given a slap. That's what he has said, clearly in some ways justifying what his workers have done. But both both cousins there, both Thackeray cousins there, making it clear that this is a joint show of unity and that there's more political realignment that could be expected in the coming days. They've both spoken about Marathi unity. They've said that this is a platform that has brought them together, and that has happened only because the BJP has disrespected the cause of Marathi. My colleague Radhika joins us with more details on this. Radhika, help us understand the big takeaways from what Uddhav Thackeray and Raj Thackeray said. But before that, let's take a look at the big takeaways, the big highlights from today's rally.
Connected over.
हे काढा मला सोड. मुंडगेकर साहेब आपण पण मुंडगेकर साहेब आपण वरती यावं, व्यासपीठावरती यावं.
Colleague Radhika, Raj Thackeray is now calling all leaders, all those dignitaries who are present at this event. Tell us a little bit about the big takeaways from what both of them said today.
You know, as far as the big takeaways are concerned, of course, this is political too, but you know, BMC elections and political colors to it. It is more about cultural and language pride. It is, of course, Marathi pride and identity that was the key highlight as far as both Raj Thackerays and Uddhav Thackeray's speech are concerned. It speaks about, of course, there is a veiled attack against the BJP over the Hindi imposition. They also begin the speech by thanking Devendra Fadnavis for bringing both of them together. It is as a result of the Hindi imposition, as a result of government's withdrawal of the GRs, as a result of Devendra Fadnavis, both these leaders stay united, and they continue to stay united for Marathi pride is an assurance, promise and a vow given by both the leaders. So it is all about Marathi culture and identity, no doubt about it. It also speaks about the perceived Hindi dominance, which both the leaders will not allow. There was some mention of hooliganism as well. Of that particular incident, Raj Thackeray there in a way endorsing it, while also stating that violence in all forms must be condemned, but if it reaches to a point where it cannot be tolerated, where you know, the other party doesn't really listen to what these leaders have to say as far as Marathi is concerned, then they will be forced to take action, and that action will not be, should not be shot in video cameras, is something Raj Thackeray has said. So very controversial statement there being made by Raj Thackeray as far as Marathi imposition in a sense is concerned. He says that if people do not cooperate, then they will be forced to take some action. Something that Uddhav Thackeray has also said, but also, you know, in a way stating that it is not about hooliganism. You cannot call it hooliganism, but it is Marathi pride. But if you want to call it hooliganism, then let it be. So that's the kind of reaction we are getting. They haven't completely condemned the violent episodes that have taken place in the last few days, be it of today or be it of Meera Bhayandar incident. So that is a big takeaway as far as the MNS taking law and order into their hands is concerned. But besides that, yes, it is all about Marathi pride, identity, also going on to say that non-Hindi states.
Right, Radhika, look at, I mean, if I can just tell you a little bit about the visuals there. Supriya Sule of NCP, led by Sharad Pawar, Jitendra Ahwad, who is also an MLA of NCP-CP, Sanjay Raut of Shiv Sena UBT, you know, all of them talking to Raj Thackeray also, Supriya Sule enjoying that conversation with Raj Thackeray. Clearly, there are indications as to what can happen in the future. And Uddhav Thackeray calling Sushil Kedia, you know, a man who belongs to their camp, you know, it's clearly a battle between them and us, right? So they're talking about how there are certain people who don't want people of Maharashtra to respect Marathi, and this is what we are fighting for. They're trying to make this law and order problem all about Marathi pride, and that clearly is some justification of law and order, which was not expected of at least Uddhav Thackeray, is what I think.
Absolutely. Justification of violence is something that we witnessed in that particular speech. Also, talking about Mr. Kedia, of course, he had put out those tweets stating that he will not learn Marathi, irrespective of what the others may want him to do, but he will not learn Marathi considering law and order, is, under threat at this point. But now Uddhav Thackeray going on to say that Mr. Kedia is BJP's man. So it's a veiled attack against the BJP, which both Uddhav, Raj feel are looking at Hindi imposition. So yes, it is about Marathi culture and pride, but it's also strategic and very tactical. Let's not forget that BMC elections around the corner. Let's not forget that it is political. Let's not forget that both the leaders have time and again.
Let's go back to the event. There, live visuals playing out of. The national anthem that played out there. Going back to Radhika now. Radhika, you're talking about the major takeaways from the Thackeray's victory march today. It's interesting that Uddhav Thackeray did speak about what he calls failure in governance. He spoke about the state of farmers. He also spoke about the state of industries. And Raj Thackeray spoke only on Marathi, the fact that the Hindi-speaking states don't have three-language policy. And there, Amit Thackeray and Uddhav Thackeray, the cousins coming together, those visuals also there. Radhika, coming back to you, tell us the larger socio-political significance of a meeting like this and what are the indications for the future?
As far as indications for the future are concerned, this is certainly a historic meet as far as both the MNS and Shiv Sena are concerned. Estranged cousins coming together after 20 long years. Of course, they separated as a result of political differences, as a result of power differences at the time. But now they've come together over Marathi pride. Let me just go across to some people. What do you want to ask? What do you want to say about the speech?
हे सर्व तुम्ही मराठीत बोलला असत तर आम्ही नक्की बोललो असतो फॉर बोथ ऑफ देम
भाषेचा विजय असो या दिवसाची वाट सगळे बघत होते एकदम सगळ्यात भारी गोष्ट झाली आहे मराठी जिंकली
खूप छान गोष्ट झाली दोघे एकत्र आल्या महाराष्ट्रासाठी खूप हिताची गोष्ट आहे
स्पीच के बारे में क्या कहेंगे
एक नंबर का पिच हुआ हमारे जो पब्लिक है उसके मन में जो था वो हो गए इसलिए सब जन खुश है सब खुश है
All right, so people are thrilled and excited to have seen both the leaders on stage together. Most people are only speaking in Marathi to us, irrespective of what language we question them in. So that's the kind of pride and identity, that's happening here at this point. It is, of course, identity politics, no doubt about it. As much as both the leaders would like to say this is not political, this has nothing to do with elections round the corner, this is not about both of them coming together as allies, as political parties. Of course, the undertones are of both of them may perhaps come together before the BMC elections, but be that as it may. And that is what the focus was as far as Raj Thackerays speech is concerned. There is also the resistance to Hindi imposition, which is very, very clear in both their speech. The fact that they tried to impose Hindi, the fact that there is, interference by...
Right, Radhika, we'll just come back to you. Anuj Raite also joins us. Anuj also has been covering this event. Anuj, I found it very interesting that Raj Thackeray talked about an incident from the past where he alleged that Prakash Javadekar, when the first time BJP Shiv Sena government was to be formed in Maharashtra, Prakash Javadekar had come up with a non-Marathi name, a non-Maharashtrian name, and Bal Thackeray was completely against the idea, and he said Maharashtra will be ruled by a Marathi. In fact, he spoke about his grandfather's involvement in the Maharashtra Samyukt Samiti, the Marathi Samyukt Samiti, which fought for Marathi. He also spoke about how the three-language policy is not compulsory in North Indian states. So his speech was entirely focused on Marathi, while Uddhav Thackeray spoke on governance, the alleged failures of the existing government. So tell us a little bit about what you think are the major highlights from the event today, and what do you think is going to happen in near future with respect to the Thackerays?
Vasudha, it's a very important observation because we've seen that Raj Thackeray's politics, although the influence that he has is seen across the state, but it is mostly concentrated to the Mumbai and the Mumbai metropolitan region. Whereas when you talk about Uddhav Thackeray, of course, Uddhav Thackeray may not look like as charismatic a leader as Raj Thackeray is, but the reach that he has and the administrative experience that Uddhav Thackeray has, has become strengthened, especially after him serving as the Chief Minister for 2.5 years with the Mahavikas Aghadi government. And today we see that there was a stark difference between the things that they talked about in their speech. Of course, at the surface level, it was about Marathi language, Marathi pride and Maharashtrian culture. But Raj Thackeray, as you said, was mostly speaking about the Marathi language. But Uddhav Thackeray referred to the government, referred to, he very interestingly also referred to the anti-superstition movement that was carried on by his grandfather Keshav Thackeray. And that becomes important to understand because of the difference of Hindutva that has been tried to be highlighted by people here when it comes to Shiv Sena, UBT and Bharatiya Janata Party. We've seen that UBT could not prove their Hindutva or could not translate into votes when it comes to the Vidhan Sabha election, wherein they got only 20 seats. But thereafter, it became a topic of concern on whether Shiv Sena UBT will reinvent their Hinduism or Hindutva. And that is when people started talking about him going back to not his father's Hindutva, but to his grandfather's Hindutva, which was more progressive when it comes to acts like superstition, etc. And a reference being made to that also stands out as an important part of this particular speech. In both their speeches, both Uddhav and Raj Thackeray, of course, very indirectly did talk about how the unity needs to be maintained, and this unity here needs to be seen from two different angles. Well, on one hand, they're talking about Marathi people uniting, forgetting the differences of caste, creed, region, religion, or even sex. But on the other hand, it is also about the unity of MNS and UBT workers coming together. The pictures that we saw in the end, the visuals that we saw in the end, where all the leaders came together, the most striking part of that entire visual was Supriya Sule holding the hands of Aditya and Amit Thackeray and calling them closer to Uddhav and Raj, creating this small Thackeray reunion moment. We also spoke to Sanjay Raut a while back, and although there were a lot of chats and a lot of statements about how this is purely an apolitical program, this is only about Marathi language, but speeches by both Uddhav and Raj gave away the fact that this is not entirely apolitical as well. It was in fact Raj Thackeray who, at most of the time he spoke about the language, but he also spoke about how the dream of Balasaheb Thackeray to get the Marathi brothers, to get the Uddhav Thackeray and Bal Thackeray together, he couldn't do it. Many others in the family and in the political circle of Maharashtra couldn't do it after Bal Thackeray, but it was made possible by Devendra Fadnavis. Now that is a very direct hint about an alliance between the two parties. On the other hand, we also had Uddhav Thackeray talking about it time and again, wherein he stressed on how the Thackerays need to be united, the family and the Marathi Manus in the state needs to be united, because the attempts to divide them on different issues will also be made. Uddhav Thackeray also referred to the elections, and because that is the major point of contention or concern has been highlighted by those in power. They're saying that this is an alliance, if it is an alliance, is because of convenience, is because of electoral reasons. And that was directly addressed by Uddhav Thackeray, wherein he said that they will try and divide the two parties, saying that we've come together for an election, but the M here does not stand for Mahanagarpalika, that is the local bodies, but M here stands for Maharashtra, right? So yes, there seems to be a long-term vision from both the brothers when it comes to the reunion as far as the political sense of it is confirmed, as it is concerned, but otherwise as well we can see a lot of social statements being made. One was that anti-superstition statement. It was especially important because a video went viral of a Shiv Sena minister, Gogaule, Bharat Gogaule, wherein he was seen conducting an act which was termed as black magic by many other experts as well. So we can see that statements, political statements were in plenty in this apolitical or a social movement, social program.
But Anuj, also help us understand the political symbolism of something like this, because you can clearly see Supriya Sule, Jitendra Ahwad, also, you know, other leaders from several other parties. Also help us understand if Prakash Ambedkar was there or not. Who are the people from Congress party who are present here, and how are they all going to justify you know, this whole justification of violence that happened? Because both Raj Thackeray in fact said that it's not okay to unnecessarily assault everybody, but you know, once in a while a slap is okay. And Uddhav Thackeray also spoke about how Kedia belongs to them and that these are people who are trying to divide us, but we will not let that because Marathi unity is important. So clearly, how are the other opposition parties going to you know, adjust to this new reality of these Thackeray brothers coming together?
You know, as far as the presence of the opposition leaders is concerned, none of the big Congress leader was present here, but earlier in the day, Vijay Vedettivar, the leader of opposition in the Legislative Assembly, had put out a tweet giving unconditional support to Marathis coming together. So that was their way of participating in the event according to the leaders. None of the big leaders are in the town, and that's the reason was cited by them. NCP had two very senior leaders, right? We had Supriya Sule and Jitendra Ahwad, former ministers and member of parliament being present here. And then also, you know, people from the other relatively smaller parties like the Communist Party, the Shetkari Kamgar Paksh, all of those parties were also present here for this particular event. Now, as far as the justification for violence is concerned, we saw very interestingly, you know, as far as the violence is concerned, it is MNS which has had a direct involvement in the violence, right? UBT has stayed far from it. Even when the, you know, a few acts of violence happened a few months back, UBT had made its stance clear that they wouldn't go attacking people, but they will teach people on how to, you know, learn Marathi. But today, you know, Uddhav Thackeray's speech, he not just attacked, you know, Devendra Fadnavis, wherein he said yesterday while speaking to media that, you know, they are against this fascism of language and they wouldn't tolerate injustice being done in the name of language. That was directly targeted by Uddhav Thackeray and not Raj Thackeray, and that is important to understand. Uddhav Thackeray, in fact, even went ahead to say that if, you know, injustice is meted out to Marathi people for a long time, you know, that will be met with a reaction. Now, that's a common thread we can find or we can spot between different leaders of both MNS and UBT. And even Raj Thackeray reiterated it on different occasions, saying that violence unnecessarily should be avoided, but only if it has been nudged by the other person. That is when it becomes unavoidable.
But Anuj, I would also say that all parties seem to be walking on eggshells when it comes to the Marathi issue, because there have been no arrests as yet. The assault on Mr. Kedia's office has taken place just a day after Devendra Fadnavis issued those very strong warnings. So all parties seem to be walking on eggshells here because they clearly don't want to hurt any Marathi sentiment. Saurabh Gupta, who has tracked Maharashtra for many years, joins us now from the newsroom. Saurabh, you know, we heard the Tutari sounds, the Marathi vibe to this entire event, the Maharashtra map there. Help us understand the optics of this event. Was this as big as something that we would see in, say, Shivaji Park? Help us understand the symbolism behind this event, and what kind of indications can you reflect for us that you could see coming up in the future?
Absolutely. It may have been a rally without political flags, but the political symbolism of this is something that, you know, anyone who's covered Maharashtra will understand. When Raj Thackeray started his speech, he said this rally should have taken place at Shiv Tirth, which is Shivaji Park, which is where Balasaheb's memorial is. Now, this is something also Raj Thackeray mentioned. He said, Balasaheb tried to bring us together. So many others have tried, but only Devendra Fadnavis succeeded in bringing us together. Now, the political symbolism is this: the two Thackeray cousins together on the stage, something that hasn't happened in 20 years, is not lost on anyone, definitely not on the BJP, because this is something that people have tried over decades, but the differences between the Thackeray cousins weren't resolved. Today's statements, we are here to stay together. We've come together, we're going to stay together, from Uddhav Thackeray. Raj Thackeray also reiterating that same sentiment, is something that is politically significant. It is a peak of political symbolism as far as Sena politics is concerned. And another person who would be watching very worriedly is Eknath Shinde, because obviously, you know, when the Thackeray cousins come together, the Sena, the Shiv Sena that Balasaheb Thackeray created, that image is something that is still there in the minds of the Marathi people or the Marathi Manus. And that's something that perhaps everyone would be waiting for. Now, there is, of course, politics to this. It may have been an apolitical rally for Marathi language, but the political symbolism of this is huge. It is going to reverberate in Maharashtra politics. You know, there are elections, BMC elections coming up.
Right.
You know, it's often been said it's a look ahead to that, but there is symbolism because this coming together is based on language and Marathi pride. So that's something that the two political parties, the Maharashtra Navnirman Sena and Shiv Sena, have made it very clear.
Absolutely, Saurabh, this could be the beginning of a new realignment in Maharashtra. And, you know, we're all tired of covering 6 parties in Maharashtra. It's possible that a merger could happen. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Radhika joins us back. Radhika, help us understand how is the ruling party in Maharashtra looking at this? Because electorally, both Shiv Sena UBT and more so Raj Thackre's MNS have a lot of problems, a lot of challenges. The assembly elections saw the Mahayuti, winning the state with a landslide. But clearly the flip-flop that happened with the GR on 3 languages policy also made it clear that the government wants to be sure, it probably does not want to hurt any Marathi sentiment. How is the BJP specifically looking at the Thackeray brothers coming together? Because they did try to stop this from happening.
Absolutely. As far as government is concerned, specifically BJP, of course, there was a flip-flop, but they were very cautious as far as this entire Hindi imposition issue was concerned. We saw both Uddhav Thackeray and Raj Thackeray speaking in the same voice. They had said they will come out in protest, which is what sort of made the BJP, made the state government backtrack on its GR, and therefore it was cancelled. But, as
okay, we'll try to fix that connection with Radhika. Anuj, to you now. Help us understand the same question to you. How is the ruling party, the Mahayuti, both Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena and also BJP, led by Devendra Fadnavis with complete majority? How are these parties and also NCP led by Ajit Pawar looking at this Marathi sentiment getting bigger, or at least become politically more relevant? It could be because of BMC polls, but this can become a socio-political challenge for the ruling party.
NCP wouldn't be too bothered with this because, a majority of their politics is in Western Maharashtra, which is, it is not centered around Mumbai. But to the other two parties, that is the BJP and Shiv Sena, it becomes a very important point. We've seen that ever since this chatter has been going on for the longest time, they both have tried to approach it very differently. On one hand, the Bharatiya Janata Party has, tried to completely put down this entire debate by saying that 20 plus 0, referring to the MLAs that they have in the Maharashtra Assembly, is equal to 20, which is still lesser than the least number of MLAs from the Mahayuti party. So they're looking at it from a very numerical perspective, but that's the narrative they are trying to set. When you talk about Shinde Sena, now this is the one party that finds itself in the trickiest water, as Saurav also was referring to it earlier, because when we talk about, the Maharashtra or Marathi sentiment, especially here in Mumbai, the Marathi vote share is divided into 3 major parties, MNS, UBT and Shiv Sena. And the last 2 elections have proved that UBT, although it might have underperformed as compared to Shiv Sena, Shinde faction in the rest of the state, when it comes to Mumbai, Mumbai stays more loyal to Thackeray, right? That is Uddhav Thackeray as compared to Shiv Sena. So their foothold has already been slightly weaker, and with now the other 2 Marathi stakeholder parties coming together, that is definitely going to hamper the chances of Shiv Sena, keeping in mind the BMC polls. BJP, on the other hand, has been very steadfast in making sure that they get the majority of the seats in the BMC election. Last time around, they were very close to forming a government here in the corporation all by themselves, but because there was an alliance with the erstwhile United Shiv Sena, they held back from doing it and gave Shiv Sena a chance. But this time, the unity of Marathi Manus can exactly come back to bite them, and that will be at the top of their agenda.
Absolutely, that's a very important point. We'll go back to Saurabh to understand the changing political realities of Maharashtra, because there is a demography that also needs to be talked about here. Mumbai is a city of migrants. How much will the Marathi sentiment resonate with present Mumbaikars? What do they want? Because clearly electorally there's been one decision that has been made, but there are of course changing realities which have also been represented by the Thackeray brothers coming together. But is the Thackeray an important surname there? Does it have that kind of political resonance that it had? That is what we discuss on the other side of this break. But moving on to, yes, it's time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Some say sport is a matter of life and death. The truth is, it is far more serious than that. Sport is about ecstasy and agony, about pain and suffering, about joy and much more. Some say there's no one better to tell these stories. So here I am. Join me, Boria Majumdar, on India's #1 news network.
बदलाव की इच्छा रखने वाले लोग, उनको ये तय करना है कि वो जनसुराज जैसे नए विकल्प को चुनते हैं कि फिर पिटे पिटाए अपनी पुरानी व्यवस्था में जाना चाहते हैं।
मैं चिराग पासवान पूरी तरीके से बिहार विधानसभा का चुनाव लड़ने के लिए तैयार हूँ और तत्पर।
तेजस्वी जी मुख्यमंत्री बने हैं, हमारी पूरी सपोर्ट है उनको। हम किंग मेकर की भूमिका में रहना चाहते हैं।
कि लोग घर से बाहर नहीं निकल पाते थे।
प्रधानमंत्री जी को बताना चाहिए कि इनका जो बिहार में जो सरकार है 50% जो नीतीश जी की मंत्रिमंडल में जो लोग बैठे वो परिवारवादी लोग हैं। वो अपने आप को भी परिवारवादी बोले।
जंगल राज लाने वाले मौका देख रहे हैं, अपने पुराने कारनामे करने का मौका ढूंढ रहे हैं।
Welcome back. At a time, MNS is under scrutiny for assaulting a shopkeeper in Thane. The party's Gunda Raj has peaked and Entrepreneur's Mumbai office has been vandalized. This is market analyst Sushil Kedia that we are talking about. Sushil Kedia's Mumbai office has been vandalized. MNS workers have trashed this entrepreneur's office just because he said on social media that he won't learn Marathi, that no amount of threat, in fact, no number of threat is going to make him learn Marathi, and his resistance to Marathi, he said, was because he wanted to protest against the gross misconduct of the MNS workers. But now Mr. Kedia has issued a video apology to Raj Thackeray, asking him to consider his humble submission. He has said that he takes back his words. Sushil Kedia had posted on X tagging Raj Thackeray earlier that he will not learn Marathi and that he is ready to see what people can do to him. But the statement sparked outrage amongst the workers of MNS who stormed his office and also vandalized his office. And now Mr. Kedia has released a video statement apologizing for his words, and he has asked Raj Thackeray, he has requested him to take his submission. Let's listen in to what he said.
Having come under pressure mentally from the violence inflicted on those who do not know Marathi, I ended up overreacting. I realized I must take back my overreactions and withdraw. Truth is, even after living for 30 years in Mumbai, the level of proficiency and fluency that a native Marathi born can have, we will not be able to achieve. And for the simple reason that when there is an atmosphere of fear that keeps on returning back time to time again and again, it creates natural hesitation. Dam ghut jata hai aise mahol mein. With this kind of a situation where our own are hurting our own, I erred completely in my emotional overreactions. I therefore urge, the same way that I have realized my mistake, and I wish to correct it unequivocally.
Well, Uddhav Thackeray and Raj Thackeray have reunited today after 20 years. Thackeray is coming together, and this is Raj Thackeray's first appearance after MNS came under scrutiny for its workers assaulting a shopkeeper and then also attacking an entrepreneur's office yesterday night. In fact, Uddhav Thackeray has said that the unity of the brothers is here to stay. In fact, Thackerays have reunited over Hindi imposition. It's the Marathi pride that has brought them together. Uddhav Thackeray has also slammed Eknath Shinde's Jai Gujarat remark. Let's bring in our guests here. Amitabh Tiwari, who is a political analyst, joins us. We also have my colleague Saurabh Gupta joining us from the newsroom. He has covered Maharashtra for several years. We also have Anuj Raite and Radhika Ramsamy, who has been covering today's events. Radhika, to you first, starting with the big takeaways from today's event, because Raj Thackeray really spoke about Marathi pride. He took on not just the Prime Minister but the BJP for the three-language policy, while Uddhav Thackeray kept his speech about Marathi pride and also about governance failures, but there was some sense of justification for the mob violence that has taken place in the name of Marathi language in the last few days, which clearly was surprising and in some ways not really was something that we expected.
That's right. It was a supercharged speech by both Uddhav Thackeray as well as Thackeray, largely on Marathi pride, Marathi identity, and that's how they named the event. It is nothing political, is something that was said, but there were a lot of political undertones to the event, no doubt about it. There could be a possible alliance. Of course, they did say that this is nothing to do with BMC polls, this is nothing to do with elections or two parties coming together. This is about the pride, the Marathi culture and pride, which was threatened by the state government here, which is why they were forced to take it back. Of course, because of their interference, because of the rallies that they called, the BJP, or rather the state government was forced to take back the GR. So therefore, this is a victory parade. This is a victory speech, no doubt about it. Estranged cousins coming back together, reuniting after so many years, and both of them named or courtesy Devendra Fadnavis is what they said, that it is as a result of Devendra Fadnavis, it is as a result of Hindi imposition that these two leaders decided to come together. So it is courtesy Devendra Fadnavis, is what both the leaders have said. Also going on to talk about how there is a clear resistance from Marathi people on the Hindi imposition, and they will stay united and they will continue to stay united. So clearly hinting at a possible alliance, but we'll really have to say whether it was just cultural and linguistic or if there is more to it.
Right, Radhika. A lot of sarcasm there in Raj Thackeray's speech, especially saying that what Balasaheb Thackeray could not do, Devendra Fadnavis achieved by getting the Thackeray cousins together. Saurabh Gupta, to you now. One of the most important visuals there is Supriya Sule, the daughter of Sharad Pawar, also the General Secretary of Sharad Pawar-led NCP, getting both Amit Thackeray, the son of Raj Thackeray, and Uddhav Thackeray, the son of Uddhav Thackeray, Aditya Thackeray, the son of Uddhav Thackeray, together, and getting them to pose for this picture. Help us understand the new generation of Thackerays. This was also about them getting a sense of unity. Help us understand what is their potential, what are their stakes, and how do you see Maharashtra politics revolving around these youngsters now?
Well, Aditya Thackeray has been in active politics, and of course he's someone who's an MLA from Worli, right where this event is taking place. The other part is that Amit Thackeray contested the elections. He fought from the Mahim seat, but he could not win that seat. Now, that was something that within the family perhaps didn't go down too well, given the fact that even though they were on opposing sides in that election, what happened was that there is larger consensus that, look, these two cousins have to come together for the sake of Marathi pride. That's the political line. That's something that, like you said, Raj Thackeray today referred to in his speech, that it was something that Balasaheb wanted, that the both of them to work together. And since then, there have been multiple efforts. For all of us who've covered Maharashtra politics for years, we know that this was something that perhaps a lot of Shiv Sena supporters wanted. Didn't happen. Now it's happened. But obviously, what is the future of this? Is this an alliance? Is this going to be some sort of, just an event, or is there a future to this? And that's where, the next gen comes in. You saw Supriya Sule there. Again, in terms of NCP next gen, when you see NCP SP, I beg your pardon, and then of course you see Uddhav Thackeray, the Shiv Sena UBT next gen, Amit Thackeray also part of that event, and there was a fist bump and there was a hug that Amit Thackeray and Uddhav Thackeray exchanged, and that's also significant purely from the symbolism point of view, from the optics point of view. Today's event was all about optics. It was all about political symbolism. It was all about these high rhetoric speeches that the Shiv Sena is known for, that Bala Sahib was known for, and that's something that has energized cadres in the past. Now, yes, there is a BMC election coming up. Yes, these, today's rally, there were, obviously, it was told that this has got nothing to do with elections, but the larger symbolism, the larger political optics of the two cousins coming together, and the next gen sort of also complementing that is very important in terms of Maharashtra politics.
Saurabh, stay with us for more insights on this story. And one of the things that I really understand from both speeches is also there is an indication that Uddhav Thackeray could have reached out to Raj Thackeray with that olive branch, because he said that I called Raj Thackeray and I told him that this would just be a premiere, but let it be. There needs to be more unity when it comes to Marathi. Amitabh Tiwari, who's an author, joins us. Amitabh, is this a political compulsion for the Thackeray cousins, because both their the dividends, electoral dividends, have sharply declined for these parties, or do you see this as a new realignment in Maharashtra politics?
Essentially, of course, it's a do-or-die battle for Uddhav Thackeray as well as Raj Thackeray, this BMC election, because they have received, in fact, Uddhav Thackeray's party has received a big jolt in the 2024 Vidhan Sabha elections, where not only Eknath Shinde's party won more than twice the Vidhan Sabha seats of Shiv Sena UBT, the party also now has the official claim on the symbol and the party. So essentially, the party which was controlled by the Thackeray's has now moved to a control under Eknath Shinde. So if the two brothers do not unite, what is likely to happen is that the demographics of Mumbai has changed over the years. Now the population is largely on an approximate basis, 40% Marathi speaking community, 20% Muslims, and 40% of outsiders or Gujaratis, North Indians, Marwadis, etc. So with Eknath Shinde announcing that he would contest the BMC as part of Mahayuti, what is likely to happen if the two brothers were contesting separately, the Marathi Manus vote would likely be split between these three parties, which would have helped or perhaps help the Mahayuti or the BJP to win in this BMC election. And if that happens, then what happens is that it gives Eknath Shinde the claim on Bala Sahib Thackeray's legacy. Correct. Right. So that needs to be stopped. For that, both the parties have decided to come together, at least on cultural and linguistic, as your reporter was saying earlier. Now we have to see whether this crucifies into a political alliance. See, Raj Thackeray, though has not won any seat, has a crucial 7% vote share in the BMC. Right. Even in the Vidhan Sabha election, Mumbai's 36 seats, their party polled 7% vote share. Right. So that's why we see he is being wooed by Eknath Shinde. He also had a meeting with Devendra Fadnavis, and now of course he is sharing the dais with Uddhav Thackeray. Right. So he has this crucial 7% vote share, which could tilt to any alliance and thus help that alliance at least pose a formidable challenge to the Mahayuti.
That's a very important point. Radhika, help us understand the electoral importance of Raj Thackeray, because like Mr. Tiwari is saying that, in BMC, he does have a stake, although he hasn't won any seat. Also, the municipal corporation elections that are coming up in various other districts and cities of Maharashtra, be it Nagpur or Pune, where in the past, Mr. Thackeray, Raj Thackeray, has had some say.
Absolutely. Raj Thackeray has had some say on local body elections, on civic body elections in Mumbai as well. BMC elections have not happened for quite some time, so that is highly anticipated. And it has traditionally been governed by Shiv Sena. Shiv Sena has a lot of say here, but post the split and elections happening, so that is going to be very, very significant. Will UBT Sena, with this linguistic approach, be able to get hold of the BMC this time, along with the help of MNS, if they decide to ally together before the local body polls? That remains to be seen. But electorally, we know for a fact that in assembly elections, Shiv Sena, UBT has just 20 seats at this point, so they did not do so well. Raj Thackeray, not just this time, the last time too, 0 votes. Honestly, as far as electoral performance of MNS is concerned, not that great over the last decade or so. But yes, he has the power to get people, to woo voters, do his campaign, the typical MNS style, get that Marathi identity politics on the ground, and woo voters in that identity and a linguistic, point of view. So that's what, perhaps they are looking at. And we know for a fact that not just in Mahayuti, within MVA, there is a lot of, flip-flop happening. There are talks of dissent. There are talks of all kinds of chaos and confusion among the leaders. So ahead of BMC polls, it is important for Uddhav Thackeray to make sure that, in this cultural and ideological scheme of things, he has an ally. So perhaps he sees Raj Thackeray as his allies ahead of these crucial polls.
That's a very important point. Is there going to be any political realignment of parties? How do the Thackeray brothers coming together affect the political landscape of Mumbai or Maharashtra? That is what we're discussing. Mr. Tiwari and Anuj, do stay with us. Thank you, Radhika, for joining us. We will see you in just a bit. Time for a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
If it matters to you, 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 it matters to India, it matters to India, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24x7.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term? Buy, sell or hold?
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Vishnu, 9 years till the AMCA comes online, the Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft, which is India's own stealth fighter project. 9 years is an eternity. in fighter technology, especially given what we've been seeing in the last few years, whether it comes to, drone tech, drone warfare, manned, unmanned teaming, which we've spoken about in a previous episode, the sheer scale of the network.
Well, the Thackeray brothers have come together for a victory rally on Marathi pride after 20 long years. Is this going to be permanent? Is this a sense that there is going to be some political realignment in the state, or this is just for the BMC polls? Amitabh Tiwari, author and analyst, is with us. Amitabh Tiwari, help us understand what does this mean for the opposition and also for the ruling party, the Mahayuti alliance in the state of Maharashtra?
No, see, essentially, if you see for the opposition, Uddhav Thackeray is part of the MVA. Now, whether Raj Thackeray joins MVA or the Shiv Sena UBT comes out of MVA and these two brothers have a separate bloc or an alliance. So if that happens, then we will see a three-cornered contest in BMC. The Mahayuti, the Thackeray brothers and the Mahavikas Aghadi comprising Congress and the NCP. If Raj Thackeray's party joins the MVA, what we also need to understand is that there is a crucial 20% vote share of the Muslim community, which has supported the Shiv Sena UBT in the Mumbai zone as well as across Maharashtra. Now, Raj has earlier in the past had a very strong stance, correct, against the Muslim community. So whether that would disturb the alliance prospects, but again, a counterpoint could be that the minorities do not have significant choice apart from a SP or an AIMIM, that also on a few seats only. So this has to be seen whether these two brothers join the MVA or choose to stay out of it. For the ruling alliance, what it does is that it does in a way pose some challenge. Otherwise, if these two brothers were contesting separately, then it would have been an easier path for the Mahayuti, because the 40% outsiders or non-Marathi, Gujaratis, Rajasthani, North Indian vote, plus a slice of the Marathi Manus vote, which would have accrued to Shiv Sena's Eknath Shinde's faction.
Right. Mr. Tiwari, MNS won about 13 seats in the 2009 assembly elections in Maharashtra, but in 2019, which is just 10 years later, it was reduced to just one seat. So clearly, at least at the assembly level or the Lok Sabha level, there doesn't seem to be many takers for this kind of politics that Mr. Thackeray practices. What is it then that is still, propelling his kind of politics? What gives him that kind of importance in Maharashtra?
No, see, because pan-Maharashtra, he does not have significant influence. But in that election, which you mentioned, 13 seats, MNS got 24% vote share in the Mumbai region. Even in Vidhan Sabha 2024, MNS has got 7% vote share. If MNS was part of the MVA alliance, the MVA alliance would have won three more seats in the Mumbai zone. So there is a section of the Marathi Manus which feels or which echoes his sentiment that the outsiders now have control over Maharashtra, and with this Hindi imposition thing also, this has given a chance to the brothers to unite. So there is a section, a small section, let's say 7%, 8% within Mumbai for sure, who, because Balasaheb Thackeray started his politics from here, has this legacy and this emotional connect also with these two brothers, correct? So now 23% vote share SHS UBT got and 7% vote share MNS got in the Vidhan Sabha election. Now this is likely to be a more hyper-local election than the Vidhan Sabha. So they have a combined 30% vote share, correct? 50% with Mahayuti, 30% with these two brothers, and around 20% with Congress, NCP, SP and other parties. So his 7% in a very hyper-local contest where candidates matter, and with this environment of an Hindi opposition, control of Gujaratis and the Marathi Manus, which is who is Eknath Shinde, being denied the chief ministerial chair.
Absolutely. And you're right, Mr. Tiwari, because if you consider the local elections that took place between 2015 to 2017, MNS seems to have done slightly better, at least in MNC, winning about 7 seats. Nashik specifically, when it won 40 seats in 2012, and then in 2017, it still wins about 5 seats. And there are also places like Pune, Kalyan, Dombivli, where the party seems to have at least made some marks. So clearly, at a hyper-local level, MNS will have a little bit of influence, which is why it is seeking political relevance, and which is what is something that is attracting Uddhav Thackeray to also, build those bridges with his estranged cousin. With that, it's time for a short break. Thank you, Mr. Tiwari, for joining us. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Thackeray cousins reunite after 20 years over Hindi imposition. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi takes a dig at Prime Minister Modi over US trade deal. Prime Minister Modi arrives in Argentina for bilateral meetings. As India and US are expected to ink a trade deal soon, Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal says India will negotiate on its own terms.
But I'd like to start this off by asking you, Vishnu, what you think about the whole question of India not having stealth fighters right now.
It's a huge
Everyone's
problem.
trying to sell them to us as well.
It's a huge problem, Shiv. Let's face it, in as much as we love the Rafale aircraft and the Indian Air Force is completely vouching for it, perhaps they'd like more than 100 more. The Indian Navy has just gotten into an order for 26 Rafale M aircraft. There is a generation gap between the Rafale and the stealth. There is a good reason why a stealth platform is called a 5th generation aircraft and a Rafale is a 4th or 4.5 generation aircraft, and that is low observability. So in as much as the Rafale has brilliant sensors, both in terms of its radar, its defensive suite, its electronic warfare suite, its towed array decoy system, it is not typically a low observability platform in quite the same manner in which a stealth aircraft is. Its design form is different. And therefore, if Pakistan does have low observable aircraft, which would be the J-35, in fact, the first ones might even start entering service or coming into the PAF ahead of entering service at some time this year, that India is in trouble.
So
Why?
this year? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
The first could actually start coming in this year. They're really pushing for it. And they've gotten apparently into some agreement with the Chinese to ensure that the funding is done on very loose and terms favorable to Pakistan, as has been in the case in the past. If Pakistan starts acquiring low platforms which are low observable, in other words, stealth platforms, then that's an additional headache for the Indian Air Force, because tracking stealth aircraft requires a certain specialization. It's much more difficult. The time that you have to actually engage a potential stealth target is reduced greatly, and therefore, it's a problem.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action.
Well, India's Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal has reacted to Leader of Opposition in the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, taking pot shot at Prime Minister Narendra Modi over India-US trade deal that's still being worked out. Let's listen into what Mr. Goyal said.
युवा युवतियों की ताकत देख के हमारी भी ऊर्जा बढ़ जाती है। जो उत्साह, जो उमंग, जो देश के लिए काम करने का सपना आज मैंने देखा आईआईटी मद्रास के विद्यार्थियों में, उनके एलुमनाई में, उससे हमारा विश्वास और अटल हो जाता है कि भारत का भविष्य भी उज्जवल है और हम विकसित भारत के अपने लक्ष्य को 2047 तक अवश्य प्राप्त करेंगे। भारत एक विकसित देश बनेगा। भारत में कोई बच्चा ऐसा पैदा नहीं होगा जिसके लिए अवसर ही अवसर नहीं होंगे। भारत का दुनिया में बोलबाला बनेगा और मैं मानता हूं प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जिस तरीके से देश को नई ऊंचाइयों तक पहुंचाया है, जिसके लिए आज शायद विश्व में और कोई नेता नहीं हो जिसको 25 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सम्मान मिले हों। कल उनको जो सम्मान ट्रिनिडाड और टोबैगो में मिला, उसको मिला के 25 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सम्मान माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को नवाजा गया है। ये दर्शाता है भारत का बढ़ता हुआ प्रभाव दुनिया में और एक प्रकार से विश्व का विश्वास आज मोदी जी पर है, भारत पर है और वो विश्वास 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों पर है।
कोविड के बारे में बात कर रहे थे, वैक्सीन के बारे में यहाँ के चीफ मिनिस्टर जी वो बोले हैं कि जिस तरीके के हार्ट अटैक हो रहे हैं, शायद हो सकता है कि कोविड वैक्सीन की वजह से हो रहे हो।
कितना दुर्भाग्य है कि जिस देश को विश्व की फार्मेसी माना जाता है, वी आर कॉल्ड द फार्मेसी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, जिस देश में हमारे स्टार्टअप्स दिन रात मेहनत करके नया नया नवाचार, नया नया अनुसंधान करके नए आइडियाज के साथ आज विश्व की सबसे बड़ी स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम बन गए, जिस देश ने कोविड की महामारी में भी घुटने नहीं टेके लेकिन हिम्मत से खड़े रहे, हमने अपने खुद की दवाइयों को दुनिया भर में भेजा। 150 देशों को भारत से दवाइयां गई बिना प्रॉफिट किए, 100 से अधिक देशों को तो मुफ्त में गई। जब वैक्सीन की किल्लत थी, $30 यानी 2000 रुपए का एक वैक्सीन मिलता था।
Some say sport is a matter of life and death. The truth is, it is far more serious than that. Sport is about ecstasy and agony, about pain and suffering, about joy and much more. Some say there's no one better to tell these stories. So here I am. Join me, Boria Majumdar, on India's #1 news network.
बदलाव की इच्छा रखने वाले लोग, उनको ये तय करना है कि वो जनसुराज जैसे नए विकल्प को चुनते हैं कि फिर पिटे पिटाए अपनी पुरानी व्यवस्था में जाना चाहते हैं।
मैं चिराग पासवान पूरी तरीके से बिहार विधानसभा का चुनाव लड़ने के लिए तैयार हूँ और तत्पर।
तेजस्वी जी मुख्यमंत्री बने हैं, हमारी पूरी सपोर्ट है उनको। हम किंग मेकर की भूमिका में रहना चाहते हैं
कि लोग घर से बाहर नहीं निकल पाते थे।
प्रधानमंत्री जी को बताना चाहिए कि इनका जो बिहार में जो सरकार है, 50% जो नीतीश जी की मंत्रिमंडल में जो लोग बैठे हैं वो परिवारवादी लोग हैं। वो अपने आप को भी परिवारवादी बोले।
जंगल राज लाने वाले मौका देख रहे हैं, अपने पुराने कारनामे करने का मौका ढूंढ रहे हैं।
A 36-hour non-stop flight by a small pack of B-2s. A lot of other aircraft were also involved, we know that. But let's talk about the B-2 flight itself. They took off from Missouri. 36 hours later, they landed back without once landing.
Yeah.
They delivered their bombs 18 hours later over Iran and then came back. How was this possible? Because the Department of Defense says at no point of time on this 36-hour journey was there any reason to believe that they were either detected or reacted to.
Well, they weren't detected, because if they were, then they'd be in some serious trouble. It's one of the most unbelievable missions, one of the most historic long-range strike missions. There were 7 B-2s, which by B-2 standards is a fair number of them. There was deception in the very beginning. There was a sense that some of them were flying west across the Pacific. In fact, they weren't. And even if a few planes were positioned in one area, they were not going to be flying the Pacific route.
That was the big distraction.
On social media said, you see the bombers, they're now flying west, so you know what's coming your way. But no. They flew them east across the Atlantic. There were 125 aircraft in total involved. Refuelers were involved at every stage. There were fighter aircraft which linked up 4th generation and 5th generation planes, 5th generation being stealth aircraft. And then after an 18-hour flight one way, right, shortly before they struck their targets, which was primarily Fordo, using a remarkable weapon which we'll talk about called the GBU-57, 30,000-pound weapon.
Monster.
Before that took place, there were several land attack cruise missiles launched from American submarines and possibly destroyers as well. Possibly in the Persian Gulf. Submarines, they don't tell us a location that could be as far out.
The American media says it was one submarine.
Thackeray brothers reunite after 20 years. Thackeray brothers' big alliance indication. Uddhav says, we have come together to stay together. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi takes a dig at Prime Minister Modi over US-India trade deal. Rahul Gandhi says Modi will surrender to Trump's deadline. Piyush Goyal has hit back, saying Congress and Rahul Gandhi have lost people's interest. Prime Minister Modi arrives in Argentina, where he'll be holding bilateral meetings with the president. This is the first visit of an Indian Prime Minister to Argentina in 57 years. As India and America are expected to ink a trade deal soon, Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal says India will negotiate on its own terms. A day after Congress passed the bill, US President Donald Trump signed the flagship Big Beautiful Bill into law. was a Maha reunion of the Thackeray cousins in Maharashtra today. Uddhav Thackeray and Raj Thackeray shared stage after 2005 for the first time, and they spoke about Marathi pride, they spoke about Marathi unity, and they've also taken on the BJP. They've also said that they've come together to stay together. Uddhav Thackeray also took a jibe at Eknath Shinde, who's a present Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, calling him a Gaddar. We came together, we have to stay together. That's the line that he has said with regard to his reunion with his estranged cousin, Raj Thackeray. Both Thackeray cousins coming together for the first time after 2005, first time in 20 years. Uddhav Thackeray's message of togetherness, we will throw you out, that's what he has warned the ruling party. Uddhav has also attacked the BJP, and he has given an open challenge to the BJP on Marathi pride. Raj Thackeray, meanwhile, has said that he does not need lessons on nationalism from the BJP. He has also said that the free language policy is not implemented in North Indian states, and that Maharashtra will not accept any disrespect to Marathi. Both leaders also spoke about the violence, but in some ways did not really condone it completely. Raj Thackeray also said that it is not important to assault people necessarily, but it is okay to give them a slap once in a while if they go overboard with the kind of disrespect that they've shown to Marathi. But Marathi pride was the entire vibe for this event. 2 decades long wait, Thackeray's have come together. They actually carried out a victory rally. This event was also attended by Supriya Sule and other leaders of NCP, SP. No prominent leader from the Congress, however, took part in this rally, but the optics of it was very Maharashtra-centric. My colleague Anuj joins us with more details on this. Anuj, first of all, explain to us the optics of it and also the political, cultural symbolism of this event, because the beats were Maharashtrian, the BAP was of Maharashtra, and the speeches were also largely in Marathi. So explain to us the vibe of this place and the cultural symbolism that it carries in today's context.
Well, yes, Marathi language has been a keyword here in Maharashtra politics for last 3 to 4 months, ever since the first GR in the month of April came, which made Hindi the mandatory third language. Since then, we've seen that the 2 prominent parties that have spoken, not just spoken, but have also hit the streets in protesting against that particular GR of the government, they have been UBT and Shiv Sena, UBT and MNS. And since then, we've seen that the chatter about their alliance has also been growing time and again. Although for the longest time, it seemed that it would just die down as a chatter, the reintroduction of the GR in a bit of a different format, and then the massive call for the rally which was supposed to take place today, and then it later been withdrawn, and the rally been transformed into a celebratory program. That is what has concluded just a while back, is a very important statement, in different sense. Firstly, politically speaking, it was reiterated time and again by members from both the parties that it is not a political program, it's a social program, and it needs to be viewed accordingly. Now, when you talk about social program, we had activists, we had writers, we had actors, theatre actors and singers from the Marathi film industry and from the Marathi industry as a whole taking part in it, which is a way of the Thackeray brothers and their party showing how they do maintain themselves as a soft power in Maharashtra politics. Now, numerically speaking, they may not have odds in their favor in the last couple of elections, last election when it comes to UBT, but then it is a statement being made by them in showing that they do hold a lot of significance regardless. Now, what becomes important to understand here, especially when you talk about Raj Thackeray, he stuck to the issue of Marathi throughout his speech, and you mentioned this earlier, right? Whereas Uddhav Thackeray, he made this a very politically, strong speech wherein he talked about farmer suicides. He made comments on Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and in fact also spoke about his arch rival, that is Eknath Shinde, who had said Jai Gujarat in a rally yesterday. Hopping into all of those controversies, Uddhav Thackeray got a chance to give it back, considering that he hadn't made a public appearance since 19th of June when the foundation day of Shiv Sena was celebrated. All of these things put into some sort of context gives away that it wasn't entirely any political program as well. Yes, elections have not been announced yet, but the movement and the attempts by the parties to try and woo players who they think will be beneficial for them has already started. In fact, Raj Thackeray is at the center of everything. We've seen that Raj Thackeray and Devendra Fadnavis had this very secretive meeting only last month in Bandra's 5-star hotel. Before that, Eknath Shinde paid paid a courtesy visit to Raj Thackre's house, where they had what they also termed it as a sneha bhojan, or just a leisurely lunch together. That is in fact what Uddhav Thackeray spoke against when he said that if Raj wants people here in Maharashtra to unite for the cause of Maharashtra, he needs to stop going to the houses of Gaddars. You're making a direct jibe towards Eknath Shinde. While today both the parties have given a number of hints about coming together in very indirect sense, both Raj and Uddhav, an alliance, an official alliance is still far from happening, is what we should, remember all the time, because similar kind of hints were exchanged in 2014 and 2017. In one of those instances, first there was the Vidhan Sabha election and then there was the BMC election. And in both of these occasions, both the parties have their own versions on why the alliance could not go ahead. Egos came in between. The power dynamics of both the parties, which were different in 2014 and 17, came in between all of those discussions. Today, if you look at the situation, things are very different politically for both those parties, right? Yes, Uddhav Thackeray's party did get success in Lok Sabha election, but the similar success wasn't recounted as far as the Vidhan Sabha election is concerned. Raj Thackeray has scored a big 0 in both of these elections, but has still maintained his political relevance with movements and with acts like what we've been covering since last few days as well. But still, Raj, having nothing to lose, has been tried to be wooed by other political parties in an attempt for them to get Marathi vote share, then be it Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena or Bharatiya Janata Party, who traditionally depend on the North Indian vote share here in Mumbai. Uddhav Thackeray similarly has, it is a difficult election for him, because he's only got 20 MLAs and his relevance is in question. So the alliance is much more important for Uddhav Thackeray than it is for Raj Thackeray.
Right. Anuj, also help us understand these two aspects. One, the visual of Supriya Sule, the daughter of Sharad Pawar, also part of NCP, SP, leading both Amit Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray to pose for that very important picture that came out of all the leaders standing together, including Uddhav Thackeray and Raj Thackeray. And also the second important thing, when Uddhav Thackeray says that I called Raj Thackeray and I told him that it will be like a premiere of a movie, but let it be, we have to come together for the sake of Marathi unity. I mean, it is BMC season now. Is that why Raj Thackeray has become the flavor of the season? Because everybody wants him. MNS has a little bit of stake in almost every municipal corporation. So local body polls are also on the minds of all these leaders.
It's funny how equation and dynamics between parties change from election to election. When it was Lok Sabha, Raj Thackeray did not contest a single seat, but he gave an unconditional support to the BJP-led Mahayuti. Mahayuti were outdone by Mahavikas Aghadi in that election. During the Vidhan Sabha election, there was a lot of chatter about whether Raj Thackeray will continue giving support to Mahayuti or not. He decided to fight independently, couldn't crack anything. He had to end up with 0 again, and that puts that makes it seem that BMC is a different ball game altogether. When I talk about the rest of Maharashtra, the appeal, the electoral appeal of Raj Thackeray is very limited. In BMC, at least, he's got a very strong 7% vote share, especially in the Marathi-speaking dominated areas, be it Dadar, Varli, Girgaon, or certain parts of northwestern suburbs of Mumbai as well. But beyond Maharashtra, beyond Mumbai, reach of Raj Thackeray is really very controlled, which is why it wouldn't be a very wrong assumption to make that Raj Thackeray is this flavor of the month because it's the BMC election coming up. But even that was addressed by Uddhav Thackeray, who said that seeing Marathi people come together, that was an indirect way of saying Thackerays come together. The opposition, that is the party in the power, BJP and Shiv Sena, will try to divide both of these parties, right, by saying that, oh, this is an alliance of convenience. This has been done only for the polls. But to clarify that, Uddhav Thackeray made it clear that M is the key word here, not just for Mahanagar Palika, that is the BMC, but also for Maharashtra and of course for Marathi as well. Whether this stands true, whether such kind of alliance firstly comes into being and then later on stays together will be a question which needs to be pondered over, because the alliance, it may seem an easy deal, especially when you talk about the higher-ups doing it. But on ground, the voter base of both of these parties is very similar to one another, right? So the more hyper-local an election becomes, difficult it is for a party to form an alliance with other parties, because they have tried. Both of these parties have tried to put down a foundation in the last 5 to 6 years at the very local level, right? Vibhag Pramukhs and Jilla Pramukh is the particular quantity that these parties have had for the longest time. So if an alliance is formed in Mumbai, will there be coordination on the ground level? Will the workers work for someone against whom they've campaigned for the last 1 decade? Those are the things and those are the calculations that need to be considered here. A discussion on which is expected to begin shortly, because now an event for optics has ended, but an event for calculation is expected to begin very soon. And especially, as you also said, that we had Supriya Sule, the next generation from NCP, Amit Thackeray and Uddhav and Aditya Thackeray coming forward as well. Well, optic-wise, yes, it does promise a lot, but electorally speaking, there needs to be a better plan in place from both of these parties to understand what their mettle exactly is going to be in the upcoming elections.
Absolutely. Anuj, last time a Marathi agitation took place in the 50s or even in the 80s and 90s, it was the Congress government that faced the brunt for it. It had to face this as a challenge. I'm not really sure if it's going to be challenging for the BJP because it has the numbers, but socially, politically, how is this resonance for Marathi sentiment going to play out in Maharashtra, especially with changing realities of demographics and migration? That remains to be a big question there. Moving on to other stories, but before that, let's take a look at some reactions to the Thackerays reunion today.
आज जवळपास 20 वर्षानंतर मी आणि उद्धव आम्ही एका व्यासपीठावरती आज येतो आहोत. जे माननीय बाळासाहेबांना जमलं नाही, जे अनेकांना जमलं नाही, आम्हाला दोघांना एकत्र आणायचं, ते देवेंद्र फडणवीसला जमलं.
कार्यक्रमाची घोषणा झाल्यानंतर साहजिकच आहे सगळ्यांचं लक्ष हे आज भाषणाकडे आहे. पण वैयक्तिक मला असं वाटतं की आज आमच्या भाषणांपेक्षा आमचं एकत्र दिसणं हे महत्त्वाचं आहे. पण एक गोष्ट नक्की की आमच्या दोघांमध्ये जो काही अंतरपाठ होता तो आनाजी पंतांनी दूर केला. आता अक्षता टाकण्याची काय तुमच्याकडनं अपेक्षा नाहीये. एकत्र आलो एकत्र राहण्यासाठी.
Well, the Thackeray brothers have come together. There has been another instance of MNS Gunda Raj that has been reported from Mumbai. Sushil Kedia, who is a market analyst, his Mumbai office has been vandalized by MNS workers. You can see the visuals there, MNS workers attacking the entrepreneur's office. Sushil Kedia is a market analyst. He had posted on X and on Facebook that he won't learn Marathi to protest the misconduct of MNS workers and that he has been living in Mumbai for 30 years and no number of threat is going to make him a fluent Marathi speaker. Now, of course, Mr. Kedia has issued a video apology. He has also requested Raj Thackeray to consider his submission. He has said that he takes back all his words. He has issued a video apology. Those visuals there of MNS workers attacking entrepreneur, market analyst Sushil Kedia's office. Remember, this is the second such incident which has been reported. In fact, the third such incident that has been reported of MNS workers assaulting a common man's house or property. In fact, just 3 days ago from Thane, there was an incident that was reported of MNS workers assaulting a shopkeeper just because he did not speak in Marathi. Devendra Fadnavis, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, yesterday issued a strong warning saying that incidents of violence over language will not be tolerated. But let me also remind our viewers that no arrests have been made in the previous incidents as well, although 7 people have been booked for violence. All of them are office bearers of MNS. Let's
Having come under pressure mentally from the violence inflicted on those who do not know Marathi, I ended up overreacting. I realized I must take back my overreactions and withdraw. Truth is, even after living for 30 years in Mumbai, the level of proficiency and fluency that a native Marathi born can have, we will not be able to achieve. And for the simple reason that when there is an atmosphere of fear that keeps on returning back time to time again and again, it creates natural hesitation. Dam ghut jata hai aise mahol mein. With this kind of a situation where our own are hurting our own, I erred completely in my emotional overreactions. I therefore urge, the same way that I have realized my mistake, and I wish to correct it unequivocally.
My colleague Sujata joins us with more details on this. Sujata, you've been asking some very tough questions to MNS workers. How is the administration looking at this recent incident of the attack on an entrepreneur's workspace?
Absolutely, and we know that it was when the MNS workers, they hit a shop owner in Mira Road, and the case went on to be serious, but yet there was only a non-cognizable offence that was registered earlier. But later, after the day, it was on the 1st of July when a formal FIR was registered in the matter. However, 7 of those MNS workers, they were brought to the police station and later left out because of the police authorities taking it lightly and applying section BNS 35, which gives you imprisonment of less than 7 years. But now, again, we see that today at around a few hours ago, it was again these MNS workers who hit Sushil Kedia's office, which is situated here in Worli, where I'm present. And thereafter, the State Reserve Police was deployed at the site. And until then, the goons or the MNS workers, they had left by then. Now, this is again a serious incident because the place where this incident has happened, it is just 1.5 kilometers away from the Worli Dome, where Raj Thackeray and Uddhav Thackeray were seen together after decades on the same stage, giving speeches and motivating their party workers. But how does, they justify this? Whereas Sushil Kedia now, all of a sudden, in a dramatic tone, apologized, stated that it was, out of pressure and out of just tension that he gave out such statements, that he takes a swear to not learn Marathi ever, if this is how MNS preaches to teach the people of Maharashtra, the non-Marathi speaking community, Marathi. So this is again, Sushil Kedia apologizing. What could be the reason? Is it out of fearfulness? Is also a bigger, is a big question in the tray for now. But Sushil Kedia apologizing, and now Raj Thackeray too in his address did tell his party workers that violence is not the platform to resort to. However, even if somebody doesn't understand their peaceful tone, they must be dealt like this. But no videos should be made or recorded. That was out of humility, of course. But again, how to decode this is a big question, because here in Mira Road, already 7 arrests. They were not arrested. Those accused are set free. And the shop owner, he's still demanding for justice because of the harm that has happened to his reputation, to his overall health. And yet, the workers who we spoke to, they told us that they are going to repeat this if incidents are carried out. So there are multiple problems. We'll have to wait and watch that after Raj Thakuray's addressal. How do we see the ground impact to be changing?
Absolutely. The leader has to take a tough call on this and say that, nothing of this needs to be done by any of his workers. And that really hasn't come from Raj Thackeray. And with that, we move on to the other story. Thank you, Sujata, for joining us. Well, Bihar Chief Minister has held a review meeting on law and order today with the DGP and also senior police officials, and it comes after the murder of a businessman in Patna, Gopal Khemka. Law and order is government's topmost priority. That's what he has said. No matter who the criminals are, they will not be spared at any cost. Those strong words issued there, but this is after the crime that happened of the murder of Gopal Khemka, a well-known businessman in one of those well-known areas of Patna. Directed to expedite the investigation of criminal incidents and take swift action against guilty. That's what Chief Minister of Bihar has said. He has also said that he has instructed police and administration to work with full preparedness and strictness to maintain law and order in the state. Let's take a look at some reactions.
बिहार के रेवेन्यू देने वाले लोग, बिहार जिस व्यवसाय से चलता है, उस व्यवसाय के जब सुरक्षा नहीं दे सकती है, तो नीतीश कुमार को रिजाइन दे देना चाहिए.
Well, my colleague Prabhakar joins us on the phone line. Prabhakar, Bihar is going to witness elections in just a few months from now. This is clearly going to be a political flashpoint. How is the administration looking at the murder of Gopal Khemka, and how is the opposition attacking the government on this?
See, opposition would not actually let this opportunity go. So they are very aggressive as far as this particular incident is concerned, and they are attacking the government that they have gone to an extent of demanding resignation of the Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, calling it a complete state of lawlessness in state of Bihar, and that too just before the elections. But as far as the investigation in this concern and the stand of the government is concerned, after this incident happened, Nitish Kumar immediately summoned the senior SP, the DGP and all the senior officials to his official residence, held a review meeting over there, and he has given instruction to all of them to ensure that whosoever is behind this gruesome murder is actually not only nabbed but taken to task and brought to justice. So administration and the government on their part is trying to do their best, trying to send out a message that though this incident has happened, but they will not spare anybody who is involved in this entire incident which has happened. And Nitish Kumar has given out a clear signal. He has even posted on his X account saying that the government is very serious about the investigation of this matter. Now, 2 SIT teams have been formed, one by the Patna police, another by the STF Bihar, and they are doing the investigation separately. They are trying to fish out the CCTV footage of this entire area. One of the footage is with NDTV, which we are showing to our viewers.
Right.
But they are further investigating into it, and they are very confident that very soon they will be able to crack this case.
Right. After the gruesome murder of Gopal Khemka, businessman in Patna, the Chief Minister has held a very important review meeting there, and he has said that law and order is going to be #1 priority for his government. Thank you, Prabhakar, for joining us. With that, it's time for a short break. More news and updates.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Thackeray brothers reunite after 20 years. Shiv Sena UBT President Uddhav Thackeray on Saturday shared stage with his estranged cousin Raj Thackeray for the first time in 20 years and said they have come together and will stay together. Addressing a victory gathering after the Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis-led government revoked order introducing Hindi as a third language from class 1 in state schools, he said they won't let the government impose Hindi on them.
If it matters to you, 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 it matters to India, it matters to India, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24x7.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Vishnu, 9 years till the AMCA comes online, the Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft, which is India's own stealth fighter project. 9 years is an eternity in fighter technology, especially given what we've been seeing in the last few years, whether it comes to, drone tech, drone warfare, manned, unmanned teaming, which we've spoken about in a previous episode. The sheer scale of the network and how it's becoming very much part of the future battlefield. I'm wondering whether 9 years from now, what we perceive to be a fifth generation aircraft is going to look like vintage stuff.
And what's more, we want to crack a century on debut with our first stealth fighter. What are the chances of that happening? The number of technologies which you need to master. It's not just low observability, but reliability of the engine, integration of the GF414 engine onto that platform, if indeed that's the engine that's finally selected. The radar itself will be new build. We made a lot of progress as far as that is concerned. But weapons integration with the latest generation Astra missiles, presumably, all of that has to work. A stealth platform isn't just low observable, it's also got distributed arrays. In other words, it's got radars and other sensors, electro-optical sensors located across the platform. So that the pilot over there uses the aircraft not just as a fighter, but as a sensor. It is a sensor within a group of sensors which acquire information, pass it on through data links, and use it to exploit airspace, hit targets on the air or on the ground or out at sea. All of those sensors, radars, technology, low observability, the fly-by-wire control system, the new generations of weapons that you've got online, they all have...
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Well, India's healthcare landscape is at a tipping point as we battle a dual burden of lifestyle diseases and communicable illnesses. It's no longer enough to just treat what is visible. We understand that prevention is emerging as the first line of defense, but what does preventive healthcare truly mean in a country like ours where access, awareness and affordability remain huge barriers? We have with us Dr. Ashutosh Raghuvanshi, who is the MD and CEO of Fortis Healthcare. Thank you, Dr. Raghuvanshi. My first question to you, sir, I was looking at some of your interviews and you have been focusing a lot on preventive healthcare. What does this mean in the Indian context? Because in India, we often look at hospitals as places you go to when you fall ill. How has that shift really reflected in the operational style of hospitals like yours?
Yeah, I think there are two parts to this question. And the first one is that most of the systems around the world are designed around illnesses and hospitals. It's curative health is where the focus is. And it is not unique to India, but it's all over the world. And the focus has always been on that side. However, I think in a country like India where there are two diverse sets of population. We have a rural population which is suffering not only from the exposure to communicable diseases which are still there. There is still a significant burden. They are also having non-communicable diseases. Incidence is increasing as well at the same time. And at the same time, the urban population where obesity and such things are becoming a real-time problem. So in a country like India, if you look at our healthcare budget, and if we focus that entire budget on the curative side of this, we simply cannot afford as a nation. So prevention is an important part. Having said that, prevention is not something new. Preventive medicine has been there for a long, long time. And that's precisely the reason why the incidence of communicable diseases has come down around the world. And there are phenomenal examples. Polio is one glaring example, but there are several other examples of where the preventive part, especially the vaccination part, has, though nowadays, there are a lot of vaccine naysayers as well. But at the same time, I think what has been achieved is phenomenal.
Right.
And we have gone quite ahead in terms of prevention. But different levels of prevention, primary, secondary, tertiary, are required. In India, different set of populations require different set of preventive measures.
Right.
And as I was listening to the previous panel, and there is so much of information around, but all that information is not getting channelized somehow, and it's not becoming actionable at an individual level.
Yes.
So I think we need to focus on that.
Right. Dr. Raghuvanshi, there's one more word that we keep hearing, and that's wellness. How do we become a society that's, conscious about the diseases that it has, to being a society that is also very, conscious about the aspect of wellness? What are you doing in Fortis Healthcare to bring in that concept? Because when we look at hospitals now, they're becoming happy spaces. You see a lot of diagnostics. There's data that is explained to you. How do hospitals or private healthcare spaces become happy spaces for people to bring in more positivity and not just look at fixing the problems in their bodies?
Yeah. I think that is very important. Wellness is the concept which private healthcare is adopting more and more in different formats. So we also are doing our bit. And in that regard, we have identified few key areas which we think are very, very important and which are underserved as well. So mental health is one such very important area for us. And we have done several measures there. But other than that, we are also creating an online platform which is for counseling for people, which is not for treatment, but for counseling when people need to talk and they want that kind of support. That is available 24/7. And the third one which we are doing is to create infrastructure, physical infrastructure, which is for the patients who require interventions in mental health space. So that is one area which we are working for. Other than that, we are creating the wellness centers in all our hospitals. One of the areas in the diagnostic is the genomic sequencing, which is a good predictor of a lot of diseases one may have in future. And that can give rise to a specific preventive plan for an individual, a personalized preventive plan for an individual. So we have this next generation sequencing, which can give the report the same day, so that increases the kind of probability of preparing a kind of personalized plan for an individual.
Dr. Raghuvanshi, also what would you tell a lot of people who use AI, ChatGPT to understand what's happening to them, when it comes to preventive healthcare? What is the red line that they need to draw for themselves?
I think one has to understand that these tools are not yet there. They do give an indication, but that indication could be wrong also. At the moment, at the best, you can get 60-70% accuracy, not beyond that, and sometimes even less. Because ChatGPT is going to give you analysis based on what inputs you give. So if your inputs aren't correct, your output is not going to be good. So it's not the limitation of ChatGPT, but it is also the limitation of inputs. At the same time, the tool is a self-learning tool. Yeah. So the more people seek information from it, the more accurate it will become. So at the moment, I feel that its role of artificial intelligence is only in assisting doctors in making diagnoses or getting to some conclusions. But for patients to self-manage based on ChatGPT is a little risky at the moment.
Do you see a lot of patients coming to you after looking at what ChatGPT is telling them? Do you have to face those challenges of telling them that this is not entirely correct and I'm going to tell you what is important?
Yeah, I am not in clinical practice at the moment, so I don't have personal experience like that, but I do keep hearing all the time that this happens, people come with their symptoms. But an aware patient is always better than a patient who's not aware. So I don't think it is a negative that people are doing research on their symptoms on Google and ChatGPT or whatever other tools they might use, because that means they are taking care of their health, and wellness becomes an important part of that.
Right.
So I think an aware patient is a better patient.
Okay. Dr. Raghuvanshi, also, I mean, a wellness-driven approach, does it work for big hospitals like yours? Because a lot of it is dependent on patients who are ill, who have these severe illnesses. How has it worked for Fortis Healthcare? You know, the shift going to preventive healthcare from something like, just say, that was centered around illnesses.
So it is not binary that you do preventive care or you do only curative care. Both the areas are equally important. And both will be required. As I was saying earlier, that preventive care has been there for a long time, but it has to become more focused. I think both have to be done. For private setups, it is a challenge to decide because there are commercial interests, etc. However, it is a moral and social imperative on the healthcare industry. Unfortunately, we call ourselves healthcare industry, but we only focus on illness. That should not be the case. We should be focusing on good health.
That's very important. Focus on good health and wellness. While we wrap out of this conversation, we look forward to a 5-part healthcare series featuring Fortis Healthcare on NDTV soon. Here's a look at this partnership which promises to decode the evolving healthcare sector where prevention is no longer a choice. It is a necessity and wellness is priority, like Dr. Raghuvanshi also said. Let's have the logo now. Dr. Raghuvanshi, what are your thoughts on this logo and on this partnership? And also, you know, a collaboration like this, how important do you think it is for the realm of preventive healthcare?
No, this is extremely important. I think NDTV has been the path breaker. We had earlier a relationship on the organ donation for many, many years. And I think this relationship will continue. I think media's role is very, very important. It brings it into the focus, and it is the information which is reliable information. So that makes it even more valuable.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Mainstream media is a reliable source of information, and like Dr. Raghuvanshi says, that one has to be really careful when it comes to tools which are still evolving. As we close this conversation, one thing is clear. Healthcare is no longer about hospitals, but it's about habits. Fortis Healthcare, in collaboration with NDTV, brings you a 5-part healthcare series that unpacks this evolution from illness to wellness, from reactive to preventive. Join us as we decode how India's healthcare is not just healing lives, but also empowering them.
But I'd like to start this off by asking you, Vishnu, what you think about the whole question of India not having stealth fighters right now.
It's a huge
Everyone's
problem.
trying to sell them to us as well.
It's a huge problem, Shiv. Let's face it, in as much as we love the Rafale aircraft and the Indian Air Force is completely vouching for it, perhaps they'd like more than 100 more. The Indian Navy has just gotten into an order for 26 Rafale M aircraft. There is a generation gap between the Rafale and the stealth. There is a good reason why a stealth platform is called a 5th generation aircraft and a Rafale is a 4th or 4.5 generation aircraft, and that is low observability. So in as much as the Rafale has brilliant sensors, both in terms of its radar, its defensive suite, its electronic warfare suite, its towed array decoy system, it is not typically a low observability platform in quite the same manner in which a stealth aircraft is. Its design form is different. And therefore, if Pakistan does have low observable aircraft, which would be the J-35, in fact, the first ones might even start entering service or coming into the PAF ahead of entering service at some time this year, that India is in trouble.
So
Why?
this year? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
The first could actually start coming in this year. They're really pushing for it. And they've got.
In today's fast-paced world, stress has become a part of our daily lives. Deadlines, personal expectations, family responsibilities. We all deal with pressure, but the important question is, when does daily stress stop being normal and become a serious mental health concern? आज हम बात करेंगे कि मानसिक स्वास्थ्य के संकेतों को कैसे पहचाना जाए और कब ये सिर्फ थकान या तनाव नहीं बल्कि एक गंभीर समस्या बन जाती है. And also, when should we seek help and from whom? Joining me is Dr. Sameer Parekh, Director, Department of Mental Health Fortis, Dr. Bhavak Garg, Associate Professor and Senior Consultant Psychiatrist, और Dr. Manushree Gupta, Senior Consultant Psychiatrist. आप सभी लोगों का स्वागत इस मंच पर. Let me begin with you, Dr. Parekh. We all feel stressed at times. When should we start feeling concerned about it and that level of stress is not the usual daily routine stress?
No, I think two aspects to this. Stress is a part of everyday living. It's not possible not to experience some kind of stress related to something or the other. I mean, we are sitting here having a conversation. I mean, I need to have enough stress to have enough focus right now to prepare for it. You would have had your preparation. If you're not stressed enough to plan and prepare, you won't do well. But if you're so stressed that your mind numbs, you aren't able to think, you have a blackout, you fumble, that also is a problem. But stress is a part of our life. चाहे वो हमारा personal relationships हो, workplace हो, academic हो, रोजमर्रा की hassles हो, stress जिंदगी का हिस्सा है. The difference is we all need to have the right kind of coping skills to be able to deal with this stress. ये एक हिस्सा हुआ कि हम अपनी coping skills को इस तरह से रखें कि रोजमर्रा की जिंदगी के stress को manage कर सकें. और वही mental health है. Mental health is recognizing your strengths and being able to deal with the daily stresses of life. On the other side are mental illnesses. And it's important to see them as two different parts. Mental illness, like any other illness,
physical
needs
illness,
to be treated like how you would treat any illness. You go to an expert, you take medications, therapy, lifestyle, whatever is involved. And for stress, you continue to evolve, learn, be open. And those are the two ways you need to look at it.
बिल्कुल. अब डॉक्टर गर्ग, हम सब ये जानना चाहेंगे कि जो अर्ली स्पेसिफिक वार्निंग साइंस हैं, शायद यहाँ हॉल में मौजूद सभी लोगों को ये जानना ज़रूरी भी है, वो क्या हो सकते हैं जिसके बाद हमको चिंता करनी चाहिए?
Like sir said, that stress is a part of everyday life, and we call that as eustress. And the stress, when it goes beyond the abilities of a person, the abilities till the time the person is able to cope, then it becomes distress. So you means good and dis means bad. So all of us, we need that stress to function properly. Till the time we have eustress, our performance becomes optimal. But when it becomes distress, it goes beyond the coping abilities or skills, then it leads to impairment in the functioning. And this is what is most important for us. For us mental health professionals, for us psychiatrists, any kind of dysfunction, be it social or occupational, सामाजिक और व्यावसायिक जीवन पे जब बुरा असर पड़ने लगे, इंसान अपने रिश्ते नहीं निभा पाए, बाहर जाने से कतराने लगे, avoiding meeting people, going to various gatherings and parties, occupational dysfunction होने लगे, काम में efficiency poor हो जाए, absenteeism from workplace, और students के केस में academic performance decline होने लगे, right? So when these things happen, then we say that it is now amounting to possibly a mental health issue or a mental health disorder. It's beyond the normal stress of life. Similarly, जो warning signs की अगर हम बात करें, so they will also occur on a spectrum. हम जब stress में होते हैं, तनाव में होते हैं, so earliest thing that usually happens with us is our sleep gets disturbed. Or there may be changes in our appetite. कई बार भूख ज़्यादा लगने लगती है, कई बार भूख कम लगने लगती है. लंबे समय तक हो, there can be changes in weight. छोटी छोटी बातों पे we start getting irritable. बहुत जल्दी चिड़चिड़ापन होने लग जाता है. कोई कुछ भी कहे, we snap very quickly, we reply back harshly, or we are not able to comprehend a situation. Suddenly going blank. Conversation में हम involved है, suddenly our mind may wander. We get distracted very easily. So these are some signs which show that there is some mental health stress, irritability, impairment in sleep, change in appetite patterns, change in weight, snapping easily, right? So all these are indicators or early warning signs of stress. But at the same time, again a word of caution, just having these does not mean कि mental health disorder or mental health issue हो गया है. Only if they are present, which comes to the second part of how we define a mental health issue or a mental disorder, if it becomes persistent and pervasive. जब ये ज़्यादातर दिनों में दिनों के लिए ज़्यादातर समय रहने लगे ये लक्षण, then we call it as a mental disorder, and we have different classificatory ways जिसमें duration defined है. For example, for depression it's 2 weeks, for mania it's 1 week, and so on and so forth. Right. So early warning signs. Yes, there is possible stress. Something needs to be done. Maybe lifestyle modification, venting out, talking to your friends, to your neighbors, to your relatives, to your work colleagues. If it becomes persistent, pervasive, and leading to social and occupational dysfunction, then possibly professional help is required.
Talking about the early signs of stress, and we are seeing nowadays the younger generation, the school-going children are facing these issues. We really want to know what role can parents and teachers play in identifying the stress, the issues which the child is facing at a very early stage.
Parenting, yes, and I'm glad you spoke about young children. So it's been known since last 20 years or so through a robust body of evidence, such studies which have been carried out over 50 years, 60 years. They have identified parenting as the most important risk factor for somebody to get mental illness later in life. So we don't emphasize parenting enough, and we are all at sea how to do this job very well. So parenting skills, parenting workshop is very important. And similarly, teachers in later part of childhood become proxy parents. When the child starts to withdraw from his immediate parents, the parental figure, teachers are the next important figure in anybody's life. So it cannot be overemphasized that parents in early childhood and school teachers in later childhood play a very important role in the identification of stress, mental health issues in young children. Now, it has been known for some times that early childhood adversity, any kind of trauma, any kind of abuse, like for example, bullying in school, or any kind of physical or sexual abuse that a child may go through at home or school, is a very important risk factor for mental illness. So when we say how to identify, of course, in young children, the primary marker that has been understood is a fall in academic performance. We often emphasize how the child is doing academically at school. So one of the first markers of any kind of adversity is fall in academic performance. And then similarly, the children are not very good at articulating their stress, their inner emotions. So we gain much information by observing, by free play, right? So how the child is reacting to his immediate peers, maybe his friends, if he or she is undergoing any kind of withdrawal, any kind of social withdrawal, he has become irritable, or he has become aggressive or violent with maybe his toys or his peers. That may be one of the first signs of any kind of stress in the child. Right. Thank you.
Dr. Parekh, जो बात यहाँ पर कही जा रही है कि जो ट्रिगर पॉइंट्स हो सकते हैं या फिर अर्ली साइंस हो सकते हैं, यहाँ ये समझना ज़रूरी है कि अर्ली चाइल्डहुड में अगर किसी तरह का पैटर्न देखा गया, क्या वो तुरंत रिफ्लेक्ट करता है या फिर आपके अडल्ट लाइफ में वो आगे जाके कभी रिफ्लेक्ट कर सकता है?
बिल्कुल, हमारी ज़िंदगी में जो एक्सपीरियंसेस हैं, स्वाभाविक है कि वो हमारे जीवन भर हम पे असर करते हैं, खास करके बोथ पॉजिटिव एंड नेगेटिव. और मुझे लगता है क्योंकि सबकी ज़िंदगी में किसी न किसी तरह की परेशानियाँ आती हैं, स्मूथ लाइफ इज़ नॉट पॉसिबल. कैसे मुमकिन है? मुझे लगता है कि सोल्यूशन की बात हमें ज़्यादा करनी चाहिए, और मेरा ऐसा मानना है कि स्कूलों में मेंटल हेल्थ करिकुलम होना ही होना चाहिए. मतलब ये नॉन नेगोशिएबल है, और मेंटल हेल्थ करिकुलम टीचरों के माध्यम से होना चाहिए, विच मीन्स टीचर्स की ट्रेनिंग हो ऑन मेंटल हेल्थ. बेसिक चीज़ें, अर्ली आइडेंटिफिकेशन, लैंग्वेज, स्टिग्मा, वेलबींग, कोपिंग स्किल्स, किस तरह से आप क्लासरूम को एक आइडियल एनवायरनमेंट बनाइए. देखिए, आप ऐसे समझिए, एक क्लासरूम भी एक छोटा सा एनवायरनमेंट है. अगर आप हर क्लासरूम के एनवायरनमेंट को पॉजिटिव करते हैं तो स्कूल पॉजिटिव होता है. सारे स्कूलों को करते हैं, दैट्स हाउ द सोशल पॉजिटिविटी आएगी. ये तो आएगी नहीं कि कहीं पे हमने यहाँ कुछ कर लिया, वहाँ कुछ कर लिया. सो मेंटल हेल्थ करिकुलम होना ही चाहिए. दूसरी बात, मुझे लगता है कि मीडिया लिटरेसी, ये समय आ गया है कि मीडिया लिटरेसी के बारे में बहुत स्ट्रांगली काम करना चाहिए स्कूलों में. खास करके एक इतना इंट्रूसिव, नॉन स्टॉप एक्सपोजर है वेरियस फॉर्म्स ऑफ मीडिया का कि अगर हम बच्चों को ये काबिलियत नहीं देंगे, स्किल नहीं देंगे, हाउ टू नेविगेट एंड बी लिटरेट टू डू. और तीसरा, पिकिंग अप फ्रॉम व्हाट मानुषी आल्सो सेड, इस बुलिंग पे काम करना ज़रूरी है. एविडेंस है कि बुलिंग एक सिग्निफिकेंट फैक्टर है अडल्ट लाइफ मेंटल कंडीशंस के लिए. तो अगर हम इन 3 चीज़ों पे भी अगर काम करना शुरू करें, आने वाले दशक में हम काम करें इसके ऊपर, तो जब हम एजुकेशन पॉलिसी की बात करते हैं तो बिना मेंटल हेल्थ की तो कोई पॉलिसी हो ही नहीं सकती है.
बिल्कुल.
अभी हम प्रिवेंटिव हेल्थ की बात करते हैं तो बिना मेंटल हेल्थ के प्रिवेंटिव हेल्थ नहीं हो सकता. हम हेल्थ की बात करते हैं बिना मेंटल हेल्थ के हेल्थ नहीं हो सकता. जितने लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं जो बाकी सुन भी रहे हैं, आप हेल्थ डिफाइन करिए और हेल्थ डिफाइन इस तरह से करके दिखाइए, डेयर है, जहाँ पे मेंटल हेल्थ का जिक्र ना हो. आप बोल नहीं पाएंगे, कंप्लीट नहीं कर पाएंगे हेल्थ को. जिस चीज़ के बिना हेल्थ नहीं है उस पर हमारा कितना एम्फेसिस है, चाहे वो हेल्थ केयर प्रोवाइडर्स हों, चाहे एजुकेशन हो, चाहे वर्क प्लेस हो, पॉलिसी मेकर्स हों, मीडिया हो. ऑल ऑफ अस नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड कि हमें स्टेक होल्डर बनने की ज़रूरत है. खाली ये जो थोड़े बहुत एक्सपर्ट्स हैं इनसे नहीं हो पाएगा. एडवोकेसी की ज़रूरत है और उसके लिए एवरी पर्सन हैज़ टू बिकम अ मेंटल हेल्थ एडवोकेट.
Every day is a mental health day and the mantra is unmute yourself, talk to people, don't be limited to your rooms and your digital devices. Thank you so much for this great conversation, and this conversation should carry on beyond this platform too.
Well, the Thackeray brothers have come together. There has been another instance of MNS Gunda Raj that has been reported from Mumbai. Sushil Kedia, who is a market analyst, his Mumbai office has been vandalized by MNS workers. You can see the visuals there, MNS workers attacking the entrepreneur's office. Sushil Kedia is a market analyst. He had posted on X and on Facebook that he won't learn Marathi to protest the misconduct of MNS workers, and that he has been living in Mumbai for 30 years and no number of threat is going to make him a fluent Marathi speaker. Now, of course, Mr. Kedia has issued a video apology. He has also requested Raj Thackeray to consider his submission. He has said that he takes back all his words. He has issued a video apology. Those visuals there of MNS workers attacking entrepreneur, market analyst Sushil Kedia's office. Remember, this is the second such incident which has been reported. In fact, the third such incident that has been reported of MNS workers assaulting a common man's house or property. In fact, just 3 days ago from Thane, there was an incident that was reported of MNS workers assaulting a shopkeeper just because he did not speak in Marathi. Devendra Fadnavis, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, yesterday issued a strong warning saying that incidents of violence over language will not be tolerated. But let me also remind our viewers that no arrests have been made in the previous incidents as well, although 7 people have been booked for violence. All of them are office bearers of MNS. Let's
Having come under pressure mentally from the violence inflicted on those who do not know Marathi, I ended up overreacting. I realized I must take back my overreactions and withdraw. Truth is, even after living for 30 years in Mumbai, the level of proficiency and fluency that a native Marathi born can have, we will not be able to achieve. And for the simple reason that when there is an atmosphere of fear that keeps on returning back time to time again and again, it creates natural hesitation. Dam ghut jata hai aise mahol mein. With this kind of a situation where our own are hurting our own, I erred completely in my emotional overreactions. I therefore urge, the same way that I have realized my mistake, and I wish to correct it unequivocally.
My colleague Sujata joins us with more details on this. Sujata, you've been asking some very tough questions to MNS workers. How is the administration looking at this recent incident of the attack on an entrepreneur's workspace?
Absolutely, and we know that it was when the MNS workers, they hit a shop owner in Mira Road, and the case went on to be serious, but yet there is only a non-cognizable offence that was registered earlier. But later, after the day, it was on the 1st of July when a formal FIR was registered in the matter. However, 7 of those MNS workers, they were brought to the police station and later left out because of the police authorities taking it lightly and applying section BNS 35, which gives you imprisonment of less than 7 years. But now, again, we see that today at around a few hours ago, it was again these MNS workers who hit Sushil Kedia's office, which is situated here in Worli, where I'm present. And thereafter, the State Reserve Police was deployed at the site. And until then, the goons or the MNS workers, they had left by then. Now, this is again a serious incident because the place where this incident has happened, it is just 1.5 kilometers away from the Worli Dome, where Raj Thackeray and Uddhav Thackeray were seen together after decades on the same stage, giving speeches and motivating their party workers. But how does, they justify this? Whereas Sushil Kedia now, all of a sudden, in a dramatic tone, apologized, stated that it was, out of pressure and out of just tension that he gave out such statements, that he takes a swear to not learn Marathi ever, if this is how MNS preaches to teach the people of Maharashtra, the non-Marathi speaking community, Marathi. So this is again, Sushil Kedia apologizing. What could be the reason? Is it out of fearfulness? Is also a bigger, is a big question in the tray for now. But Sushil Kedia apologizing, and now Raj Thackeray too in his address did tell his party workers that violence is not the platform to resort to. However, even if somebody doesn't understand their peaceful tone, they must be dealt like this.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Some say sport is a matter of life and death. The truth is, it is far more serious than that. Sport is about ecstasy and agony, about pain and suffering, about joy and
Estranged Thackeray brothers reunite after 20 long years. They've thrown a big lion's hint. Uddhav Thackeray says, "We've come together to stay together." Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar speaks on BJP leader shootout. He has held an important law and order review meeting. Criminals won't be spared, no matter who. This is what he has promised. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi takes a dig at Prime Minister Narendra Modi over US-India trade. Rahul Gandhi says the Prime Minister will meekly surrender to Trump's deadline. Piyush Goyal, Commerce Minister of India, has hit out at Rahul Gandhi, saying people have lost interest both in the Congress party and also in Rahul Gandhi. As India and US are expected to ink a trade deal soon, Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal says India will negotiate on its own terms. Thackeray cousins Uddhav Thackeray and Raj Thackeray shared a stage after 20 long years. They have come together. Uddhav Thackeray has said that we came together to stay together. Uddhav Thackeray has also spoken about togetherness, and he has also challenged the BJP, and he has also attacked the BJP on not just governance but also for allegedly disrespecting the Marathi language. Raj Thackeray meanwhile has said that there will be no toleration of disrespect to Marathi language. He said that there needs to be a unity on the Marathi sentiment. He has also held the BJP responsible for the 3-language formula that he said is not implemented in any of the Hindi-speaking states. Uddhav Thackeray making this big remark that the Thackeray brothers, the Thackeray cousins are here to stay. In fact, he has also said that unity is our strength. He has also slammed Eknath Shinde, his rival and Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra's Jai Gujarat remark. He has also said that both the brothers will take on the BJP together. All of this happening even as BMC polls are coming up in the state. This reunion also marks a sudden shift in Maharashtra's politics. But is this reunion here to stay is the big question. Let's look at some reactions.
आज जवळपास 20 वर्षानंतर मी आणि उद्धव आम्ही एका व्यासपीठावरती आज येतो आहोत. जे माननीय बाळासाहेबांना जमलं नाही, जे अनेकांना जमलं नाही, आम्हाला दोघांना एकत्र आणायचं, ते देवेंद्र फडणवीसला जमलं.
कार्यक्रमाची घोषणा झाल्यानंतर साहजिकच आहे सगळ्यांचं लक्ष हे आज भाषणाकडे आहे. पण वैयक्तिक मला असं वाटतं की आज आमच्या भाषणांपेक्षा आमचं एकत्र दिसणं हे महत्त्वाचं आहे. पण एक गोष्ट नक्की की आमच्या दोघांमध्ये जो काही अंतरपाठ होता तो आनाजी पंतांनी दूर केला. आता अक्षता टाकण्याची काय तुमच्याकडनं अपेक्षा नाहीये. एकत्र आलोय एकत्र राहण्यासाठी.
My colleagues Radhika and Anuj are joining us now. Radhika, this is also Raj Thackeray's first public appearance after MNS came under scrutiny for the violence that has been perpetrated by its workers on some people, including a shopkeeper who was assaulted in Thane. What did both cousins say about violence that we are witnessing in the state of Maharashtra in the name of language?
That's right. It was a historic speech, certainly, as far as Raj Thackeray is concerned, and also Uddhav Thackeray, both estranged cousins coming together after 20 years for the larger cause of Marathi language and pride of Maharashtra. Now, yes, this is the first public appearance by Raj Thackeray post the violent incident whereby a shopkeeper was hit, and such incidents have happened in the recent past. You know, as far as the violence is concerned, both the leaders did not openly, directly or vociferously condemn the incident. Of course, they did say that violence of any sort is something that's not acceptable. But if they are provoked, they will resist. So that's the kind of messaging from both Uddhav Thackeray as well as Raj Thackeray. Raj Thackeray said that, you know, once in a while it's all right to slap people over Marathi language. It is because they instigate, and which is why such incidents happen. Of course, law and order shouldn't be taken into one's hands, but if we are provoked, then we will retaliate. Something that was echoed by Uddhav Thackeray as well, saying that if protecting one's identity, culture, language is hooliganism, so be it. So yes, no open condemnation to the events that took place or to the violent acts of the MNS. But certainly it was quite balanced, but a little critical. But at the same time, you know, it was hidden in the name of Marathi identity and pride. So that's the kind of justification given by both the leaders. But yes, the larger messaging really is clear that these two leaders will come together to protect Marathi language, to protect Marathi identity and culture, irrespective of their political differences. But yes, you know, We'll have to see how it will turn out in the days to come. Whether this, unity in the name of cultural pride and language identity will translate to a political alliance ahead of local body elections. That is something interesting to watch out for.
Right. Anuj, how did you, what kind of highlights do you think are the best takeaways from this event? Because it's clear that Raj Thackeray has, in some ways, he has taken on the opposition parties, but he did not really say anything, really critical about the Congress party or the others.
Just to add on to what Radhika was saying earlier, when you talk about Raj Thackeray, still not, him or his party is still not apologizing for those, for whatever happened in Mira Bhayandar. It's not a one-off incident, right? It has happened for multiple times in the last 15 years and never has MNS apologized regardless of which party has been in government. However, what is noteworthy is that it is the first time in many years that Raj Thackeray has showed to have some sort of a diluted approach when it comes to violence. Yes, he did say that, injustice will not be tolerated, but time and again, at least 3 times in his entire speech, he reiterated that only take action if you are fully convinced that the other person is on the wrong side. Of course, that seems to be a convenient perspective, but that does give away that a note has been taken of what happened in Mira Bhayandar and the backlash received after that, which is why this is a form of a diluted message that Raj Thackeray is trying to give, to not completely ask them to, not be aggressive towards those who are perceivably, using or doing injustice on Marathi people, but to control the violent acts to a certain section of population only. Now, talking about the key highlights, the political reaction to this particular program have already started coming out. First was the senior minister from Bharatiya Janata Party, Ashish Shelar, who wrote a long post on X and made it very clear that this Medava or this program is not for language, but under the pretext of it being for language, it is eventually for the BMC elections. And that is something that both the leaders, Raj Thackeray and in fact Uddhav Thackeray more than Raj, focused on in his speech as well. He said that while many might think that we are coming together for elections, but he gave examples from the past wherein he highlighted how the entire history of Shiv Sena, right from the time of Bala Sahib Thackeray, was completely free of was free of power. In fact, Raj Thackeray gave that example of making Suresh Jain the chief minister, which was proposed by BJP, and then only because Bal Thackeray wanted a Marathi chief minister, he did not take that chief ministerial position. So both the brothers gave hints about how power is secondary, but unity for Marathi culture is primary. Of course, that will be tested once the election come closer. Now, we also have Eknath Shinde and his Sena talking about this. In a comparative post on Twitter and on Instagram, they have talked about how it was a story of two halves as far as this program is concerned. While one of the two brothers, referring to Raj, is someone who still continues to be a right-wing Hindutva-wadi, someone who who genuinely has wisdom and fights for the cause of Marathi. The other person is a much weaker personality, is what Shiv Sena is trying to highlight through this post. What this shows to us is that those in power whom Raj Thackeray is directly attacking, be it BJP or Shiv Sena, they are still trying to have some sort of soft spot for Raj Thackeray, which means that they are still playing their cards on a possible merger, if it happens, between Raj Thackeray and Mahayuti, because it also has a past, in fact, a stronger past than what Thackeray brothers have had for the longest time, especially in the last 10 to 15 years. The prime target of the of the parties in the government, especially of the BJP and Shiv Sena, is Uddhav Thackeray, and that has been the case for the longest time. It will be interesting to see whether Raj Thackeray joins hands with Uddhav Thackeray even after knowing that he is not on the line of firing of the government. Firstly, secondly, Raj Thackeray has also had some history with the Enforcement Directorate, right? And especially in 2019 when he went all guns blazing, campaigning against BJP, not for Congress or NCP, but against BJP primarily. After that, one saw a change in Raj Thackeray and his party's attitude, because there were a few ED raids and he was summoned a couple of times as well. Right. So does that play a part in this entire dynamics? That will also have to be looked at very closely.
Absolutely. We're talking about political realignment here. When the Maharashtra Samyukt Samiti was formed in 1956, it did have a lot of socialists also as part of the larger platform who came together with Marathi activists. But does Mumbai, does Maharashtra need the brothers to unite? Does it need a Marathi sentiment like this? Does it need Marathi jingoism? Is something that we'll have to think about, and that's something that people of Maharashtra will have to think about. Moving on to other stories, Raj Thackeray and Uddhav Thackeray. Well, in their first appearance after 20 years on the same stage, Raj Thackeray and Uddhav Thackeray, cousins, have defended Gunda Raj, the vandalism by MNS workers, with Raj Thackeray saying that if someone does drama, slap them. Uddhav Thackeray, in fact, has said this very assertively. Yes, we are Gundas. There is no apology for violence. And Raj and Uddhav Thackeray in some ways have justified violence, with Uddhav Thackeray taking on the BJP, saying that it is okay, it's being done for Marathi pride and there's nothing more important than Marathi language, while Raj Thackeray has said that it is not necessary to assault people indiscriminately, but it is important to give them a slap whenever one goes overboard with the disrespect. This in some ways also allows a free run for MNS goons. That is something that we will have to think about, and we'll have to wait and see how the administration reacts to this. Remember, in the last 1 week, there have been multiple instances of MNS workers taking law and order in their own hands, assaulting people who don't know Marathi or who don't speak Marathi. This includes a shopkeeper in Thane. It also includes the vandalism that occurred outside at the workspace of a share market analyst, Sushil Kedia, who said that he does not want to speak Marathi as a marker of protest against the misconduct of the goons of MNS. But let's wait and see what happens. Let's also take a look at actions.
गुजराती माणसाला मारला, कुठच्या गुजराती माणसाला मारला? बाचाबाचीमध्ये समोरचा गुजराती निघाला, इकडचा मराठी निघाला. त्याच्यामध्ये काय गुजरात्यानं मारलं का? एवढे व्यापारी आहेत. अजून तर काहीच केलेलं नाही. अर्थात त्यांना मराठी आली पाहिजे याच्याबद्दल वाद नाही. विनाकारण उठसूट काय मारामारी करायची गरज नाही आणि मारायची गरज नाही. पण जर जास्ती नाटकं केली तर कानाखाली आवाज काढलाच पाहिजे तुम्ही. पण चूक त्यांची असली पाहिजे. आणि एका गोष्टीचं लक्षात ठेवा, अशी कधी गोष्ट कराल त्याचे व्हिडिओ काढू नका. आपल्यामध्येच त्यांना कळलं पाहिजे. कळलं का? मारणारा कधी सांगत नसतो, मार खाणारा सांगत असतो मला मारला म्हणून. त्यांना सांगू देत. पण याचा अर्थ उठसूट कोणालाही उगाच मारायचं काही कारण नाहीये.
आणि देवेंद्र फडणवीस आज जे बोललेत, बातमी आली सगळीकडे, मी इकडे बातम्या आणल्यात. भाषेच्या नावाखाली गुंडगिरी सहन केली जाणार नाही. जर महाराष्ट्रामध्ये मराठी माणूस न्याय मागण्यासाठी आंदोलन करत असेल आणि त्याला जर का तुम्ही गुंड म्हणत असाल तर आम्ही गुंड आहोत. आम्ही गुंड. न्याय मागणं म्हणजे गुंडगिरी नाहीये. आणि जर का गुंडगिरी केल्याशिवाय तुमच्या दरबारी न्याय मिळत नसेल तर आम्ही गुंडगिरी करूच.
Well, Anuj is here with us. Anuj, it was not really expected of Raj Thackeray to openly condemn what his workers did, but for Uddhav Thackeray to say that yes, we are goons for the sake of Marathi, was that expected? What does this mean for his brand of politics, especially after 2019?
Because there have never been instances in the past where Raj Thackeray has condemned the acts of his party workers, and many of them have been more questionable than what we saw in Meera Bhayandar, right? But the brand of politics that MNS follows, condemning or apologizing, is something that doesn't make it to their list. But when it comes to Uddhav Thackeray, what Uddhav Thackeray did is that he on behalf of his brother, he chose to speak as one, because in this entire anti-Hindi agitation, especially the last bit of it, which has turned violent in a few cases, including today's Kedia case, we know that MNS has been at the forefront. UBT has got nothing to do with it, either on ground or otherwise. And even the people who have been questioning, such kind of violent acts are also solely targeting MNS. But Uddhav Thackeray, speaking on behalf of his brother, might mean a lot of things. It might be another way of Uddhav still trying to make sure that Raj feels as accommodative as possible in accordance with him, because both the other parties, that is BJP and Shiv Sena, who are currently in line with trying to forge an alliance with Raj Thackeray, they have not completely given a support to Raj Thackeray on this matter. In fact, BJP Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has been very clear that such kind of acts won't be tolerated. But it is not Raj who countered it, it is Uddhav Thackeray who countered it, taking it on his sleeves that if fighting for one's own language, if fighting for one's own culture means gundagardi, that they are gundas big time, is what Uddhav Thackeray said. And of course, Raj Thackeray did not add on much to it. Instead of, he stuck to the entire GR cancellation policy, and that was the only reference that he made to Devendra Fadnavis in this entire case. Now, talking about the changed perspective of Uddhav Thackeray, there are a couple of things that Uddhav Thackeray has reinvented himself in the last few months or years. Firstly, it's Hindutva. After Sena split, Shinde Sena took on hardcore Hindutva, but UBT benefited a lot out of the Muslim vote share, right? And that is where a bit of scuffle between UBT and Congress also happened, but that's a different story altogether. So UBT benefited largely because of the Muslim votes, and now them taking a very strong stance on Marathi would also mean that it potentially pushes away a bit of North Indian vote, which only comes towards UBT and not towards MNS. Are they thinking of it to be a risk worth taking? Will become clearer once the alliance picture becomes clearer.
Like we're talking about BMC polls are coming up, Anuj, and Raj Thackeray seems to be the flavor of the season, because this is more about political compulsion rather than Marathi or standing together for the sake of Marathi pride. Meanwhile, we're talking about vandalism that MNS workers have perpetrated. MNS Gunda Raj, in fact, peaked today with an entrepreneur's Mumbai office being vandalized by MNS workers. Sushil Kedia is a market analyst whose Mumbai office has been vandalized. You can see the visuals there. This is an analyst who had challenged Raj Thackeray. In fact, he had posted on social media that he has been living in Mumbai for the last 30 years. He does not speak Marathi, and he said that he will not learn Marathi as a mark of protest against the misconduct by some of these workers by the MNS party. And the party has now reacted. Workers have now reacted by vandalizing his office. In fact, Mr. Kedia also put out another video message apologizing for his comments, saying that he takes those words back. In fact, he has urged Raj Thackeray to accept his apology. Let's take a look at some reactions.
Having come under pressure mentally from the violence inflicted on those who do not know Marathi, I ended up overreacting. I realized I must take back my overreactions and withdraw. Truth is, even after living for 30 years in Mumbai, the level of proficiency and fluency that a native Marathi born can have, we will not be able to achieve. And for the simple reason that when there is an atmosphere of fear that keeps on returning back time to time again and again, it creates natural hesitation. Dam ghut jata hai aise mahol mein. With this kind of a situation where our own are hurting our own, I erred completely in my emotional overreactions. I therefore urge, the same way that I have realized my mistake, and I wish to correct it unequivocally.
The MNS workers once again targeted prominent businessman Sushil Kedia's office situated in Worli after Sushil Kedia posted on social media that he won't be learning Marathi after the tactics that was being used by the Maharashtra Navnirman Sena workers, as in we saw in the Mira Road case. At present, we are here outside the office which was attacked, on which coconuts were thrown, and like you see, the State Reserve Force has been deployed here after the incident happened, whereas before that there were none of them. Now his Mumbai office in Worli was vandalized by the MNS activists, robbing his property, throwing stones and chanting slogans that learning Marathi is not an option otherwise, and it is for people to mandatorily understand that it is Marathi which is the official language of the state. And after MNS has been carrying out such activities, pronely across the state and in the city especially, where it was earlier in Mira Road, then in Thane, and this time in Worli, a safe spot to be considered for Mumbaikars as a workplace. But all of a sudden, because Sushil Kedia all of a sudden declared and tweeted that he won't be learning the language, it became again an activity for the MNS to carry out too. However, as soon as the incident happened, he immediately apologized on social media, stating that this was out of pressure and also out of stress that he gave out this statement. And however, this time he'll ensure that no such untoward incidents and statements are being given by him. But the question here remains that even after Raj Thackeray's addressal to his workers on the stage, sharing with Uddhav Thackeray, he did say that there has to be no such violence induced within people on the ground level. But if people do not and are not ready to talk in Marathi, then they should be given a taste of such incidents.
Well, India is tightening its news around fugitives now. Nirav Modi's brother has been held in US. He is under the custody of US agencies. In fact, Nihal Modi, who is Nirav Modi's brother, also one of the accused in the large banking fraud case with relation to Punjab National Bank. He has been he's under the custody of US agencies, and this has happened on the request of India to extradite him. He has been nabbed on India's request. He also features in the charge sheet that has been filed by ED. India's investigating agencies have accused him, apart from his brother Nirav Modi and their uncle Mehul Choksi, of perpetrating a criminal conspiracy corruption in Punjab National Bank, one of the largest banking scams that India has seen. Nihal is the younger brother of Nirav Modi. Both ED and CBI had sought his extradition, and he has been accused in a multi-million-dollar fraud case. Anushka, who reports on investigating agencies for us, joins us live. Anushka, help us understand. Nihal Modi is the younger brother of Nirav Modi. When is the hearing going to take place? Does this mean that he could be extradited to India soon?
That's right, Vasudha. This is a major development in India's biggest banking fraud scam. What we are understanding by now is that Nihal Modi is in fact taken into custody from the US Department of Justice. They have informed the Indian agencies about the arrest that was made on 4th July 2025. Now, in this case, the extradition hearing is scheduled on 17th of July, wherein Nihal Modi is expected to file a bail application, which the US prosecution has said that they will be opposing. Not just that, they have also in fact arrested Nihal Modi on behalf of India's extradition request that was made. There are two major charges against Nihal Modi. One is of money laundering, and the second is of destroying the evidence, of the whole case. In this money laundering case, Nihal Modi is said to have laundered thousands of crores of money. Not just that, he also was in fact running a series of shell companies and was doing international transaction to conceal the illicit funds. And based on all of this, the US authorities have taken him under arrest. There is a hearing for his extradition that is scheduled on 17th of July. In that extradition hearing, the Indian agencies are going to be asking for his extradition. It is yet to be seen if that request is granted or not. But one thing is for sure, that Nihal Modi is going to oppose, is in fact going to file his bail plea, which the US prosecution has said that they will already be opposing.
Right. Thank you, Anushka, for joining us with those details. Moving on to some more investigative revelations by India. UK-based arms consultant Sanjay Bhandari has been declared fugitive economic offender on ED's plea. This has been done by a special court. Remember, Sanjay Bhandari was an arms dealer who fled to the United Kingdom in 2016 once he came under the radar of investigating agencies. In fact, Robert Vadra is also being questioned for his alleged connections with him. This decision also makes it difficult for Robert Vadra to defend his case. UK-based arms dealer Sanjay Bhandari has now been declared a fugitive economic offender. This is by a special. Moving on to other news now from pole-bound Bihar. This time on camera, a businessman, Gopal Khemka, has been shot dead, and now this has raised serious questions on the state of law and order in Bihar. The shooter has escaped on bike after shooting Mr. Khemka, who was a very well-known businessman in Patna. Gopal Khemka has been shot dead. This is a chilling murder that's been captured on camera. Tejasvi Yadav, RJD leader, has slammed the Bihar ruling government, which is a JDU-BJP coalition. Tejasvi Yadav has asked if this is the jungle Raj that BJP often talks about. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, meanwhile, has held an important law and order review meeting, and he has said that law and order is topmost priority for the ruling government. And he has also said that criminals will not be spared, whoever they are.
क्या हुआ था, हम लोग तो अपने पैतृक जो खेमका हाउस है अशोक राजपथ में पीएम सीट के सामने वहाँ रहते हैं। भैया यहाँ रहते हैं 11:30 बजे के आसपास, मतलब 11, 20, 15 जो भी रहा हो। बांकीपुर क्लब के वो डायरेक्टर हैं, वहाँ से वो अपने घर यहाँ पहुँचे। गेट पे ही घात लगाए हुए क्रिमिनलों ने उनको गोली मार दी। उनके बेटे बहू उनको लेके मेडिवर्सल में गए, वहाँ डॉक्टर ने उनको मृत घोषित कर दिया गया। और हम लोगों ने थाना पुलिस सबको फोन किया, तो गांधी मैदान थाना रात को 1:30 बजे पहुंच रहा है। टाउन डीएसपी 1:45-2 बजे आ रहे हैं और सिटी एसपी 2:30 बजे आई हैं। दोस्तों अपना काम से काम कर रहे हैं, जा रहे हैं, आ रहे हैं। कोई दुश्मनी होती तो रात में वो अकेले थोड़ी आते।
बदलाव की इच्छा रखने वाले लोग, उनको ये तय करना है कि वो जनसुराज जैसे नए विकल्प को चुनते हैं कि फिर पिटे पिटाए अपनी पुरानी व्यवस्था में जाना चाहते हैं।
मैं चिराग पासवान पूरी तरीके से बिहार विधानसभा का चुनाव लड़ने के लिए तैयार हूँ।
तेजस्वी जी मुख्यमंत्री बने हैं, हमारी पूरी सपोर्ट है उनको। हम किंग मेकर की भूमिका में रहना चाहते हैं।
कि लोग घर से बाहर नहीं निकल पाते थे।
प्रधानमंत्री जी को बताना चाहिए कि इनका जो बिहार में जो सरकार है 50% जो नीतीश जी की मंत्रिमंडल में जो लोग बैठे वो परिवारवादी लोग हैं। वो अपने आप को भी परिवारवादी बोले।
जंगल राज लाने वाले मौका देख रहे हैं, अपने पुराने कारनामे करने का मौका ढूंढ रहे हैं।
A 36-hour non-stop flight by a small pack of B-2s. A lot of other aircraft were also involved, we know that. But let's talk about the B-2 flight itself. They took off from Missouri. 36 hours later, they landed back without once landing. They delivered their bombs 18 hours later over Iran and then came back. How was this possible? Because the Department of Defense says at no point of time on this 36-hour journey was there any reason to believe that they were either detected or reacted to?
Well, they weren't detected, because if they were, then they'd be in some serious trouble. It's one of the most unbelievable missions, one of the most historic long-range strike missions. There were 7 B-2s, which by B-2 standards is a fair number of them. There was deception in the very beginning. There was a sense that some of them were flying west across the Pacific. In fact, they weren't. And even if a few planes were positioned in one area, they were not going to be flying the Pacific route.
That was the big distraction.
On social media said, you see the bombers, they're now flying west, so you know what's coming your way. But no, they flew them east across the Atlantic. There were 125 aircraft.
A very good evening. You're watching India Sense. I'm Gauri Dwivedi. Over the course of the next 30 minutes, we get you all the big stories that we are tracking. But first up, as always, the headlines. The mega trade deal is in the pipeline. India-US thrash out the finer details. Is there a big, beautiful deal in the offing? Or is there a limited pack that's likely to be announced? We decode how big a game changer this could be for India. 5 nations in 8 days. Prime Minister Modi's longest foreign tour focuses on diplomacy and securing critical minerals for India. We tell you the top gains from this visit. Pakistan is now a laboratory of Chinese arms. Big statement by Indian Army says Operation Sindoor saw the China-Pakistan nexus widen to also include Turkey.
Ahead of the 90th birthday celebration of His Holiness Dalai Lama, focus returns on the Tibet-China issue after Dalai Lama snubbed Beijing on the issue of his successor. Celebrations to begin in Dharamshala on the 6th of July. Our big story on the show this week on India Ascends, the India-US trade deal, a pact that's been in the offing for some time, but really picked up pace after the April 2nd tariff bombshell that Donald Trump hit the world with. But by all accounts, it is likely to be a mini deal. That's what many are expecting. Unlikely to be a full-blown agreement, which may take more time and more negotiations. Now let's decode that. But make no mistake, viewers, India is playing hardball. It's not conceding ground to American businesses, not till there is adequate compensation. And that is the big story. US has been pushing its agriculture and dairy products to promote its farmers. Something you can see, it wants to do that. And that's been one of the biggest contentions, a politically powerful section the American farmers are. While India has been resisting tariff concessions on agri-goods to protect our farm base, to ensure that low-priced American agriculture and dairy products do not flood our markets. But that's just half of the story. The other half is that the Indian farmer needs support. He needs the cushion from policymakers, and I'm going to tell you why. There's a reason for it. Look at the difference that exists between the Indian farmer and the American farmer. The average Indian farm is about a little over 1 hectare. Now compare that to America, which is about 185 to 187 hectares. That's the difference. Now the herd size, that's also about 100 times more, 2 to 3, 4 farm animals on an average farm in India as compared to hundreds in the US. Now this means that an American farmer that's part of the powerful lobby and one of President Trump's core base, remember, his base actually exists between the two shores in America, between the two coastlines. He's pushing for opening up of the agri-sector in India because there are economies of scale there, and that is going to put the Indian farmer at a huge disadvantage. Now let's talk about the other contentious issue, which is the genetically modified crops, which India doesn't allow, which most of the US crops, whether it's corn, whether it's soya bean production, they are all GM based. And that is another critical issue that's unlikely to be thrashed out right now, but probably would need more give and take. But the one give and take that India has agreed to is for dry fruits and apples, not for corn, soya bean, wheat and dairy, but for dry fruits. Now, what does this mean? This matters even more since it involves politically sensitive states of UP and of Bihar. And on the outside, let's look at outside of agriculture. America wants that India should cut duties when it comes to whiskey, when it comes to cars. But then there should also be a commensurate reciprocity that it has to extend. And that is for India's labor-intensive industries, which is footwear, garments, and several others. And as India keeps its national interest at the center, what's expected is a deal that's likely to focus on some middle ground that could be achieved on a few set of sectors. May not include all of it, may not be a big comprehensive deal, but something that could be more middle ground in its nature. But let's be clear, a limited trade deal is actually better than not being able to thrash out any settlement whatsoever. Because A, it will mean the focus will be on specific sectors where trade can actually boom. The 500 mission that is there could actually take off from there. And it would also mean that negotiations can continue on some of the contentious aspects. And the second is an equally important point, which is that could be the consequence is that with the trade deal out of the way, focus may come back on strategic aspects of the relationship. And that's equally important, that once some sort of a trade deal is thrashed out, then the focus can be on what all and what else can this relationship offer. And I think that's the significant part as far as this trade deal is concerned. And to talk more on that, let me now get in the first top voice on the show. The Indo-US Chamber of Commerce Secretary joining us, which is President Mr. A. Shekhar joining us. So let me start by asking you the first thing, which is that how do you see this trade deal in terms of its potential, its impact?
As I said, India and US, from Indo-American Chamber of Commerce perspective, what we would like to say is, because we have been taking a lot of inputs from our members. We have our 1,800 strong members. It has been United States. So it is extremely big for us that this deal has to go, which is good for both the countries. And for USA, we are the 9th largest trading partner. And USA is looking forward to working with us to see that they can have better supply chain resilience. Whenever the trade volumes are going to increase, it definitely means it's a gain for us, for both the countries. So that itself is a first testament to show that there is going to be gains for us for this type of a trade deal, because the US is the largest consumption country in the world. And it's one of the biggest markets to which we can address. And we have certain strengths, like, one of the things is we have very high engineering goods, textiles, in bulk pharma drugs, and also, we have so many areas in which we'll be able to work with them, which would be beneficial for us. And similarly for United States, see, this is one of the largest democratic country on the other side, with whom there is a growing middle class, which is growing bigger in size, where the personal consumption is likely to grow, which would also be a good market for United States also to look at us. So it's a sort of a win-win on both ends, which is what is there.
All right. Then, Mr. Shekhar, let me ask you this, and that's at the crux of how one views this trade deal, which is it better to have a limited trade deal, get it out of the way, rather than to keep having long-drawn negotiations over a comprehensive trade pact that may actually take longer because there are political interests at stake as well?
Yes, agriculture and dairy products are, one of the things is both they are politically sensitive is one. Not only that, what is most needed is that, see, we have to understand that the Indian agriculture is all on, small farmers, an average size of about 2.5 acres. Whereas the American ones are all in the numbers which could be, say, 1,000 times of the size or so. So, and that makes a big difference. So naturally, it is not a level playing field when it comes to that. Similarly, when you look at the dairy, see, we work on a very a large cooperative systems, and there are multitudes of sources on which, and smaller ones which are there. So these are naturally, it's not a very clear level playing one. So every government will have to see what is right for them. And it's not only that, but US can offer many other things. We have a lot of energy requirements, which US can definitely help us. And I think that should also be there. We will definitely have some amount of more of agricultural products which may come in. What is more worrying us is that we are to ensure that we have a sort of a stricter quota on anything to do with genetically modified products.
Okay.
So those are of ones which probably our country would take a lot of care to see that we don't disrupt the chain which is right now operating. Basically, we will have a larger strength, because the one is that I can offer you a big manufacturing talent pool, which can provide you the products as an alternative. Of course, we would be looking at, higher end of engineering side is where we would be really fitting in. Because if you look at China's manufacturing base or capability is so large. They almost have a capacity which could even service the world a few times over. So you don't stand there. So we definitely need a sort of a tariff advantage between those countries, which will be a real fair one. And at the same time, we can provide you with once we get some better manufacturing technologies and other things from the US, which US can offer, they would be able to get certain products and services at which would be advantageous to them. So this is where we look at it. And this deal would also be, this will be one of the points which would probably offset the agricultural sticky issues which can go around which is happening between our two countries.
Okay, I'm going to leave it there, sir. Thanks much for speaking to us. As these negotiations are continuing, it seems that one cannot only be talking about negotiations through the prism of deadlines. And I think that's extremely important that Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal on the trade deal has said and made a very important statement that negotiations are underway, but an FTA will be done only when it's a win-win. Let's get in my colleague Himanshu Shekhar for more on this. All right, let's get in Himanshu for more on this. Himanshu, you've been speaking to your sources and the government is also very clear that the trade deal will happen, but only when Indian interests are protected, secured and addressed.
That's right, and that is the important message that Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal has just given in Bharat Mandapam. He was here for the toy-based program, and when we asked him how much hopeful he is of an interim India-US trade deal ahead of the July 9 deadline, he made a very important statement. I think a couple of things that he has said, I think is a very clear indication that India, of course, will put its national interest at the front before finalizing any such trade deal with the US. He said that we are not only talking to US, we are talking to the EU, we are talking to Oman, we are talking to New Zealand. Any developed country, if it wants to do a free trade agreement, we're ready to start talks with them. But these free trade agreements will only be signed if it supports or helps India's national interest. He said that we never get into a free trade agreement or any kind of trade deal with a specific deadline in mind. For us, the topmost priority is India's national interest. And it's only when we are convinced that India's national interest is being served in a trade deal, then only we agree to such trade deals. So I think in many words, he has made it very clear that whether it is the interim trade deal or the BTA talks that are going on with US or FTA with any other country, India, of course, will give topmost priority to its own national interest. And I think the timing of Commerce Minister's statement is very, very significant. It comes at a time when we have been told by sources that the deal now is in the very, very final stages. Some officials even are indicating that this could be imminent. It all up to now US President Donald Trump to take a final call on what agreement has been reached between the official level talks between India and the US. So I think it's a wait and watch situation, but Commerce Minister very categorically making it in very clear terms that we will have a deal only if it serves India's national interest. All right, I'm going to leave it there. Himanshu Shekhar, my colleague, giving us the very latest there. A deal will happen, but a deal will happen on India's terms. That's the big story there. A trade deal is in the pipeline. There are expectations that it could be 24 to 48 hours as well. But again, negotiations are continuing, but a deal will take place only when it serves Indian interests, protects our interests, and addresses the concerns that we've been flagging. Before that, there is no deal on the table, and that's what Himanshu was telling right there. All right, viewers, that's the big story that we are tracking right now in terms of the trade deal. All right, shifting focus now to the first wide-angle story on the show. Viewers, last month, the world watched as Operation Sindoor painted the skies red over Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. India's roaring answer to the blood that spilled in Pahalgam. 26 Indian lives were lost. And what did we uncover behind the smoke and terror? Well, a reality that we've only been talking about more often than not, which is Pakistan isn't just playing with fire, it's renting the matches from China. And now, that's not just a defense partnership, it is straight-up dependency. In fact, Army Deputy Chief Rahul Singh said that. He did not mince his words when he said that this isn't a two-front threat, it's one enemy with two faces, that is Beijing and Islamabad. China treating Pakistan like a live weapons lab, testing stealth fighters, spy tech, and experimental tools of destruction. As far as India is concerned, it didn't blink. But I first want to play out that soundbite of Lieutenant General Rahul Singh.
Few lessons that I thought I must flag as far as Operation Sindoor is concerned. Firstly, one border, two adversaries. So we saw Pakistan one side, but adversaries were two.
India was very clear that Operation Sindoor was swift, sharp, surgical. 9 terror camps were erased, over 100 terrorists neutralized. And lurking in the shadows was Turkey, posturing as a self-declared caliphate, cheering from the sidelines while pushing propaganda wrapped in pan-Islamic pretense. When Ankara echoes Islamabad and Beijing funds the bullets, it's not coincidence, it is coordination. Ankara was once a bridge between civilizations. It now plays the court jester for tyrants, trading its credibility for clout in a conflict that isn't its own as well. But India's message to the world has been absolutely clear. It's going to take every terror threat seriously. Remember, Operation Sindoor hasn't ended. And that's a message that all three of these part of the nexus should remember. I want to play out that soundbite.
China perhaps has seen is that he's able to test his weapons against, say, various other weapon systems that are there. It's like a live lab which is available to. So it's a good, that is what is something we have to be very, very cognizant about.
Viewers, a quick break on India Sense. We return on the other side with more about Prime Minister Modi's longest foreign trip and what could be the big gains for India. More on that after this break. Stay with us.
Pressure on the Indian Air Force to get fighters, forget about stealth aircraft. The Indian government has made it clear that we're going to bet on the AMCA, which is India's own fighter. But getting these 4.5 generation fighters like the Rafale, which you've already sunk an enormous amount of money into, even the Indian Navy has signed on for them recently, and there are still these delays. But with this announcement, Vishnu, and that's my next question now, I'm wondering whether this means that things are much clearer as far as the MRFA, or we still can't jump the gun on that. I know as far as Indian procurement is concerned, nothing is over until it's over, right? Nothing is over until it's over, especially when the Rafale is theoretically competing against American fighters like the F-15 Eagle II. Yeah. You've got Putin's Sukhoi 35s. You've got the Typhoon theoretically as well. So it ain't over until it's over, and I completely agree with you on that. But by putting out this partnership, and this is not an MOU, this is an agreement which I'm assuming is going to fructify into a joint venture.
Yeah. 2028 is
when the first fuselages will roll out. Which again, I'm assuming means that work begins now. 2028 is 2 years away. That's like more than just a foot in the door?
No, I would suggest that they are leading in this competition. Yeah. All the Indian Air Force officers that we speak to, and they couch this language carefully, so I'm going to be responsible in how I report this. They say that they've had an exceptional experience with the Rafale. The Rafale is the aircraft of choice for them, but they will go through this process. It is a legal process. It goes down to pricing, tendering, terms, capability of the aircraft, relevance, weapon systems, integration with Indian weapons, and all of that, and then a decision will be taken. Now, we had that same language which was stated in 2018, 2019, same language.
We've heard this before.
2025, nothing has changed, right? However, we've got 26 naval Rafales as well. We will be acquiring them from a few years down the road as a special arrangement. We're getting them.
Viewers, Prime Minister Modi's longest foreign trip is at a time of rising geopolitical flux that is taking place. and growing strategic competition in terms of securing critical resources. The trip has two clear goals: deepening South-South cooperation and ensuring uninterrupted and secure access to rare earth minerals that are vital for India's green and tech future. Right now, China owns a large part of the global critical mineral supply chain, and India wants to have its own supply, which is why each of these 5 countries are so important. And I'm going to put that out for you to understand what are our gains from each of these countries where the Prime Minister has visited and will go. First up is Ghana, where this is a place where we rely on most importantly, gold. 70% of imports that come from Ghana are actually gold. The total amount of investments that India makes here is about $2 billion. Half of it is in terms of direct investments, and the remaining half is in terms of line of credit. India is a big investor here, and these investments give us the kind of strategic heft that we want in a country which is very rich in one of the minerals that we need significantly. India is also one of the largest consumers of gold around the world. Securing that is so important. Let's now move ahead and tell you about Trinidad and Tobago, where the Prime Minister is right now, and he will be getting the highest civilian honor. Now, this is another very important country because 50% of the population here is home to its largest Indian diaspora in the Caribbean and the Latin American region. 50% of them are from Indian origin, and major items of imports for India include fuels and oil that are key to trade. There is an underlying theme here, which is critical minerals, and you're going to see that in every country. Here in Trinidad and Tobago as well, it is people at one end and energy and securing that the other aspect. Let's move ahead to Argentina, where the Prime Minister will head to. Now, this is extremely important because there are 3 aspects here. One is the Prime Minister Modi's bonhomie with Javier Milei. That is going to be on display. Both these leaders have a similar kind of chemistry. They are strong leaders. They enjoy mass popularity. They've had turnarounds. So I guess that is going to be a very important takeaway here. That is on a people-to-people, personal rapport kind of a thing. Second important part is that Argentina has the second largest shale gas reserves in the world. And that is very important for a country that imports 85% of its fuel needs and is the world's second largest importer. So if we are able to secure our energy needs by reaching out and collaborating with Argentina, that could be the biggest highlight and takeaway of this entire visit. Add to it the fact that the lithium that is there, the lithium reserves in Argentina, again one of the largest in the world, could actually power our clean tech ambitions. That's as far as Argentina is concerned. 54% of India's lithium right now comes from China, and Argentina can help us reduce that dependence. Let's now move ahead to Brazil, which is extremely important because there is the BRICS summit where the Prime Minister will be, and doubling down on the South-South diplomacy is going to be extremely important, consolidating the position of India as the voice of Global South, speaking up for the Global South, representing the Global South has been one of the lasting legacies in the last couple of years for the Prime Minister, for this government, and that is likely to be further stepped on here. It's also going to champion the joint stance against global terrorism. This is going to be a key theme as far as the BRICS summit is concerned, and that's going to be important for India. Let's now go ahead to the last stopover for the Prime Minister. The 5th country that he will go to is Namibia. This is not just about in how many decades there is an Indian Prime Minister that is going there. It's important, but there is an underlying theme which is about going to countries where you secure your uranium, cobalt, rare earth minerals supply, and that lithium and graphite being 2, and that is going to be the key highlight. Hydrocarbons. Namibia is the richest in terms of hydrocarbons in that entire belt, and being able to secure some sort of a cooperation there, some broad understanding, could actually be a big boost. This is longest foreign trip of the Prime Minister, coming at a time of rising geopolitical flux, and ensuring that this critical resources are secured for the long term is going to be extremely significant.
Ahead of his 90th birthday, His Holiness Dalai Lama makes it clear his legacy will live on, free of foreign shackles, and the institution of Dalai Lama will continue. There will be a 15th Dalai Lama who will be the next spiritual leader and guide of the Tibetan Buddhists around the world, one that will be chosen by the Trust and not by China. But Beijing demands the next Dalai Lama carry its stamp of approval, a puppet in prayer beads, handpicked from a golden urn. Choosing the next Dalai Lama is important for China, since it seeks legitimacy as far as its sovereign control over Tibet is concerned.
So I'm going to wrap this up right here, this edition of India Sense. Thanks so much for watching, viewers. On the other end of this break is the Southern View, the show that's flashing at the bottom of your screens with my colleague Vasudha Venugopal and Veera Raghavan. Stay tuned.
If it matters to you, 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 it matters to India, it matters to India, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shiv Sena, only on NDTV 24x7.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I
or
hold
buy
ICICI
CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Vishnu, 9 years till the AMCA comes online, the Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft, which is India's own stealth fighter project. 9 years is an eternity in fighter technology, especially given what we've been seeing in the last few years, whether it comes to, drone tech, drone warfare, manned, unmanned teaming, which we've spoken about in a previous episode, the sheer scale of the network and how it's becoming very much part of the future battlefield. I'm wondering whether 9 years from now, what we perceive to be a fifth generation aircraft is going to look like vintage stuff.
And what's more, we want to crack a century on debut with our first stealth fighter. What are the chances of that happening? The number of technologies which you need to master. It's not just low observability, but reliability of the engine, integration of the GF414 engine onto that platform, if indeed that's the engine that's finally selected. The radar itself will be new build. We made a lot of progress as far as that is concerned. But weapons integration with the latest generation Astra missiles, presumably, all of that has to work. A stealth platform isn't just low observable, it's also got distributed arrays. In other words, it's got radars and other sensors, electro-optical sensors located across the platform so that you
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rao. Stay with us for all the news you need to know. Big developments in Maharashtra with the Thackeray cousins coming together. All that and more coming up ahead. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Uddhav and Raj Thackeray share the stage after 20 years over Marathi pride. Raj Thackeray says what Bala Saheb couldn't do, Devendra Fadnavis has achieved. While Uddhav says we've come together to stay together. Raj Thackeray doubles down on his Marathi threat, says if you live in Maharashtra, you should know Marathi, tells his workers not to film their violence. A Mumbai businessman, Sushil Kedia, forced to apologize after Raj Thackeray's MNS workers vandalized his office after he had vowed not to learn Marathi. Now, action has been taken against 5 of the workers. Chief Minister Nitish Kumar holds a meeting to review law and order situation in the state after a prominent Bihar-based businessman and BJP member Gopal Khemka was shot dead outside his Patna home. Nehal Modi, younger brother of fugitive businessman Nirav Modi, is arrested in the United States, this following an extradition request issued by India. And Rahul Gandhi hits out at the India-US trade deal, says the Prime Minister is meekly bowing to the deadline set by US President Donald Trump regarding reciprocal tariffs. Union Minister Piyush Goyal, who's leading the negotiations, hits back, says Congress and Rahul have lost the people's interest. All right, our top story now, and developments coming in from Mumbai, where the Mumbai police have detained 5 MNS workers. These are the workers who were involved in the vandalism at businessman Kedia's residence, office there in Mumbai. And Raj Thackeray, in fact, in something of a climb down, has told his workers, don't beat, but slap. He says you can slap them if they don't listen over a Marathi imposition. Remember, this is an issue that Raj Thackeray and his Maharashtra Nav-Nirman Sena have picked up, and Marathi imposition. However, Raj Thackeray today, as he shared the stage with his brother, his cousin Uddhav Thackeray, had advice for his workers saying don't beat unnecessarily. You can slap only if somebody argues back. Remember, there have been instances of violence over Marathi imposition. First was the case at Miranagar, where you can see that video where a shopkeeper was slapped by MNS workers after he refused to speak in Marathi, and then a businessman's office was also vandalized. Let's just listen into what Raj Thackeray said.
गुजराती माणसाला मारला, कुठच्या गुजराती माणसाला मारला? बाचाबाचीमध्ये समोरचा गुजराती निघाला, इकडचा मराठी निघाला. त्याच्यामध्ये काय गुजरात्याने मारलं का? केवढे व्यापारी आहेत? अजून तर काहीच केलेलं नाही. अर्थात त्यांना मराठी आली पाहिजे याच्याबद्दल वाद नाही. विनाकारण उठसूट काय मारामारी करायची गरज नाही आणि मारायची गरज नाही. पण जर जास्ती नाटकं केली तर कानाखाली आवाज काढलाच पाहिजे तुम्ही. पण चूक त्यांची असली पाहिजे. आणि एका गोष्टीचं लक्षात ठेवा, अशी कधी गोष्ट कराल त्याचे व्हिडिओ काढू नका. आपल्यामध्येच त्यांना कळलं पाहिजे. कळलं का? मारणारा कधी सांगत नसतो, मार खाणारा सांगत असतो मला मारला म्हणून. त्यांना सांगू देत. पण याचा अर्थ उठसूट कोणालाही उगाच मारायचं काही कारण नाहीये.
All right, so Raj Thackeray, they're telling workers not to beat unnecessarily. Remember, NDTV has been campaigning over this gundagardi that's taking place in the name of language imposition and this demands for people in Mumbai to know Marathi. Let's go across to Anuj for more. And Anuj, so Raj Thackeray there from that stage that he was sharing with his cousin, actually telling his workers not to beat people unnecessarily. So is this in a sense trying to control his workers, though he does go on to say that if somebody, resists too much or, answers back, then you should slap them under the ear?
If we are talking about Raj Thackeray bowing down to the pressure, we put on him to take a back foot when it comes to the Mira Bhayandar issue. This is the most he can do, is what the party suggests. In the last 10 to 15 years, there have been instances of the MNS workers beating up people for certain reasons, sometimes mostly unjustifiable. But in none of these cases has Raj Thackeray ever tried to even use the word of caution for his work or something that has happened today. He, of course, he's still not refrained from the usage of violence when it comes to acts like these, but he has given a disclaimer, not once, twice, but thrice, saying that only if the other person or the other party is in a position of fault, it's only then when you shouldn't take injustice to yourself. Now, there's a lot of talk being done about justice. Even Uddhav Thackeray, for that matter, talked about how, if there is injustice, then it is cowardly to expect Marathi people will sit down. And they're not just referring to a person not speaking language at one shop and because of which he or she mostly gets beaten up. But it's referring to the what has been happening in this state for close to last 6 to 8 months, where there have been a lot of cases here in Mumbai and close by regions where Marathi people have been denied house, where Marathi people eating non-vegetarian food have been told to vacate their house, where the religious practices of Marathi people have been discriminated against by those who come from the different parts of the country. So, to say or to state that it is purely on the basis of language, is why these actors, these political actors are asking for some sort of justice, wouldn't be the complete sense of the picture. It is in totality that Uddhav Thackeray and Raj Thackeray are talking about the sense of justice, but they still stick, especially Raj Thackeray is still sticking out, to the act of using violence, but in a much more controlled sense than what is the case.
That's right. Also, we believe that some action has been taken against 5 MNS workers who, vandalized the office of the businessman Kedia, who in fact dared Raj Thackeray. He dared the MNS, saying that, I've lived in Mumbai for 30 years and I'm not going to learn Marathi. And then you have this instance of vandalism taking place over there. So yet another, a case of this Gundagardi by MNS activists there, Anuj. And you also, in that same, all right, well, let's first, take you through these big developments that have taken place today. Besides the sharing of the stage by the cousins, this other issue, as we've been saying, Sushil Kedia, this businessman in Mumbai, his office was trashed, was vandalized, as you can see in those visuals there. And this is after he had challenged Raj Thackeray on social media. He posted on the 3rd of July that he does not know Marathi properly even after living in Mumbai for 30 years and won't learn it. He said, what will you do? And then his office got vandalized in this manner. The businessman had even asked the Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis to provide him security, but later he issued a video apology for his earlier remarks. Take a look.
Having come under pressure mentally from the violence inflicted on those who do not know Marathi, I ended up overreacting. I realized I must take back my overreactions and withdraw. Truth is, even after living for 30 years in Mumbai, the level of proficiency and fluency that a native Marathi born can have, we will not be able to achieve. And for the simple reason that when there is an atmosphere of fear that keeps on returning back time to time again and again, it creates natural hesitation. Dam ghut jata hai aise mahol mein. With this kind of a situation where our own are hurting our own, I erred completely in my emotional overreactions. I therefore urge, the same way that I have realized my mistake, and I wish to correct it unequivocally.
पण आता कोणतरी एक तो भेडिया काय भेडी असतं ना त्याचं नाव, ही यांची सगळी पिलावळ आहे. तोडा फोडा आणि राज्य करा. आपण ज्या काही गोष्टी केल्या होत्या, हे म्हणतात म्हणे शिवसेनेने आजपर्यंत काय केलं. शिवसेना म्हणजे आता राज मी तुला माझ्या सोबतच घेतो, कारण आपण तेव्हा एकत्रच होतो, आता सुद्धा पुढे एकत्र चाललेलो आहोत. त्याच्यामुळे आपलं सगळं तेव्हाच म्हणतोय, आपला एवढ्या वर्षाचा कालखंड मराठी माणूस म्हणे मुंबई बाहेर नेला. मराठी माणूस आम्ही मुंबई बाहेर नेला असं जर का तुम्हाला वाटत असेल तर 14 सालानंतर तुम्ही मुंबई आणि महाराष्ट्राचे जे काही लचके तोडलेत, मुंबईतून सगळे उद्योगधंदे, महाराष्ट्रातून उद्योगधंदे सगळे पळवले, आर्थिक केंद्र गेलं, हिरे व्यापार गेला, मोठमोठी ऑफिसेस गेली, आपल्याकडे येणारे उद्योगधंदे जे आपल्या काळात येत होते ते कुठे गेले?
केडिया क्या चुनौती देगा अपने को? केडिया चुनौती देगा? 30 साल में मुंबई में रह के, महाराष्ट्र में रह के उसको मराठी नहीं आती है, तो जो मन से कार्यकर्ता ने किया है उसका समर्थन मैं करता हूँ। महाराष्ट्र में रहना है, मुंबई में रहना है तो मराठी आनी चाहिए। और कोई बोलता होगा मैं मराठी नहीं बोलूँगा तो उसका केडिया, अगर कोई बोला उसका हाल केडिया जैसा ही होगा।
All right, let's go back to Anuj for more on this story as well. And Anuj, so the action has, however, been taken. 5 of those workers have been held by the police, and Sushil Kedia, however, who had challenged Raj Thackeray, they're issuing a video apology.
Sushil Kedia has apologized. The 5 people who were responsible for this vandalism, in fact, it happened at the same time when when the Thackeray brothers were reuniting in Worli, just a little far away from that particular dome. The office of Sushil Kedia was vandalized by the workers of MNS. Those 5 workers have been detained by Worli police, and they've gotten an official statement from the police on the same. However, what happens after detention, whether they will be arrested or not, again, what kind of clauses will be put against them, will be a matter of future, because we know that even in the last case, the number of cases that were put on the Hira Bhayendra accused, it is also often debated that those cases weren't the strongest, and if those cases were slightly stronger, things would have gotten easier for the police to take action against them. But that doesn't seem to be the case here. We need to wait and watch out for the sections that the police put out against these people who have vandalized the office of Sushil Kedia, who in fact, after putting a tweet that he doesn't know Marathi, will not learn Marathi, and in a way challenged the people to challenge them to take action against him, went on multiple news channels in Marathi media and spoke about, went on reiterating the same point. And on a couple of those occasions, he even had a bit of scuffle with MNS workers, who even in those shows gave him an open threat of such kind of thing and such kind of thing happening. So the act may not be surprising, but the administration would be looking forward to take a little more stringent action, especially after what Devendra Fadnavis said yesterday.
All right, Anuj, thanks so much for joining us with all those details and developments. So Uddhav Thackeray sharing the stage with Raj Thackeray after 20 years now. He hit out at Kedia and suggested that, he had made those statements even at the behest of the BJP. Now, referring to Mr. Fadnavis' statement on assault of the shopkeeper by MNS workers in the name of Marathi, Uddhav Thackeray said they would keep doing hooliganism if they don't get justice, while Raj Thackeray said that if someone does drama, slap them, but he also advised workers not to film the act.
आणि देवेंद्र फडणवीस आज जे बोलत, बातम्या आले सगळीकडे, मी इकडे बातम्या आणल्यात. भाषेच्या नावाखाली गुंडगिरी सहन केली जाणार नाही. जर महाराष्ट्रामध्ये मराठी माणूस न्याय मागण्यासाठी आंदोलन करत असेल आणि त्याला जर का तुम्ही गुंड म्हणत असाल तर आम्ही गुंड आहोत. आम्ही गुंड. न्याय मागणं म्हणजे गुंडगिरी नाहीये. आणि जर का गुंडगिरी केल्याशिवाय तुमच्या दरबारी न्याय मिळत नसेल तर आम्ही गुंडगिरी करूच.
गुजराती माणसाला मारला, कुठच्या गुजराती माणसाला मारला? बाचाबाचीमध्ये समोरचा गुजराती निघाला, इकडचा मराठी निघाला, त्याच्यामध्ये काय गुजरात्यानं मारलं का? केवढे व्यापारी आहेत, अजून तर काहीच केलेलं नाही. अर्थात त्यांना मराठी आली पाहिजे याच्याबद्दल वाद नाही. विनाकारण उठसूट काय मारामारी करायची गरज नाही आणि मारायची गरज नाही. पण जर जास्ती नाटकं केली तर कानाखाली आवाज काढलाच पाहिजे तुम्ही. पण चूक त्यांची असली पाहिजे. आणि एका गोष्टीचं लक्षात ठेवा, अशी कधी गोष्ट कराल त्याचे व्हिडिओ काढू नका. आपल्यामध्येच त्यांना कळलं पाहिजे. कळलं का? मारणारा कधी सांगत नसतो, मार खाणारा सांगत असतो मला मारला म्हणून. त्यांना सांगू देत. पण याचा अर्थ उठसूट कोणालाही उगाच मारायचं काही कारण नाही.
All right, now let's focus on the politics and the significance of the Thackeray cousins coming together. It's after a political separation that spanned 2 decades that Uddhav Thackeray and Raj Thackeray today shared a stage. They united for a public rally. This was over, the agenda for this rally was Voice of the Marathi. So Marathi Pride really. This was jointly organized by the Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray and the Maharashtra Navnirman Sena, marking the first time since 2005 that the two estranged leaders shared a stage. In fact, Uddhav Thackeray even saying we came together, we stayed together. So a message of togetherness and a veiled attack on the BJP as well.
आज जवळपास 20 वर्षानंतर मी आणि उद्धव आम्ही एका व्यासपीठावरती आज येतो आहोत. जे माननीय बाळासाहेबांना जमलं नाही, जे अनेकांना जमलं नाही, आम्हाला दोघांना एकत्र आणायचं, ते देवेंद्र फडणवीसला जमलं.
कार्यक्रमाची घोषणा झाल्यानंतर साहजिकच आहे सगळ्यांचं लक्ष हे आज भाषणाकडे आहे. पण वैयक्तिक मला असं वाटतं की आज आमच्या भाषणांपेक्षा आमचं एकत्र दिसणं हे महत्त्वाचं आहे. पण एक गोष्ट नक्की की आमच्या दोघांमध्ये जो काही अंतरपाठ होता तो आनाजी पंतांनी दूर केला. आता अक्षता टाकण्याची काय तुमच्याकडनं अपेक्षा नाहीये. एकत्र आलोय एकत्र राहण्यासाठी.
ये जो मेलावा था मराठी भाषा के संदर्भ में, सिर्फ राज साहब ठाकरे जी ने जो भाषण किया उसमें मराठी का मुद्दा था, लेकिन उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने जो भाषण किया उसमें मराठी का मुद्दा नहीं था. वो हार गए हैं. उनकी जो दुख है, वो जो सल है, वो उनके भाषण में दिख रही थी. जो नतद्रष्ट जैसी उनकी जो वर्तणूक है वो आज के मेलाओं में दिखी. मराठी का मुद्दा कुछ भी नहीं था. मैं अभी हार गया हूँ, मुझे अब राज ठाकरे की जरूरत है. राज ठाकरे मेरे साथ आना चाहिए. ये मेलावा सिर्फ मुंबई के इलेक्शन के नहीं तो सिर्फ महाराष्ट्र के इलेक्शन के लिए है, ये उन्होंने आज कबूल किया.
मधल्या काळामध्ये अगदी दोघांनी म्हणजे मी काय राजनेक आणि आपण सगळ्यांनी या नतद्रष्टांचा अनुभव घेतलेला आहे. वापरायचं आणि फेकून द्यायचं. आता आम्ही दोघं मिळून तुम्हाला फेकून देणार आहोत. आजपर्यंत वापर करून घेतला. अरे डोक्यावरती जर का शिवसेना प्रमुख नसते तर तुम्हाला ओळखत कोण होतं या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये? कोणत्या भाषेत बोलत होतात? अगदी राज तू सगळ्यांची शाळा काढली. मला एका प्रश्नाचं उत्तर पाहिजे. मोदींची शाळा कोणती? सगळ्यात उच्च शिक्षित आहेत.
Well, let's move on to some other news now. And leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi took a pot shot on Piyush Goyal and Prime Minister Modi over the India-US trade deal. Remember, negotiations are currently taking place. In a post on X, he wrote, Piyush Goyal can beat his chest all he wants. Mark my words, Modi will meekly bow to the Trump tariff deadline. Now, this comes after Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal said that India was not in a hurry to negotiate the trade deal and would certainly not do it under pressure. Piyush Goyal hit out over Rahul Gandhi's comment, saying that Rahul Gandhi and the Congress have lost significance with the people.
I've already made the stand of India clear. India does not negotiate under deadlines. We negotiate keeping national interests in mind, and national interest is paramount in all our work across the world. We have entered into free trade agreements after the Modi government came in with Mauritius, with the United Arab Emirates, with Australia, with the 4-nation EFTA grouping, Switzerland, Norway, Liechtenstein, and Iceland. Today, India negotiates from a position of strength. We are self-confident. We can compete with anybody in the world. This is not a weak India under Congress and UPA, which would negotiate and make agreements which were not in national interest. Mr. Rahul Gandhi seriously anymore. Because of the negativity that he, his party and his colleagues are continuously spreading, the falsehoods that they are spreading, I think they have lost the plot. They have lost the confidence of the people of India.
News now from Bihar and the shocking murder that took place in Patna, where a prominent Bihar-based businessman and BJP member Gopal Khemka was shot dead outside his residence in Patna by bike-borne assailants. You can see that murder caught on CCTV. Now, this took place at around 11:40 p.m. on Friday near the gate of Khemka's house. Just as he was about to alight from his car, Chief Minister Nitish Kumar convened a meeting today to review the law and order situation, during which he instructed officials to complete the investigation into the killing of Khemka at the earliest. Now, Tejashwi Yadav, however, has slammed the Bihar government, and in a turn of events, he has called it Jungle Raj under their rule.
क्या हुआ था, हम लोग तो अपने पैतृक जो खेमका हाउस है अशोक राजपथ में पीएम गेट के सामने वहाँ रहते हैं। भैया यहाँ रहते हैं 11:30 बजे के आसपास, मतलब 11:20-15 जो भी रहा हो। बांकीपुर क्लब के वो डायरेक्टर हैं, वहाँ से वो अपने घर यहाँ पहुँचे। गेट पे ही घात लगाए हुए क्रिमिनलों ने उनको गोली मार दी। उनके बेटे बहू उनको लेके मेडिवर्सल में गए, वहाँ डॉक्टर ने उनको मृत घोषित कर दिया गया और हम लोगों ने थाना पुलिस सबको फोन किया। तो गांधी मैदान थाना रात को 1:30 बजे पहुंच रहा है। टाउन डीएसपी 1:45-2 बजे आ रहे हैं और सिटी एसपी 2:30 बजे आई हैं। लोग तो अपना काम से काम कर रहे हैं, जा रहे हैं, आ रहे हैं। कोई दुश्मनी होती तो रात में वो अकेले थोड़ी आते।
बढ़ने वाले भ्रष्ट पदाधिकारियों पर भी नजर है, जिसकी लापरवाही उदासीनता से इस तरह की घटना घटित हो रहा है, उसको चिन्हित करके कार्रवाई करने की जरूरत है। भ्रष्ट पदाधिकारी भी कुछ ऐसे मानसिकता के गैर जिम्मेदार लापरवाह लोग जो घटना के बाद त्वरित कार्रवाई नहीं किए हैं, उन लोगों पर सरकार संज्ञान लेगी। उनका संज्ञान सरकार जांच कर रही है, उच्च स्तरीय पदाधिकारी भी जांच करेंगे।
अपना बुलडोजर वाली बात कहेगी जो
निश्चित तौर पर बुलडोजर चलेगा, इनकाउंटर भी होगा, संपत्ति भी जब्त होगी और पीड़ित परिवार को मुआवजा का भी सरकार से हम लोग विचार करेंगे। मुख्यमंत्री से हम लोग इस पर निश्चित तौर पर मिलेंगे।
Nehal Deepak Modi, younger brother of fugitive businessman Nirav Modi, has been arrested in the United States. This following an extradition request issued by Indian authorities. Nehal Modi, a Belgian national, was arrested on the 4th of July in the US by local authorities who were acting on a red corner notice issued by Interpol at the request of the CBI and DD. His arrest comes after a prolonged legal and diplomatic process during which he challenged the red corner notice but ultimately failed to have it revoked. Right, moving on to other news now, and Sanjay Bhandari, the UK-based arms consultant, has been declared a fugitive. He's been declared a fugitive economic offender. The UK-based arms consultant was declared the economic offender on the plea of the Enforcement Directorate by a special Delhi court. Remember, he is said to have been connected to Robert Vadra as well, and now he's been declared an economic offender after the ED's request in court. Dubai has made history with its first successful air taxi test flight. This flying taxi could help solve the daily traffic problems faced by thousands of drivers between Dubai and Abu Dhabi. The commercial launch of air taxis expected in early 2026 is what has been said, and exports will then be available worldwide. Considering this new high-tech driverless air taxi is a new reality, India will not be far behind in learning more about this technology and developing one of its own. Take a look. All right, so it seems their taxi will become a reality soon. That's it from me for the moment. News updates continue right here on NDTV. Do keep watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Thackeray brothers reunite after 2 decades. Uddhav says we come together to stay together. Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar holds a meeting to review the law and order after prominent businessman Gopal Khemka was shot dead outside his home in Patna. Rahul Gandhi takes a dig at the Prime Minister over the US trade deal, says Modi will meekly bow to Trump's deadline. Piyush Goyal hits back, says Congress and Rahul have lost people's interest. And as India and US are expected to ink a trade deal soon, Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal says that India will negotiate on its own terms.
But I'd like to start this off by asking you, Vishnu, what you think about the whole question of India not having stealth fighters right now.
It's a huge
Everyone's
problem.
trying to sell them to us as well.
It's a huge problem, Shiv. Let's face it, in as much as we love the Rafale aircraft and the Indian Air Force is completely vouching for it, perhaps they'd like more than 100 more. The Indian Navy has just gotten into an order for 26 Rafale M aircraft. There is a generation gap between the Rafale and the stealth. There is a good reason why a stealth platform is called a 5th generation aircraft and a Rafale is a 4th or 4.5 generation aircraft, and that is low observability. So in as much as the Rafale has brilliant sensors, both in terms of its radar, its defensive suite, its electronic warfare suite, its towed array decoy system, it is not typically a low observability platform in quite the same manner in which a stealth aircraft is. Its design form is different. And therefore, if Pakistan does have low observable aircraft, which would be the J-35, in fact, the first ones might even start entering service or coming into the PAF ahead of entering service at some time this year, then India is in trouble.
So
Why?
this year? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
The first could actually start coming in this year. They're really pushing for it. And they've gotten apparently into some agreement with the Chinese to ensure that the funding is done on very loose and terms favorable to Pakistan, as has been in the case in the past. If Pakistan starts acquiring low platforms which are low observable, in other words, stealth platforms.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
Innovation, access and partnerships. As India aspires to build a truly inclusive healthcare system, the future of health equity lies at the intersection of innovation, accessibility and strong partnerships. India must reimagine healthcare delivery models that are not only cost-effective, but also equitable, ensuring that no one is left behind on the path to a healthier nation. On my panel today to talk about this very, very important issue, especially if we talk about Viksit Bharat 2047, we have Dr. N.K. Arora, Executive Director, the Inclin Trust International, Dr. Shekhar C. Mande, former DG, Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, Dr. Samir Gupta, Senior Cardiologist and Director, Metro Group of Hospitals, and Annapurna Das, General Manager, Takeda Biopharmaceuticals India Private Limited. Thank you so much all for joining us on this very important issue. And Dr. Arora, I'd like to start with you first. If you could explain to us, when we talk about equitable health, what does this mean in the Indian context, and what kind of a role can technology play in this?
So, thank you very much for inviting. Equity, the true meaning of equity actually is reflected in healthcare and how, and I must also say that India's immunization program also is an example how equity can be achieved, and equity can be achieved very well. I mean, just to give an example, that today 93% of our children are fully immunized, and about 6% children who are left, particularly only 3%. Now, that is an example that every child has to be reached for immunization. And you ask, so that's how I define that anybody who requires health care has access and able to not only access, but able to utilize the services. As far as technology is concerned, I think technology is most efficient way of achieving equity in our kind of setups, which has got a very heterogeneous population groups, very diverse geographical aspects and distances. So technology will not only help us achieve equity, but two other things also come with that. Technology helps us to achieve accountability also. And the third dimension is, which was just mentioned, that technology also allows the access to those aspects of healthcare which are normally even not dreamt of. So if I want a super specialist, how do I reach somebody who is in the remote Arunachal village? So technology is the answer and is the cheapest way of quickly achieving or scaling up our equity efforts.
All right, and you know, India should be able to use technology better and better. Earlier we heard the minister also talking about, you know, AI centers that have been set up in the previous panel as well. They spoke about how AI is being used, you know, for to health even at the rural level. Annapurna Das, next question to you. And you know, we've been talking a lot about partnerships and how they can help in this journey of better health for our public. So if you could tell us more about, you know, how you know, partnerships can increase access to healthcare in India.
I think talking about equitable access, I think what's important to realize that achieving health equity is a collective responsibility. I think what it makes that as Takeda, we are forging strategic partnerships which are primarily aligned to the national priorities with the healthcare ecosystem priorities. You know, access to medicine, if as a global pharmaceutical player, is core to our core business strategy. And we primarily work that all our medicines, vaccines are made accessible. We can broaden access to the most people who needs them the most. You know, what Dr. Arora was talking about, that people who need it the most, you know. Fundamentally, I think we work with three pillars. Number one, innovate to impact. Number two, which is sustainable access, and number three, which is health system strengthening. Now, if you look at all of these, you can blend different models of partnerships, you know, which can be cost-based partnerships, joint funding in innovation, you know, it can be manufacturing partnerships. So there are different models of partnership. One of the things that we believe is, that I believe that would be very helpful is working with state governments, state health departments to increase the capacity for clinicians to diagnose, but as well as treat, you know, non-communicable diseases and vector-borne disease. I think that's fundamental, that how you can drive the kind of community. The other piece, the last piece here, is the community-centric approaches. Fundamentally, when access programs are designed with inputs from community, they are far more inclusive, they lead to better outcomes. And that's what our learning. So I'll sum up by saying that partnerships are not enablers. They are just so fundamental to drive the equitable access in a country like ours.
Well, thank you so much. You know, you recounted about so many examples that have worked, and that's what really we need right now to show, you know, that how things are working on the ground. And that brings us to policy. And Dr. Mande, if you could talk a bit about, you know, how we can ensure that we have the correct policies, because what we need is more innovation, and we need innovation that will help, you know, rural parts of the country, underserved parts of the country as well. So how can, be it state governments, be at the central level, how can we help, you know, push for those policies that will create this innovation and technology that can give more equitable health?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for having me here. That's a very important question. If we talk of innovation, we see innovation at all levels across the country, in rural areas, in remote areas, in urban areas, in our households. Everywhere there are signs of innovation there all the time. What our mothers do essentially all day are trying to innovate on their own to make the household very livable and very pleasant. The tech-led innovation is essentially using the technologies, and a larger section of society can benefit by those. By that kind of innovation actually is what we believe would eventually drive the society forward. Now, the first sign of this we actually started seeing some years ago, when institutions such as different IITs and all took the lead and gave some space to the youngsters. For example, IIT Madras, IIT Bombay and all, they set up these technology parks and gave space to youngsters to try out their ideas in scaling up their innovations. Right? That's the key issue. The policy framework for that at that particular point of time did not exist, but soon what was followed was something like Startup India policy and things like that. They came in the last few years. Now the government's role in this is multifold in promoting innovation. Number one, government creates appropriate infrastructure for anyone to come and use. For example, government, in the very larger sense, for example, government lays down power lines, government makes roads, and things like that. But the second thing, when people want to test out their ideas for scaling up and going to an industrial scale, government actually should stay out of it. Now, one of the major policies of government to actually stay out of that, so when kids are coming out of our academic institutes, say IITs, NITs, universities, colleges, these kids are bubbling with ideas. And they actually want to try out their ideas and try to see whether these ideas can be scaled up and a larger society can benefit. And that's exactly where the government actually should step back. It should promote the early ideas by providing certain kind of funds and all, but not regulate those ideas. And
so
if our policy makers
give
actually...
them a push, but not go, you know,
That's
not...
right. Not have any
regulate them,
extensive
yeah.
regulations in governing those ideas and innovations at all. So that would be actually a major role for the government to play.
All right, so that's a very interesting point that you made there. Dr. Gupta, coming to you, you're a doctor, you run a hospital as well. So if you could, we're talking about, you know, public-private partnerships, if you could talk about examples that you've seen or where you feel, you know, this could help in terms of, you know, diagnostics and other hospitals as well.
Absolutely. So let me first begin by saying that, you know, for our, the dream of our country is Viksit Bharat, right? 2047, we have to be a developed nation. And I just want to put it out there, we cannot be a wealthy nation if you're not a healthy nation. So health is of paramount importance, and I want to congratulate everyone for bringing up this panel and talking about health, which is a very neglected subject in general. You know, talking about public-private partnerships, it is, you know, it's kind of an innovation in the healthcare delivery model, right? Traditionally, if you have to build up a hospital, if you want to deliver healthcare, you buy a piece of land, then you construct a hospital on top of that, and then you deliver, you put in manpower and the patients come and that's how traditionally things work. Public-private partnerships come in different flavors, right? Either the government gives you subsidized land, or they give you a pre-established hospital which is existing, or for that matter, diagnostic center or whatever. They give you, either they give you a land on which at a discounted rate or a free rate, whatever, and you construct a hospital on top of that and then deliver healthcare. Or they give you a half-made hospital or a hospital which is not optimally functioning, and then you come in as a private partner and deliver healthcare over there, and then in lieu of this services that you've been given, the land or the building that you've been given, you give a discounted or free healthcare to a certain percentage of the patients who come to the hospital. So that's usually how private partnerships work.
Yes, that's how it works.
Now, public-private partnerships also play a very important role in healthcare education, right? One of the biggest challenges we face in healthcare in India is manpower. We don't either have good manpower or we don't have enough number of manpower. And, the government is now coming up with different schemes. I saw some policy work coming out of Uttar Pradesh, where the government is saying that all the district hospitals, we will convert them into medical colleges. And subsequently, we will have so many more medical colleges. The number of the patient-doctor ratio in India, which is has scope for improvement, that can be increased. And the quality of that district hospital will in turn also improve, because now there is a medical college over there, there will be better doctors, there will be better staff over there, etc. So I think public-private partnership is a very important and a very key role if we have to get healthcare delivery and equity for all, as was discussed.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts July 13th. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Some say sport is a matter of life and death. The truth is, it is far more serious than that. Sport is about ecstasy and agony, about pain and suffering, about joy and much more. Some say there's no one better to tell these stories. So here I am. Join me, Boria Majumdar, on India's #1 news network.
I'd like to come back to you, Dr. Arora. We're talking about, how we can have healthcare for all, how we can, use public-private partnerships. What are the obstacles that you see? And earlier during the sessions, we spoke about how certain doctors have, gone and worked with tribals, gone and worked in rural parts, but that is their own personal mission. How can we have more of that? What are the obstacles in, ensuring health for rural India, for tribal India?
One of the major at the moment roadblock is the shortage of manpower. And if I give you the figures, it's mind-boggling. In next 20 years or so, we are talking about 2047, we require 30 lakh more doctors. The second is nurses. About 80 lakh nurses, 50 to 80 lakh nurses and other paramedical. Therefore, the shortage is huge. Today, if I look around the whole country, every state health department has 40 to 50% deficiencies. Even medical colleges getting teachers.
As large as that?
As large as that.
Wow.
So that is something, therefore, we have to bring in innovation in terms of a kind of skilling our manpower and get them. So this is a huge area where opportunities exist. The whole concept of digital health has come in, that we are talking about Abha ID. That means we have electronic health records of every individual, issues of confidentiality, issues of maintaining the the data is properly used. But the most important is the once Abha ID and its usage is there, it should be available right up to the level of health and wellness centers, which we call Ayushman Arogya Mandis these days. So technology here is again important, that we need to have the improvement in the quality of data so that we can use.
That's a very interesting example you gave, and where there's some lacuna and maybe there's there has to be a push for improvement there. But taking from what you spoke about AI, Ms. Das, if you could tell us how Takeda uses AI and what is the long-term plan?
Yeah, so probably I think from the digital technologies or AI is transforming, particularly from making it very personalized, patient-centric, and accessible. For global biopharma like Takeda, I think what we focus on integrating it across channels, okay, so that we can, whether it's for its internal and external stakeholders as well as for HCPs and patients. I think one of the things, maybe I'll quickly give you two examples. I think the focus is for HCP engagement and education. If you see that, I think what happens, like if AI is able to really give personalized HCP specialty and profile-based evidence to the physicians. It is also, I think, the predictive analytics that you do is able to give the progress of the disease. And as a result, the clinical decisions can be made with that help. This is one big area where we work, and we have tied up with Salesforce, I think, to bring a life science cloud-based model, which gives the AI agents and AI analytics so that the physician, there is a real-time streamlined interactions between physicians with commercial teams, with patient support teams. I think this is a major shift in how AI being used.
Right.
The other big area is, of course, patient education and patient support. I think this is what the technology plays a role. So I'll give you just one example here. It can be for faster diagnosis. It is for giving better treatment outcomes. So we are working on something, an AI-enabled app for IBD. Okay, so if you know that, which is kind of heavy, this is a disease, and this would help patients to really track their symptoms, okay? Kind of also track their relapse, help them get counseling, get them support. I think as a result of AI and technology, I think it kind of brings the provider and the patients together for that support. I think that there are multiple examples. At the end of the day, the objective is to create that faster, accessible of these treatments to the patients to improve their quality of life. That's most important.
All right, and earlier on, Dr. Mande, I want to come to you. We were speaking about how the burden of disease is shifting from infectious to lifestyle disease as well. So how does this affect our, if we're talking about health equity agenda, how does this change, impact that?
Yeah, indeed, the burden of disease is dramatically changing in the last 20 years from communicable to non-communicable or lifestyle kind of diseases. We also heard in the morning in the panel that even rural areas, this kind of scenario is changing very rapidly. Now, we have already touched upon AI, right? That's one equalizer, the democratizer of all kinds of processes. So for example, when Mr. Jensen Huang was here in India, 4 or 5 years ago, he gave a talk in Vigyan Bhavan, and he talked about how AI is rapidly democratizing all processes related to our common endeavor, financial markets or the trade or whatever that we talk of, and health is not very far behind. And that's one way to go forward, that how AI very quickly, we adapt AI into our healthcare system is actually our immediate goal to do that, what we should be doing. Now, Dr. Arora very quite rightly pointed out that most of the data that exists on different kinds of disorders is actually borrowed from the West at the moment from India. So we don't really know the basal parameters of whom we call healthy, whom actually we say that certain kind of disorder exists in that person. And that kind of data needs to be generated in India very, very rapidly. And wherever data that exists on today's date is on different formats in different places, so it cannot be integrated that very easily. And if we were to develop our own AI models or large language models or something based on this particular data, it should be our urgent necessity to actually get all these data accessible to our AI community, make it accessible, make it uniform, and make sure that this data can be used very meaningfully for the future of the healthcare.
All right, and clearly there is a need, and for this, we're a young country. We have such a, a burgeoning young population. Hopefully, they can be encouraged to think on these lines of innovation. We all talk about startups. Dr. Gupta, anything you'd like to add to that, and where you feel, we need more innovations and how they could help in this Viksit Bharat 2047?
Absolutely. So, we were talking about AI, so I'll just talk two minutes about that. AI is the buzzword, right? Like Sir just said that, from trading to everything else, AI is being... So I think...
So we don't want people to go to AI for their consultancy as well. There's a lot of misinformation also.
Absolutely. So I think AI is what you feed in is what you get out.
Yes.
And that's how AI works. And that's what Sir said, that, what the data that is required to train those models is very important. But, with the various initiatives of our country of getting Abha ID and all the other the digital health missions, hopefully this will all be successful and we'll have a lot of data that can be fed into for predictive analytics, right? Previously, if you think how the car would function, right? Previously, 20 years ago, you would have a car and you would take it for servicing when it would go bad. Then they started coming out with data. You know what? Every 1,000 kilometers, go get the tire pressure checked. Every X amount of kilometers, get the engine oil changed. So prediction started coming into the picture from data. So similarly, can we reach a stage where we can predict that this person has X, Y, and Z things? Can we predict that this guy is going to get this X illness? So can we do something to prevent that illness from happening before it has happened?
Preventive health, what we were talking about
Preventive
earlier.
health.
Yes.
And, AI, I don't think is going to, in healthcare per se, which is so sensitive, so important, I don't foresee it taking away jobs. I see it as your co-pilot. Like when you're driving a plane, there is an autopilot, there is a pilot, and then there is a co-pilot. I think AI is going to be your co-pilot. And I'll give you a small example. I'm a cardiologist, right? So I'm doing angiographies, angioplasties, and all those things. And, that there is this technology we use called OCT, which is for improving your imaging during the procedure. And we would do that imaging first, and whatever data, the images that would come out, you would analyze it yourself, and you would make treatment recommendations. And that analysis would take a couple of minutes. So, this technology is AI is going to be your co-pilot in your journey of treating patients.
All right, that's very interesting. So nothing to be, scared of. It's how we use it really and use it to benefit our people. Thank you so much. We're out of time. Thank you so much for joining us on this panel and talking about this, about a Viksit 2047, equitable health for all. Hopefully that dream can actually come true. Thank you.
A 36-hour non-stop flight by a small pack of B-2s. A lot of other aircraft were also involved, we know that. But let's talk about the B-2 flight itself. They took off from Missouri. 36 hours later, they landed back without once landing. They delivered their bombs 18 hours later over Iran and then came back. How was this possible? Because the Department of Defense says at no point of time on this 36-hour journey Was there any reason to believe that they were either detected or reacted to?
Well, they weren't detected, because if they were, then they'd be in some serious trouble. It's one of the most unbelievable missions, one of the most historic long-range strike missions. There were 7 B-2s, which by B-2 standards is a fair number of them. There was deception in the very beginning. There was a sense that some of them were flying west across the Pacific. In fact, they weren't. And even if a few planes were positioned in one area, they were not going to be flying the Pacific route.
That was the big distraction.
On social media said, you see the bombers, they're now flying west, so you know what's coming your way. But no. They flew them east across the Atlantic. There were 125 aircraft in total involved. Refuelers were involved at every stage. There were fighter aircraft which linked up 4th generation and 5th generation planes, 5th generation being stealth aircraft. And then after an 18-hour flight one way, right, shortly before they struck their targets, which was primarily Fordo, using a remarkable weapon which we'll talk about called the GBU-57, 30,000-pound weapon.
Monster.
Before that took place, there were several land attack cruise missiles launched from American submarines and possibly destroyers as well. Possibly in the Persian Gulf, submarines, they don't tell us a location that could be as far out.
The American media says it was one submarine called the USS Georgia.
So again, location, I'm not sure if that would be Persian Gulf, could be the Mediterranean, could be the North Indian Ocean as well. But this is what I found interesting. By the time those land attack cruise missiles, Tomahawks, actually struck their targets in Natanz and Esfahan, the American B-2s had already left. So in other words, they launched their missiles first, but by the time the missiles hit, they were the last to hit their impact points. But that's just the nature of the weapons, which are a bit slower than, the aircraft going in the B-2s and dropping their bombs and then getting out.
A question that I'm often asked, Vishnu, is 125 aircraft were accompanying at various points of time. It's not like it was this big swarm of aircraft flying together, which people may be tempted to think when they hear the word 125 aircraft were involved. But tell me something. When the B-2s entered Iranian airspace or sensitive or contested airspace at any point of time, would the B-2s have been alone, or would those 5th generation fighters have been with them?
The 5th generation fighters would have been with them, 4th generation fighters as well. And what we do know is that escort and support aircraft linked up with them and in a sense cleared the path of the B-2s, because what did they do? They deployed high-speed suppression fires against surface-to-air missiles. So they were being absolutely clear. Now, the Iranian radars wouldn't have likely picked up the B-2s at all. It's got a radar signature of smaller than a sparrow.
Tiny.
So you don't necessarily pick that up at all. But they weren't taking any chances. They were clearing the airspace for them, taking out through search and destroy missions, surface-to-air missile sites. The B-2s went in, dropped their bombs with precision, impact points in Fordo, and we've got those images up. We've got fantastic satellite images, even new ones which have come in, showing the exact penetration points in Fordo. They then got out. And obviously, they were accompanied by, I would suggest, F-22s and F-35s. This is the primary role, or one of the primary roles.
So those are the ones firing anti-radiation missiles, high-speed anti-radiation missiles.
I think those would be F-16 and perhaps even.
Massive NDTV campaign impact. Raj Thackeray's biggest climb down. MNS chief says, slap only if someone acts smart. It's a mega reunion of Thackeray brothers. Uddhav and Raj Thackeray share stage after 20 years over Marathi pride. Raj Thackeray says, what Bala Saheb couldn't do, Fadnavis has achieved. While Uddhav Thackeray says, they have come together to stay together. Raj Thackeray doubles down on his Marathi threat, says if you live in Maharashtra, you should know Marathi, tells his workers not to film their wives. A Mumbai businessman, Sushil Kedia, is forced to apologize after Raj Thackeray's MNS workers vandalized his office after he said he will not learn Marathi. Chief Minister of Bihar Nitish Kumar has held an important review meeting for the law and order situation in the state after prominent Bihar-based businessman and BJP member Gopal Khemka was shot dead outside his home. Nehal Deepak Modi, younger brother of fugitive businessman Nirav Modi, has been arrested in the United States following an extradition request issued by Indian authorities. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi has set out on the India-US trade deal, saying Prime Minister Narendra Modi will meekly bow down to any deadline set by US President Donald Trump regarding reciprocal tariffs. Union Minister Piyush Goyal now has hit back, saying people have lost interest in Rahul Gandhi. Well, we start with a massive NDTV campaign impact. NDTV has been tracking the vandalism by MNS workers in the last few days in Mumbai and surrounding areas. Raj Thackeray, MNS chief, today has advised his party workers that they should not beat up people unnecessarily, and that he has also asked them to use violence only as the last resort. He has also said that a slap is advisable, but he has softened his attack, saying that this is a prestige issue, Marathi pride is important, but one must not assault people unnecessarily. He has also calmed goons, and he has said that there is a need to create more awareness. He has also said that a slap is okay, but large-scale violence, unnecessarily beating up people, unnecessary assault on the people of Maharashtra is not something that they should be indulging in.
गुजराती माणसाला मारला, कुठच्या गुजराती माणसाला मारला? बाचाबाचीमध्ये समोरचा गुजराती निघाला, इकडचा मराठी निघाला, त्याच्यामध्ये काय गुजरात्यानं मारलं का? केवढे व्यापारी आहेत? अजून तर काहीच केलेलं नाही. अर्थात त्यांना मराठी आली पाहिजे याच्याबद्दल वाद नाही. विनाकारण उठसूट काय मारामारी करायची गरज नाही आणि मारायची गरज नाही. पण जर जास्ती नाटकं केली तर कानाखाली आवाज काढलाच पाहिजे तुम्ही. पण चूक त्यांची असली पाहिजे. आणि एका गोष्टीचं लक्षात ठेवा, अशी कधी गोष्ट कराल त्याची व्हिडिओ काढू नका. आपल्यामध्येच त्यांना कळलं पाहिजे. कळलं का? मारणारा कधी सांगत नसतो, मार खाणारा सांगत असतो मला मारला म्हणून. त्यांना सांगू देत, पण याचा अर्थ उठसूट कोणालाही उगाच मारायचं काही कारण नाहीये.
Okay, my colleague Radhika joins us with more details on this. Radhika, Raj Thackeray asking his workers not to film their violence, not to brag about it, but send out the message by doing what they need to do, by giving a slap here and there, but not really indulging in large-scale violence. What is the message that he's trying to give out here?
That's right. Raj Thackeray has not vociferously apologized for what his workers did, but he has certainly softened his stand. He has said that if the other person goes overboard by insulting Marathi, then perhaps go ahead and slap, but do not take law and order into their hands, is the messaging that's been given by Raj Thackeray. So certainly a change in stand, especially post what has happened and the outrage that we saw over the last few days as a result of that man getting beaten up, the shopkeeper getting beaten up by the MNS workers, and the police action post that. We know that Devendra Fadnavis has also promised further action. So amid this, Raj Thackeray in that particular speech softening his stance, saying that asking his workers to not film, not videograph any of the assault, and do it only if it's required. If the other person goes overboard with insulting Marathi, that's when you act, and perhaps a slap or two may not be much of an issue, is what Raj Thackeray has said. So, but the fact remains that he has not vociferously apologize or not shown regret or remorse, but certainly being very, very cautious there. Something that's echoed by Uddhav Thackeray as well. He said that if they are resorting to hooliganism, it is because Marathi pride is getting insulted, and if Marathi pride is getting insulted and they react, and if that's called hooliganism, then so be it. So that's the reaction from both Raj Thackeray as well as Uddhav Thackeray, not very strongly apologetic about the violent incident, but at the same time softening their stand.
Right, Radhika, also help us understand where does the investigation stand with respect to the 7 people who were booked by the police, Maharashtra police 2-3 days ago with regard to the assault on a shopkeeper in Thane. They were all, your cases booked against them, they were all booked, but there were no arrests that were made. In fact, Fadnavis, the Chief Minister, also issued a very strong warning yesterday saying that strictest action will be taken against those people perpetrating violence. Have we heard of any arrests yet?
No arrests yet as far as the shopkeeper incident is concerned. 7 people were booked in that particular FIR. They were detained, they were questioned, and then they were released on bail bond. But we'll have to see if some stringent sections will be added in order to arrest them, because now the pressure is mounting on the state government to take action. Yesterday, Devendra Fadnavis did assure that FIR has been registered, but further action will be taken, and such incidents will not be tolerated in the state of Maharashtra. One cannot take law into their hands, is the strong messaging by Devendra Fadnavis. But so far, no additional sections have been added to the FIR, but will that happen in a day or two, post which can arrests happen? That remains to be seen. But as far as Sushil Kedia's case is concerned, where his office was vandalized earlier this morning, multiple people were arrested in connection to the case, and these are also MNS workers. So in that case, more action happening. So perhaps even in that shopkeeper assault case, perhaps more sections may be added. Arrest may take place, considering Devendra Fadnavis has taken strong cognizance of these violent incidents by the MNS.
Right. Thank you, Radhika, for joining us with those details. As Raj Thackeray and Uddhav Thackeray have reunited after 20 long years over Hindi imposition, more instances of vandalism by MNS workers have also surfaced after a shopkeeper was slapped at Mira Road. Now, the office of an entrepreneur, a market analyst, Sushil Kedia, was vandalized by MNS goons. On the 3rd of July, Mr. Kedia had tagged Raj Thackeray on X, saying that he does not know Marathi properly despite living in Mumbai for 30 long years, and he will not learn the language as a mark of protest against the gross misconduct that has been displayed by MNS workers. And he had challenged Raj Thackeray to do whatever he wants. Now, of course, his office has been attacked. You can see the visuals there. The businessman now has issued another video apologizing for his words, and he has requested Raj Thackeray to consider his apology.
Having come under pressure mentally from the violence inflicted on those who do not know Marathi, I ended up overreacting. I realized I must take back my overreactions and withdraw. Truth is, even after living for 30 years in Mumbai, the level of proficiency and fluency that a native Marathi born can have, we will not be able to achieve. And for the simple reason that when there is an atmosphere of fear that keeps on returning back time to time again and again, it creates natural hesitation. Dam ghut jata hai aise mahol mein. With this kind of a situation where our own are hurting our own, I erred completely in my emotional overreactions. I therefore urge, the same way that I have realized my mistake, and I wish to correct it unequivocally.
तो भेड़िया बीड़ काय भेड़ियाच ना त्याचं नाव. ही यांची सगळी पिलावळ आहे. तोडा फोडा आणि राज्य करा. आपण ज्या काही गोष्टी केल्या होत्या, हे म्हणतात म्हणे शिवसेनेने आजपर्यंत काय केलं. शिवसेना म्हणजे आता राज मी तुला माझ्या सोबतच घेतो, कारण आपण तेव्हा एकत्रच होतो, आता सुद्धा पुढे एकत्र चाललेलो आहोत. त्याच्यामुळे आपलं सगळं तेव्हाच म्हणतोय, आपला एवढ्या वर्षाचा कालखंड. मराठी माणूस म्हणे मुंबई बाहेर नेला. मराठी माणूस आम्ही मुंबई बाहेर नेला असं जर का तुम्हाला वाटत असेल, तर 14 सालानंतर तुम्ही मुंबई आणि महाराष्ट्राचे जे काही लचके तोडलेत, मुंबईतून सगळे उद्योगधंदे, महाराष्ट्रातून उद्योगधंदे सगळे पळवले, आर्थिक केंद्र गेलं, हिरे व्यापार गेला, मोठमोठी ऑफिसेस गेली. आपल्याकडे येणारे उद्योगधंदे जे आपल्या काळात येत होते ते कुठे गेले?
मीडिया क्या चुनौती देगा अपने को? मीडिया चुनौती देगा. 30 साल में मुंबई में रह के, महाराष्ट्र में रह के उसको मराठी नहीं आती है, तो जो मन से कार्यकर्ता ने किया है उसका समर्थन मैं करता हूँ. महाराष्ट्र में रहना है, मुंबई में रहना है तो मराठी आनी चाहिए. और कोई बोलता होगा मैं मराठी नहीं बोलूँगा जी, तो उसका केडिया, अगर कोई बोला उसका हाल केडिया जैसा ही होगा.
Now, referring to Devendra Fadnavis, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra's statement on the assault on a shopkeeper by MNS workers, that vandalism in the name of Marathi would not be allowed in the state. Uddhav Thackeray has said that they would keep doing hooliganism if they don't get justice, while Raj Thackeray has said that if somebody does drama, slap them, but also advised workers not to film the act.
आणि देवेंद्र फडणवीस आज जे बोलत, बातम्या आले सगळीकडे, मी इकडे बातम्या आणल्यात. भाषेच्या नावाखाली गुंडगिरी सहली जाणार नाही. जर महाराष्ट्रामध्ये मराठी माणूस न्याय मागण्यासाठी आंदोलन करत असेल आणि त्याला जर का तुम्ही गुंड म्हणत असाल तर आम्ही गुंड आहोत. आम्ही गुंड. न्याय मागणं म्हणजे गुंडगिरी नाहीये. आणि जर का गुंडगिरी केल्याशिवाय तुमच्या दरबारी न्याय मिळत नसेल तर आम्ही गुंडगिरी करूच.
गुजराती माणसाला मारला, कुठच्या गुजराती माणसाला मारला? बाचाबाचीमध्ये समोरचा गुजराती निघाला, इकडचा मराठी निघाला, त्याच्या गुजरात्यानं मारलं का? केवढे व्यापारी आहेत, अजून तर काहीच केलेलं नाही. अर्थात त्यांना मराठी आली पाहिजे याच्याबद्दल वाद नाही. विनाकारण उठसूट काय मारामारी करायची गरज नाही आणि मारायची गरज नाही. पण जर जास्ती नाटकं केली तर कानाखाली आवाज काढलाच पाहिजे तुम्ही. पण चूक त्यांची असली पाहिजे. आणि एका गोष्टीचं लक्षात ठेवा, अशी कधी गोष्ट कराल त्याचे व्हिडिओ काढू नका. आपल्यामध्येच त्यांना कळलं पाहिजे. कळलं का? मारणारा कधी सांगत नसतो, मार खाणारा सांगत असतो मला मारला म्हणून. त्यांना सांगू देत. पण याचा अर्थ उठसूट कोणालाही उगाच मारायचं काही कारण नाहीये.
So after a political separation that spanned almost 20 years, cousins Uddhav Thackeray and Raj Thackeray united today at a public rally in Mumbai. This event, titled Awaj Marathicha, Voice of the Marathi People, has been jointly organized by Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray, and also Maharashtra Navnirman Sena, which is the party of Raj Thackeray, marking the first time since 2005 that the two estranged cousins leaders shared a stage.
आज जवळपास 20 वर्षानंतर मी आणि उद्धव आम्ही एका व्यासपीठावरती आज येतो आहोत. जे माननीय बाळासाहेबांना जमलं नाही, जे अनेकांना जमलं नाही, आम्हाला दोघांना एकत्र आणायचं, ते देवेंद्र फडणवीसला जमलं.
कार्यक्रमाची घोषणा झाल्यानंतर साहजिकच आहे सगळ्यांचं लक्ष हे आज भाषणाकडे आहे. पण वैयक्तिक मला असं वाटतं की आज आमच्या भाषणांपेक्षा आमचं एकत्र दिसणं हे महत्त्वाचं आहे. पण एक गोष्ट नक्की की आमच्या दोघांमध्ये जो काही अंतरपाठ होता तो आनाजी पंतांनी दूर केला. आता अक्षता टाकण्याची काय तुमच्याकडनं अपेक्षा नाहीये. एकत्र आलोय एकत्र राहण्यासाठी.
ये जो मेलावा था मराठी भाषा के संदर्भ में, सिर्फ राज साहब ठाकरे जी ने जो भाषण किया उसमें मराठी का मुद्दा था, लेकिन उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने जो भाषण किया उसमें मराठी का मुद्दा नहीं था. वो हार गए हैं. उनकी जो दुख है, वो जो सल है, वो उनके भाषण में दिख रही थी. जो नतद्रष्ट जैसी उनकी जो वर्तणूक है वो आज के मेलाव में दिखी. मराठी का मुद्दा कुछ भी नहीं था. मैं अभी हार गया हूँ. मुझे अब राज ठाकरे की जरूरत है. राज ठाकरे मेरे साथ आना चाहिए. ये मेलावा सिर्फ मुंबई के इलेक्शन के नहीं, तो सिर्फ महाराष्ट्र के इलेक्शन के लिए है. ये उन्होंने आज कबूल किया.
अपनी राजनीति के लिए मराठी मानुस का मुद्दा करके राजनीति करने की आवश्यकता नहीं. अभी महापालिका का चुनाव सामने है, इसलिए सभी राजनीति है. जब हाथ में मुंबई महानगर पालिका की सत्ता थी तभी मराठी आदमियों के लिए क्या किया. कितने कॉन्ट्रैक्टर मराठी थे. मुंबई के कितने बिल्डर आपके चेंबर में रहते थे और गरीब मराठी मानुस कार्यकर्ता बाहर 2-2 घंटा बैठता था. मराठी भाषा भवन आप सीएम थे तभी नहीं हुआ. हम गति से कर रहे हैं.
मधल्या काळामध्ये अगदी दोघांनी, म्हणजे मी काय राजनिक आणि आपण सगळ्यांनी या नतद्रष्टांचा अनुभव घेतलेला आहे. वापरायचं आणि फेकून द्यायचं. आता आम्ही दोघं मिळून तुम्हाला फेकून देणार आहोत. आजपर्यंत वापर करून घेतलात. अरे डोक्यावरती जर का शिवसेना प्रमुख नसते तर तुम्हाला ओळखत कोण होतं या महाराष्ट्रामध्ये. कोणत्या भाषेत बोलत होतात. अगदी राज तू सगळ्यांची शाळा काढली. मला एका प्रश्नाचं उत्तर पाहिजे. मोदींची शाळा कोणती. सगळ्यात उच्च शिक्षित आहेत.
A Vijay Merawa or a victory rally was held today where we saw the two Thackeray brothers, the two Thackeray cousins share the same stage after almost 2 decades. It was a historic moment and a very important one too when you think of Maharashtra's political terrain. There are a lot of things that unfolded on, in that 1.5 hour long event, which only had speeches by Raj Thackeray first, the younger brother, followed by Uddhav Thackeray, the senior one. But what are the inferences that we can draw out of this to understand or to try and get some clarity on exactly what is going on in Maharashtra's politics at this moment? This entire event, for context, was never supposed to be in place. It was because of the GR that was passed by the government first in the month of April, making Hindi the mandatory language. Then it was changed in June, where Hindi was made the default third language. And when the backlash didn't stop, in fact, it became stronger with every little change that the government did in making sure that they try and include Hindi in some way or the other. People from across different sections of Marathi population united, and a rally was planned, a huge protest rally was planned today on the 5th of July, here in Mumbai, for which both the Thackeray parties united. One day before the monsoon session began, Fadnavis and his two deputies, they said that the GR stood cancelled, and now the decision went back to what it was earlier. Instead, a new committee was set up to study and understand this matter in much detail. And after that, the two parties, instead of cancelling the program on the 5th of July, changed it to a victory parade to celebrate their symbolic victory over the government. That's the bit of context that we need to understand why this event happened. Now, secondly, it is an important piece or a point of development as far as Maharashtra politics is concerned, because a lot is happening here in Mumbai, especially with the MNS. We've seen that the act of violence that has gone viral on social media, and because what happened in Mira Bhayandar, where a group of MNS workers, they stormed into a store, and then they after having a bit of scuffle with the shopkeeper there allegedly for not speaking in Marathi, the man was slapped on camera. And then of course we saw that it led to a flurry of political reactions coming in, not many of them supporting MNS, but staying consistent with the opinion that Marathi needs to be known by whoever wants to conduct business in Mumbai.
Well, Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis now has responded to Raj Thackeray. Chief Minister Fadnavis has responded to Raj Thackeray, and he has thanked Raj Thackeray for giving him credit. Remember, Raj Thackeray in that joint rally with his cousin Uddhav Thackeray today said that the reunion of the two estranged cousins was something that Balasaheb Thackeray, the founder of Shiv Sena, wanted, but it is something that only Devendra Fadnavis could achieve. Fadnavis has responded to this, saying that Balasaheb would be blessing me today. Mr. Fadnavis has also said that this was not a victory rally. It's not a victory for Marathi. It's a mourning session. That's what he has called this joint rally. He has also said that people know the truth about what is happening and that there is nothing to hide from them.
पहिल्यांदा तर मी राज ठाकरेंचे आभार मानतो की त्यांनी या ठिकाणी दोन बंधू एकत्रित येण्याचं श्रेय मला दिलं. श्रद्धेय बाळासाहेबांचे आशीर्वाद हे मलाच मिळत असतील. पण मला असं सांगण्यात आलं होतं की विजय मेळावा होणार आहे, पण त्या ठिकाणी रुदालीचं भाषण देखील झालं आणि मराठीबद्दल एक शब्द न बोलता आमचं सरकार गेलं, आमचं सरकार पडलं, आम्हाला सरकारमध्ये द्या, आम्हालाच निवडून द्या, हा मराठीचा विजय उत्सव नव्हता, ही रुदाली होती. त्या रुदालीचं दर्शन ते त्या ठिकाणी आपण घेतलेलं आहे. मुळात त्यांना असूया आहे की 25 वर्ष महानगरपालिका त्यांच्याकडे असताना दाखवण्यालायक ते काहीच काम करू शकले नाहीत. पण मोदीजींच्या नेतृत्वात आम्ही ज्या प्रकारे मुंबईचा चेहरा बदलवला, त्यांच्या काळामध्ये मराठी माणूस मुंबईतनं हद्दपार झाला. आम्ही बीडीडी चाळीतल्या मराठी माणसाला, पत्रा चाळीतल्या मराठी माणसाला, अभ्युदयनगरच्या मराठी माणसाला हक्काचं मोठं घर हे त्याच ठिकाणी दिलं, याची असूया त्यांच्या मनामध्ये आहे. पण मी नेहमी सांगतोय, पब्लिक है सब जानती है.
Well, Radhika joins us with more details on this. Very interesting, Radhika. Devendra Fadnavis wearing the Marathi data, speaking in Pandharpur, which is also very critical for the Maharashtrian sentiment, saying that public sab janti hai. Explain to us his reaction, the way he has responded to the Thackeray brothers reunion today.
That's right. In the speech today, both Raj Thackeray and Uddhav Thackeray thanked Devendra Fadnavis for bringing these two brothers together. They said that it was as a result of the state government and Fadnavis's move to take back that Hindi imposition GR that the brothers have come together. In fact, it was as a result of Hindi imposition itself that both of these brothers started talking in the same language. Devendra Fadnavis has reacted. He has thanked Raj Thackeray for naming him as the person for bringing both the cousins together. Also said perhaps he has the blessings of Bhal Thackeray for making this happen. Of course, this is a sarcastic jibe at Raj Thackeray, and also going on to say that this is not about Marathi pride. The speeches were not aligned to Marathi pride, but it was more about Rudali, which translate to mourning or just crying for power. That's what he has pointed at, that the leaders, especially Uddhav Thackeray, was just crying for power. This is political opportunism, and that they are just looking at elections in the pipeline, the civic body elections and so on. That's what he was hinting at. Also going on to say people know what BJP has done, what the state government of today has done for the people of Maharashtra. Went on to speak about all the welfare measures, what they have done for Marathis. Specifically, he said that it's the BJP that follows Hindutva ideology. He's done much for Marathis in the form of homes, infrastructure, welfare measures and so on, which the Uddhav government at the time failed to do so. During civic body, within the civic body, the Sena has failed to do much for the people of Maharashtra. So let's not call them standing for Marathi pride or for the people of Maharashtra, because they've done nothing for the people of Maharashtra. This is how Devendra Fadnavis has countered the speeches by both Raj Thackeray as well as Uddhav Thackeray, saying that BJP has done much for the people of Maharashtra. It is for people to say, and this is just nothing but political opportunism, and the parties and the leaders really crying and desperate for power.
Radhika, for joining us with those details. Devendra Fadnavis reacting for the first time from Pandharpur to the joint rally that was organized by the Thackeray brothers. First time in 20 years that they've come together and also taken on the BJP today. Meanwhile, approved by World Athletics as a gold-level meet, Neeraj Chopra Classic is going to happen tomorrow. It marks a significant milestone in the history of Indian athletics, and it's centered around the man who in some ways redefined the Indian athletics scene, and it places the nation firmly on the global map. Now, this event has been officially sanctioned by the AFI, which is the Athletics Federation of India, and it will be held at Sri Kantariva Stadium in Bengaluru. Several international athletes are going to be participating in this. Several days ago, when a Neeraj Chopra fan had expressed his wish to watch the Classic 2025, Neeraj Chopra had responded to him, and he had assured a VIP ticket for him and also a stay in the same hotel as him. And we caught up with Ranjit, the young fan who had come to Bangalore all the way from Coimbatore, now in Bengaluru. Ranjit is staying in the same hotel as Neeraj Chopra. In fact, he had also had a chance to meet his hero in person. Later today, Ranjit will be seated in a VIP section to watch the Neeraj Chopra Classic. Deepak Bopanna joins us with more details on this. Deepak, first of all, tell us about this very nice gesture that Neeraj Chopra has shown towards his fan, and also a little bit about this event that's making a lot of news today.
Well, before talking about any other fan, I'm going to take you across to the scenes here in Bengaluru. It seems like the javelin fever has really struck Bengaluru. Lots of celebrations, lots of dance, lots of music here, all across. And that's the Kachirwa Stadium. In a short while from now, we're going to have Neeraj Chopra come here. And you already have hundreds of fans who've turned up to see their hero. This is the first time that you're going to have an international event like this being organized in Bengaluru. And there are a lot of fans, of course, who've turned up. Tell me, you and looks like your entire family is here. How excited are you guys?
Sorry, I can't tell you anything here.
How excited are you guys to be here to see Neeraj?
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. It's the first time we are going to watch him. Yeah. And we came to know about the event just about a few hours earlier. So we took the tickets, jumped in, and hopefully we'll get a good event going.
And tell us a little about what you want to see today. Do you want to see Neeraj hit the 90-meter mark?
Yeah, we want to see Neeraj go past the 90-meter mark, maybe even the 100-meter mark.
Yeah, well, I'm here to see him break his own record of 90.
You probably have to talk a little louder because there's a lot of noise at the background.
Okay, well, I'm probably here to see him break his own record of 90.23 meters, so we get to witness another.
A lot of international players as well. First time an international event like this being held. How important do you think it is for Indian athletics?
Neeraj Chopra has brought our international sports to a new level. He's a golden boy of India. So yes, I think this will take us to a different level.
Let's get a few more fans, of course, who are here. You're all here to see Neeraj Chopra. How excited are you guys?
I'm really excited. I train at this stadium. It's my home ground. Yeah. I'm a long jumper. And yeah, so it's really different to see this atmosphere in the stadium.
I need to ask, since you're an athlete yourself, you probably understand the importance of having a big event like this for Indian athletics. Do you think that this takes Indian athletics to another level, and you're an athlete yourself?
No, I'm from Mumbai.
Okay, you're from Mumbai. So tell me, answer that question.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's really exciting to see such an event because we are like Bangalore athletes and we don't see such events regularly, and it's the first of its kind. And I really hope that this continues and we have this much support for every event and I just hope that Indian athletics gets bigger and stronger year by year.
Do you agree with what she said?
Yeah, completely. In fact, I have also done a lot in Mumbai, and I feel like if there were as many opportunities, then there would be a lot more like coming from India. So I hope that would happen, and I hope like I see this much hype everywhere, because in Mumbai I've not seen like this kind of thing anywhere, maybe except for like cricket.
Yeah, we always
but
see
not
for
for
other sports,
like,
not athletics.
Absolutely. I think they made a very valid point here. The kind of crowd, the excitement that we're seeing, you do witness it when there's a big event, like especially with the cricket, but not for Indian athletics. And probably an event like this is taking athletics to another level, and that's not just important for a javelin, Neeraj Chopra. It's actually important for the entire athletic fraternity in the country.
Right, a big milestone for athletics in India with that event in Bengaluru. Thank you, Deepak, for joining us. With that, it's time for a short break. More news and updates shortly.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.